Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. We have 16 teams ready to be taking to the stage today, all hoping to claim one of 5 spots at the Flashpoint 3 RMR later in May. My name is Ferris Beers, your desk host for the duration of the day. And joining me up here on this lovely virtual desk, my wonderful cast and analysts, I guess, are packaged up in one, in Jackie and Davey. Gentlemen, how have you been doing this morning? Jackie, it's been a minute since I've seen you. How have you been doing?
Yeah, I've been good. I've been watching you, stunting, absolutely stunning with some of the outfits you've been pulling out since we've been doing our talk show for a while. But you're still out there giving it, so that's all that matters. I'm glad to be back with you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. You know what, ASOS has been my go-to recently for those outfits. How about you, David? It's been a moment since I've spoken to you. I think the last time was we were doing an interview together. So how has it been moving over to the commentary side of life?
Yeah, last time we spoke, probably like you said, would have been back in my playing days. So yeah, it has been a while. Yeah, really excited to move over onto the commentary desk. Obviously, I've got Jackie here to carry me, so it's always lucky for me when you get such a golden opportunity, you can't pass it up. So yeah, no, it's great. It's great to be here working with you guys, and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be getting into the action. Of course, make sure you guys go and follow over on Twitter at FlashpointCS as well to make sure you're keeping up to date with all the latest action with Flashpoint coming up too. And we should be starting to talk about this as well, considering it's going to be an RMR coming into this one too. So, Jackie, are you excited to be seeing some of these teams taken to the stage, considering we've got our 8 invited teams, we've got 8 coming through the open qualifiers as well?
Oh, it's huge. I think the competition's been really sick the whole way through the open qualifiers. We saw it looking really fierce with the constant repetition some of these teams have actually gone through to try and make it to this point, right? Obviously, the invited teams we're bringing in now as well. I think it's just going to be spicy to see who's left standing towards the end of this. Like a grueling long week of CS, and then we get to know which teams are going to be in the mix. It's going to be exciting, Freya.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting indeed. Davey, are there any teams that have particularly got your eye coming into this tournament?
Yeah, so definitely, there's some teams that have been on form a lot lately, especially a team like Dignitas, where I think they've got some big upset wins, like against Liquid and Evil Geniuses, but then they also have taken some weird losses over the past little while. Like I think they've lost to Sinners, they've lost to, there's another team that's just slipping my mind right now, so I won't even bother trying to bring it up because my mind just doesn't work that way. But I think that even though they've had some big upsets, they haven't been super consistent, but I think they would be one of the favorites to make it through. Also, the Double Pony team has got some huge upsets online recently, taking down Mouse Sports in best of threes. So, there's quite a few teams in here. Havu, of course, is always on form. They're always playing great. So I think that, those are probably my top 3 teams. There's obviously other ones in there, but I think those 3 would be teams that I would be looking forward to watch throughout this event.
Yeah, there's a plethora of Counter-Strike going to be gracing our screens. Very excited to be getting into these games. But we can take a look at our format for the competition as it stands. Of course, it is starting out with those 4 open qualifiers that obviously fed in here to our closed qualifiers, which are the 8 teams that we see standing. We also saw the 8 invited teams coming into this as well. And this is going to be double elimination, so you do have a second chance if you unfortunately fall at the first hurdle over 4 days of competition here. But it's kind of cutthroat, Jackie, because it's just 5 spots for these teams coming into a very crucial event. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail throughout this.
Oh yeah, no rest for the wicked whatsoever throughout this, right? You've got to test your steel with every game you get. We've already seen that some of the games are starting to go down behind the scenes, right? And there's been some close rounds already. It's starting to look grueling. So yeah, if you're coming into this, you've already made it this far. You have that week of open qualifiers. Now you need to get your head down. It's like that last push of school, Freya. You really got to get your results in the exams here. This one's a big one.
Yeah, maybe we should touch upon the open qualifiers just briefly. If either of you guys managed to catch up with any of the games. Davey, I don't know about you. Was there anything that you kind of learned coming into this from some of the teams that we see coming through from those open qualifiers?
Yeah, pretty much that anything can happen in this online era. There's upsets left and right. You have teams in this like Complexity, like Endpoint, and playing against these teams that came through the open qualifiers, they can get upset, right? There's nothing guaranteed in this. Just because you're a high-ranked team, just because you're highly seeded in these online games, even though it is best of 3 double elim, which always sort of gives the teams that are the favorites the most chance of going through. Still, with these online games, you really just never know what can happen. These teams that come through the open qualifiers can absolutely upset these big teams.
Yeah, never know indeed. A lot of questions coming into this one. We can take a look at our brackets to see exactly how these games are going to be playing out today. As we said, we've got 4 days worth of games here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. And as you were mentioning there, Davey, Dignitas, Via and Double Pony, you were saying teams that you're very excited to see competing, and they're going to be locking heads in that first game. That's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, no, it absolutely will be. I think over there the vetoes are very unique because both teams permaban the same thing. So seeding is actually going to be super important in that game because obviously, you know, the team with the higher seed, the other team vetoes first, and because both teams have the same permaban, that's where it will become a little interesting. So yeah, that game would be one that's really exciting to watch. Obviously, you know, with all of these games have such potential for upsets. Complexity versus Game Agents, even you can't count those teams. You can't count a team like Game Agents out. So yeah, there's lots of cool games in this bracket.
Yeah, are there any particular games that you've got your eye out on, Jackie, coming into this one?
I'm looking to really just see how well the new, I suppose, fully fledged all UK, nearly apart from Crucial, but Crucial basically is, yeah, he's basically English at this point, right? Like, I want to see how Endpoint do. I want to see how they perform throughout this because already they've taken down Trick. They've actually been able to get that as a win. Check in now. They've taken that as a 2-1 win to start off their day. So the dream scenario for basically the fully fledged British boys. I'm curious to see how they do over the course of this one, though. I think this is going to be a hard task for them to bounce back, obviously now losing out with Flames.
Yeah, it's a good point as well. We have seen some of these games starting a little bit earlier in the schedule. We obviously saw Movie Star Riders as well progressing on into that upper bracket quarter-final. Of course, that was just recapping the upper bracket there. We're going to have those lower bracket games as well, so that's going to be very exciting to see indeed. And as we were saying, Davey, you know, it's good to have that final lifeline as well. If you're sort of falling at the first hurdle, sometimes teams need a little bit of time to be redeeming themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of falling at the first hurdle, Lil Mix did just lose 16-0 to Mouse Sports in their opening game. So they've fallen straight into the first hurdle. It's not looking great for them on that first map. But yeah, I mean, like you said, with the double elim, a team like Lil Mix, they got a chance to break. You know, maybe the first game they're just slow starters, right? Maybe they're just not doing so hot on their first map, but they have a chance with the double elim to potentially come back into it. But yeah, like Jackie was saying, Endpoint, I think, getting even more and more UK. I'm looking forward to watching them. Obviously, they'll play the winner of the Havu versus Sangal game, so that'll be an interesting one. And Endpoint actually looks like, because of how this bracket's playing out, Jackie, if they play the winner of this game, right, which they will be favorites going into that, even if it's up against Havu, then they move on to Movie Star Riders, they'll be favorites there. And honestly, they're looking like they might just have Endpoint has a really good shot here of going all the way through.
They've done well with the draw. Like, they've put themselves into a good spot. I suppose it literally is just a matter of, has Thomas clicked back in quickly enough? You know, have they got Mezzi up to speed with the way the team actually works? Because a lot of what Endpoint do relied more heavily on actual, you know, tactics and utility rather than just raw firepower outside of it being sort of Flames once he was added to the roster. So I don't know. I think it's going to be an iffy test for them, but they've got the route, Freya.
Yeah, they do indeed. And we're getting a little bit patriotic as well as they're going a bit more back to that UK heritage. So maybe that's going to be the team that we'll be watching, at least, Jackie. But we are going to be watching some games coming up today as well. So let's take a look at our schedule to see exactly what is going to be gracing your screens. We're going to be starting off with Javi versus Sangor as our first game of the day. And then we're going to be moving into our upper bracket quarterfinals. So that'll be the teams that won their first opening matchup coming straight into those quarterfinals. But looking at Jackie as well, it's a bit of a gauntlet. We look at the amount of teams that are going to be have to facing. Sure, we've got that double elimination, bit of a savior for some of these teams, but it's still going to be a gauntlet to be able to get one of those 5 spots.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy. You look at the length of it, right? Just over the next couple of days, you need to be on your toes. You've got to come in. You don't have a lot of breathing room, although obviously you do have the lower bracket to contend with. If you get knocked down there, it's the extra slog of getting through those games. We're seeing some of these teams as well that are currently obviously working in other tournaments at the time here, so they could come in either slightly flagged because of it, where they've invested too much energy, which is something I'm a little bit worried with Double Pony doing, because obviously they're still playing in the French National finals as well, trying to secure that victory there. Then they have to come straight in and start their game. There's a lot that could go into this. I think these teams are going to be tested, definitely tested throughout this weekend.
Yeah, a test of stamina indeed. And maybe we should shift our attention to focus on the teams that we'll have at hand for our first game of the day. And maybe we should start talking about Javi first of all, Dave, because they're one of the teams that we saw being invited to this portion of the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. So how are you kind of placing them in terms of what you've seen of them so far in 2021?
I think Havu plays really good Counter-Strike, and this goes all the way back to their core. Even years ago, I remember watching sort of the original Havu lineups playing, and they always play very, very solid fundamental Counter-Strike. Generally, they have a they're sort of a slow-paced team, but not Navi slow, right? Not like 15 seconds left time to go into B slow. But like they do like to slow things down. They take things very methodically. They have really good util control. And now having picked up those players that did get removed from that ENCE lineup, right? Your Aerials, your X7s, now adding giving that just a little bit more firepower, Ariel has been completely on form since rejoining this Havu team. On Ents, towards the end, we saw him drop off quite a bit, right? But now on this Havu team, he has completely found his form again. He's unreal. And Zori, I don't know how he pronounces his name, but Zore, that guy is absolutely insane. He is so good. So this Havu team is super impressive. They play good Counter-Strike, and now they're adding more and more skill to their lineup, and they're finally able to start contending with some of the best teams.
Are you potentially looking at that deadly duo coming over from Ents, Jackie, as a difference maker for this Havu squad?
It definitely could be. It's the extra sort of leg up you need to give them a little bit more legitimacy. And obviously with this being the first game they've got to go into, I think it definitely will give them an edge. You've got a lot of familiar names on Sangao that you can look at and you can piece together and be like, all right, yeah, they've got the Turkish Terminators, you know, they can take it a little bit here. But in terms of the overall matchup, piece to piece, I think you've got to give it to Havu, right? When you're looking at sort of what these players have done more in recent history, I think they take it every time.
And speaking of Sangol as well, how are you kind of comparing them in terms of the style to Havu coming up in this clash, Davey?
Sangol plays a lot more loose, I think. It's not that they don't have tactics, that they're not a tactical team. They like to play a little bit more on the front foot. They play a little bit more loose. They like to take more gunfights. It's sort of a classic Turkish style that they play with, right? You think of back to the old Space Soldiers team with Zentaris, right? They still play a very similar style. That being said, it's sort of a hybrid between that and the Furious style, where it's very like coordinated aggression. They like to take map control very quickly with util, and they like to fight for map control. So I think it's definitely, they don't play the same styles, these teams, but both of them work exactly for what sort of players they have.
So interestingly, Jackie, if you're saying that you feel like Havu have the edge, is there any particular name you're looking at on the side of Sangol that could potentially be a difference maker coming into this one?
I'd say looking over more sort of the brawns of the operation there that they've got there and going straight for the head of it all, Major, who obviously is, you know, someone that's been around in the scene for basically the length of the game at this point, right? He's been there for so many years, and he really is interesting to watch from a standpoint of how he kind of approaches the game. It's like David was saying, at times it can be a bit of a mixed bag. You can have those more sort of feeling them out, fleshy strats where they'll try and play a bit more aggressive. You'll throw that just sort of explosive aim style play in. They'll roll back the years. You'll see strategies that you haven't seen in forever. Sometimes you see him playing it basically out like it's Source, which is why I think it's more cool when you get to watch someone like Major at the helm, because he is a bit different in his calling style. So no matter what, we should get something interesting at the very least out of this series, just based off Major's calling style.
Well, speaking of interesting, I think we need to take a look at our map veto as well. Unfortunately, Graphic is having a little bit of an issue right now, but we can read these out for you guys who are interested in seeing which maps we're going to be delving into in this best of 3. So Sangol bans out Overpass, Havu banning out Vertigo, Sangol picking Dust 2, Havu picking Nuke, Mirage, Inferno, second wave bans, and Train as the decider. So starting off with any kind of surprises maybe there from you, Jackie?
You know what? I think in terms of surprises, it's more just... I'm excited that we get a Dust 2 nuke just to start us off. I also know for a fact that David is going to hate this. This is probably the worst start for a veto. But you do get a train game at the end there, Davey. So that'll bring you back.
Look, I don't mind Nuke either. It's just Dust 2 that I hate. Like, Nuke's fine, Train's fine, all the other maps. I only hate Dust 2. But no, pretty much across that veto, everything was going to plan. Both teams banning out their permabans. It's Vertigo Overpass, that's expected. Sangol, obviously their best map is Dust 2. Like I said, they sort of like that style of play where you use some nades and aggressively take map control. Dust 2 is perfect for that. Hopefully they get the good spawns, since that's all Dust 2 is now. But Nuke is obviously, that's one of Havu's best maps, so I'm not surprised they picked that either. Train coming in as the third, I think really favors Havu. Havu has been a very, very, very good Train team, and it's actually their highest win percentage map at 79% over the past 3 months. So I'm not surprised at all that Havu went that way with the veto. They ended up getting the last 2 maps of the veto exactly what they wanted, and they're not a bad Dust 2 team either with a 70% win rate. So overall, I think these vetoes highly, highly favor Havu.
Well, considering you're not a Dust 2 fan so much, Davey, Jackie, maybe we'll get your thoughts on this first map of this best of 3 series. What are your kind of expectations coming into this one, considering, as Davey was kind of saying, Sangol do favour themselves on this map?
Yeah, and it fits into them, right? It's one of those maps that will work for their sort of play style. They have opportunities to play it out a bit more puggy here, use the rifling skills that they have on some of these players. Although it's not as common these days to be yelling out Paz or Engin, they did used to do it in the past. They were effective. You put them on a map like that, throw an AK in their hands and just send them into kill, they'll get the job done. I think a lot of the rounds we're going to see here are basically going to be quite pluggy, touchy-feely as you go, more so than anything here from Sangao. They're probably just going to take the fight to this one.
Well, I think with that being said, we can get into this first game of the day. So Davey and Jackie, take it away with Dust 2.
Ooh, here we go. We're starting it off. It's just me and you now. We've been left alone.
Oh.
This is where it all goes
It's
downhill.
dangerous to leave us alone like this.
It is.
And
It
you never
always
know
is.
what we might do.
It's always a nightmare. But hopefully the game will be a dream, mate, to slowly lift us all collectively out of beds at, what is it? It's 5 p.m. now. So
I don't
everyone
think
should
I've
be awake.
ever had a dream about Dust 2 that isn't a nightmare.
Yeah, but that's just because you're just, you're off
Oh,
in a
I'm broken.
dreamland of,
Yeah.
Like, what are you dreaming of? Vertigo pugs? Just all
Yeah,
night? Yeah.
I do love a Vertigo pug. You know I do. I do love a Vertigo pug. I love a Vertigo everything, honestly. Vertigo is just great, but, whatever. I just have nightmares about Dust 2, wonderful dreams about Vertigo. What other maps? So I have good dreams about Overpass, too. Like, if I hypothetically dreamt about CS maps.
I have definitely had dreams where I've been entering onto Overpass, like just straight running in through Monster. You wake up and obviously just like, oh, where am I? What's going on?
That was a nightmare. I wasn't even baiting. Oh my god.
God, it's a nightmare. Nearly died first, but luckily
Worst day.
we're not dead. We're not on Overpass. We are on Dust 2. It's a shame for Davey, but it's a blessing for me to start off the day. Havu versus San Gal to kick us off here. As it does look like we've got our little knife round, Davey. A little bit of stabby before we get into the shooty.
Ooh, I do love a little bit of stabby, especially early on in the day. And this is as early as it gets for us anyways. We're never awake at this time. But regardless, knife round coming out. I was actually like, in my brain, I was like thinking like commentator mode there. And I was like, man, I'm going to commentate this
knife round.
Yeah. I like immediately, my brain just went to, all right, let's go. Time to start. And then it was like, knife round, isn't it? Like, I don't even know who won, actually. I wasn't even paying attention.
Honestly, though, to be fair, like the unwritten rule of the knife round success is just run in, spam it. Just run in with the hard right-click dedicate, dudes. That is the OP win knife round strat. I've never lost a knife round on land.
What, where you just charge in and right-click?
Yeah, all 5 right-click instantly from the start.
I don't know, man.
Because you have your
I'm more
damage
of a
reduction on the left
left-clicker
click, though.
myself.
Yeah, but if you miss a left-click stab, it goes down in damage.
No, it's true. Like, you can't mess it up. Like, that's true.
Yeah. So you've got to be
Just
precise.
don't mess it up, dude.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Would you rather be precise with 2 small jabs, or would you just be a monster just swinging?
Well, it's 2 large swings. Like the left clicks are the small jabs, really.
True. But I suppose at that point, are you a butcher or a
Could be.
boxer?
Impossible to know. I've never done either.
Well, let's find out who's going to be punch drunk as we are into the first round. Here we go. It's what we've been building up for. Sangout versus Havu. We can finally kick it off here on Dust 2. And let's just see who's going to get them. A nice little pistol round in the bag. There could be an Urzi play here, though, towards lower. As Sensei pushing up on short. Gets first contact. Gets dinked in the side of the head, though, as he didn't actually expect the second. Seems like he should get away, though.
Yeah, pretty much the entire CT team here playing for info, playing for map control. We could see these spots out towards mid, that aggressive play off short, as well as a player towards the long corner. So Sangal wanted all the information that they could get this round. They were able to get a lot of it. So now they have long control. They know that there was one player inside of lower. And even still, even with all that information, they are still playing 3 people over here towards this A site. And Logic Man's going to be back here with this USP, and they're going to be coming straight in.
Tag through the smoke. Gets the follow-up one as well to at least make them slightly more supple. He's going to look to shut them down, but instead Paz will arrive and find the first frag as Aerial falls. They are still walking in, looking to bite back. A bit of a Glock spam starts to go their way, and suddenly the round's getting a lot more gory. Going in through the window on your own's not going to work out well for Major, and all on Sensei. He started the round, but he finishes it being dead on his back.
That completely fell apart from Sangal there. They had so much. They had Havu completely shut out behind their smoke. And then just a couple missed shots, some fights being lost, and everything falls apart. Havu's able to take the pistol round, but I actually think Havu sort of got stuck there, right? Like they didn't come out. They weren't committing through that smoke. And Sangal had all of the chances there to pick up that win, but in the end, Havu winning out in the gunfights, and that's pretty much all pistol rounds are. It's whoever shoots the other people in the head first, and there's Logic Man shooting X7 in the head first, but it's still the fast B play coming from Havu.
Oh, the pain of having your lips removed by the scout just at the start of the round. It's not going to feel good. This could leave a good feeling for Paz. He's just sneaking up behind the smoke. They're going to re-smoke it. He survived the spam that comes in. They have at least thwarted his plan of getting in with the early backstab. So left here, effectively, with just them waiting out the time. Not too much more to be done. Cheeky peek over the top for Sensei. Can he? Will he? Maybe not.
So close. He's just so upset right there. He's right at the edge of his range. Just not able to find the headshot. And Sangal, they're trying to look for something. They're mostly just trying to get exits, it seems like. Maybe try to take these guns out of their hands, but the T's can just survive sort of in the closet. They don't actually need to push into the tunnels, but Paz getting 2 Deagle kills. All of these guns are going to be lost, actually. No kit, so they can't defuse, but all of the guns being lost, that's actually pretty big for Sangal.
I mean, they've cleaned up. They've just gone into the site. The Deagles have got the first 2 picks.
You know what, though? That might bait them into forcing here. Yeah, it looks like it has. You see M4s are being bought, dropped around. So because they've done all that economic damage, they've decided they want to fight for this for economy control early, right? Mm-hmm. So now they've bought up across the board. This is another full buy. And that could be, so even though this is the right call, right? Like you want to put pressure on the economy as early as you can, and if you get all 5 kills like that, there's nothing wrong with this. But now if Sangal do lose this round, all of a sudden they could be potentially down 4-0 and not have a full buy round.
It's a precarious position they've perched themselves into. If you win it, you're in a good spot. If you lose it, as you said, it will start to get a little bit rocky. Engin playing on the close god B angle, basically, towards long, holding it down. A little bit of pressure applied, but he doesn't buckle. Rest of the CT is going to be tested over towards A. So they're grouped up, they're going for the slow contact play, the molly goes out, and they'll attempt to bombard the site. They're not actually committing to it just yet. They still smoked it, and they're holding.
Yeah, and the T's have more utility than the CTs, so burning out that util early could be super important. As we see them trying to sneak across, and he finds him up on top of the box, so now this A play is wide open. There's the flash to scale. Yeah, they're pushing them straight back. They should just be around for the T's. Honestly, I think Sangal needs to save.
Can't run the risk of losing the weapons they brought up into this. It is a 4v5. Couple of the players are low on the T side. So if you start getting some headshots off, maybe there is still a play to be made. The re-peek from the site works well. Paz gets punished. Engin not quite up to the mark, as he will fall against Aerial, and the T's are doing a good job of keeping their hands on this one. Big spray down is all that would be the the bathing play there for Logic Man, but not meant to be, mate. So first 3 rounds going to be going the way of Havu. Damage done to Sangal's economy as well. Bit of a sour taste in their mouth, David.
Yeah, definitely, because like I said, they did force up into this round. That's one of those ones where they really gambled on themselves, right? They're like, look, we've done a lot of damage to their economy. If we buy up here and win, we can break them. And if you can break the T-side economy early on CT side Dust 2, that is huge. So that was a risk worth taking. As I said at the time, it's what I would have done. It's what I thought they should do. But unfortunately, now that they have lost, now they're in a situation where they're potentially giving up 4-0, and Havu could get themselves control of the early economy, right? They could, if they win this round clean, they could start building up their money. So Sangal, even though they took the risk, it didn't pay off for them. Now, with these Deagles in armor, they still have a chance into this round, but slowly again opening up the round as he runs straight up short with the MAC-10, opening pick onto Paz. So Sangal again starting the round down numbers.
Losing out on the first pick will harm them into the round because of the fact that money is going over towards the MAC-10. The MAC-10 that's looking to make a mockery out of them on this site. A slow wind goes fast in, cleans up. There's another 2 frags in the banks. 3 kills with the MAC-10, a lot of money being stolen away. Engin as well out towards long. Nice adjustment with the Deagle. There's the first. He has support as well, and the Deagles are actually attempting to nip at the heels of Havu. It's a 2v2. They don't have firepower. They might not actually have anyone left alive to attempt this. Just left on Logic Man, sneaking up, waltzing his way into the lion's den. Finds the AK on the ground, spots the first. The flick isn't good enough. So the 4th's there, Havu. They're getting that one, but it was hanging by a thread.
Yeah, and even those 3 kills will be important later on in this game, right? Because of the economy damage, they were able to get 1 more. That would have been obviously better. You know, the more kills, the better. It's just basic Counter-Strike, really. Simple math.
That is how it works.
Yeah, but now Havu being up 4-0. I don't know if there's an op on the ground, maybe, or maybe they're just not going to be going for one. Oh yeah, there. So Zori does pick it up. So now we see our first gun round, round number 5, and again, Havu going for this aggressive play towards middle. X7 running straight down with the flash, but it is the long pressure by the rest of his team.
That's the flash out. Aerial, thunder footing forward, Engin waiting in pit. The pit boss only good enough for a single frag. Major has the swing, and we're left at a stalemate. As suddenly, it falls into a 3 versus 3, and the CTs fleeting their feet as they head over towards the A site.
Yeah, they have to rotate people over because of they were worried about that split because they know that X7 could be up short, so they have to rotate people over towards the A site because they have to be worried about that sole A player getting split on. Oh, and did he spot him? X7 able to find the kill onto Sensei. Now he's scaling up, caught with a molly out, but Paz finally able to finish the kill. That's straight into this smoke, and will they spot him out? No, they do know he's there. He has dropped into CT, but that quick flank from short. Logic Man able to get one as well, and now Zore in this 1 versus 2 has the Molotov out, spots that he dropped down into CT.
Oh no.
And he knows where both of the players are. Can the jump kill happen? It doesn't. Zora with 18 HP is looking for the kill onto the ramp, and there's Paz from short, able to finally shut him down. And that is Sangol's first round of the half, but that was a really, really close one. If they were able to find that kill on Paz in that short smoke, maybe that flank from Logic Man gets spotted out, but Paz making such good plays there. Those aggressive plays towards short, refighting for the map control, was able to get both of those kills and secure the round. So Sangol finally putting themselves on the board despite all the close rounds early. And Havu still able to buy because of the fact that they did win those early rounds.
Took so much from Sangol to be able to get that one though. First round they picked up, big investment. How many times are those rounds going to be sustainable? Especially off the fact that, you know, Paz, the difference there of a couple of shots into his ankle as he's pushing up, if he doesn't get into the smoke. So many different nightmares that could have occurred, but Sangol, one on the board, that's a start. Also the double AWP obviously coming over. So although this is a high risk round to lose, they do have the firepower they need to try and keep it close and competitive.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Sangol was going to bring out this double op on CT side. I know that Havu does love a double op on CT side, does too, but I wasn't entirely sure about Sangol. I haven't watched a ton of their games, obviously, so yeah, it looks like they're going for it. They're going for it right away too, which is a bit high risk, like you said. Generally, I think on full gun rounds, right, or maybe first gun round, double op isn't as much of a risk because you know you're gonna buy down to $0 pretty much anyways. So going for the double op early is actually probably the safest time to do it, because if you start going for it late, like let's say you've won a bunch of rounds in a row, you've built up economy, and then you start buying double ops, well then the ops are going to start draining your economy if you're losing rounds. But because it's, you know, with the first gun round they've just won, this is the time to try it and go for it. Also slowly opting for the UMP over, well, pretty much any other gun. Post nerf at the UMP on T side I feel like is a strange decision.
Yeah, I don't know what that says about him, you know.
That he's a freak, really.
If that's just the preference that he's
just a bad person.
Yeah, true. Maybe that's what it is.
On CT side, fine. Like I know that Glaive likes running the UMP on CT side.
Yeah.
But on T side, man, I don't see the point.
No, not a fan. Not a fan of the UMP.
No,
that's fair enough, mate.
It's not like the worst thing ever.
This is better options.
The Bison's probably worse. Maybe it's 64 bullets. You can never count that out.
Doesn't it do like 10 damage a bullet or something? Or is it 11 damage?
Could be 9 for all I know.
Who really knows? It's somewhere on that spectrum of 0 damage to 11 probably.
Yeah.
The Bison is a nightmare, mate. Although I suppose like if we're going with weird buys, the weird buy that isn't a weird buy anymore is just the dualies. That's all we've been doing recently.
Oh man, I've been saying it for years. The dualies are super broken. I've been saying it for years. I made a video about it, I think, in 2015. Weird flex, I know, but it's true. I did.
Is it just what's it? You've got your memory confused. You're actually just thinking of Steel when he used to do those guy videos back in like 2014. the theory of Counter Strike with Davey. Just buy dualies. It's big. Two guns.
Honestly, that was pretty much the video. It was just like, dude, these things are really good. Look at all these stats. Here they are. Just buy them. They're really good. And now finally, years later, people are starting to figure it out. Took them long enough. But
they're coming into the fold, mate.
I'm worried. I don't want too many people to figure it out because I don't want them to get nerfed. You know what I mean?
True. That is the next stage. At what point are the dualies changed?
If too many people figure out how good they are, yeah. Because if they start getting bought too much, right? I don't remember how Valve does it. It's not just about pro play. Like they take like matchmaking data and stuff too, like to determine what to buff and nerf depending on how it's being used in like overall Counter Strike. Yeah. And so I'm a little worried about it. If too many people start seeing too many pro players buying dualies in games, and all of a sudden matchmaking games are going to be full of them and they're going to get nerfed, and I don't want it.
It's just the plague of the dueling. Everyone's
stress
just got
me
two
out.
guns. Yeah, it would. It probably would get to you. Do you remember, what was it? It was in Source when they did it, where basically they had like dynamic pricing that was done based off what the stocks of guns were. So if you were like buying loads of M4s globally, it would price hike M4s up and would reduce other guns in the rifle class to combat it. That was a good meme. That was that was fun.
I never played Source, so thankfully I didn't have to experience that.
Oh yeah,
I was
that a
1.6
riot
player.
shield, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and your ammo that you had to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I remember one time Valve tried to make a change to 1.6, maybe in like 2010 or 2011, where they changed it so that when you jumped up in the air, it made a noise. Not just landing, because it always made a noise when you land, but the actual jumping noise made a sound, so you couldn't jump up on boxes anymore without and be quiet. And so they made that change for like a day, and everybody freaked out so much that they just changed it back. They're like, okay, sorry, we messed up, man. Sorry, like we'll change it back. Like they're like, don't change our game. Don't change 1.6, Valve. Don't touch it.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah, that was like that was the most recent like 1.6 update that I remember from back in the day.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's all just become a blur now of Counter-Strike, of any update. It's like I saw a video of Overpass back from the first release. You know, when you just like block out memories of any of it. You look at A site and it's like, any of this was actually here?
Yeah, it looks so weird. Yep, so different. Long was so all of it was so strange. Even the same thing with the original Cobble too. Like, man, the changes that from the original Cobble to the current the current one, definitely.
True.
It was just unreal.
Let me just go sit in this tower.
Yeah.
Also the mid tower as well, when you had the little ladder that would take you to the top.
Windows.
Yeah. That was bizarre.
Ooh. I thought Logic Man actually hit that shot there for a second. It looked like it.
He was set up for it. That would have been a nice opening pick, man. Especially straight off the pause as well. Get in there with an opening frag, put the pressure on, but not this time.
Not this time. They do. So they are going for this 2-1-2 setup, right? They have the player in pit. The double op, one looking towards short. So that's what the double op allows you to do. It allows you to play this 2-1-2 setup, which gives you that stronger B in mid hold. Because you know that you have this op towards car and towards A to hold this down, and good nade from Major. Lots of damage being done. This first nade set is just trying to pull util of the CTs, but Sangal's not actually biting, and Logic Man gets that pick deep into upper B on X7. He actually pushed through that smoke and got that pick, so that's going to force Habu's hand here. They have to go aggressive into A.
The game of push and pull is working to this point. Who is going to pull out on top of the A site as right now as they charge out Aerial. He finds the first two picks, leaves them in a 3v3 and slows down the course of the round, meaning they can get the bomb plant. They've got all the time in the world to play with now on this one. So an awkward 3v3 on the retake, especially when Logic Man gets peaks like that. There's the shutdown on Engin, and it's done. Paz, he's making the hero play, actually. He's just going for it off the back of the peak. Can he make this work? A 1v2, AK and all, both honed in on short. If he peeks out, he's going to need to hit the shot. Wasn't ready for it. And that will be a simple shutdown from Zori. They give Havu another round. So straight back in and closing the gap.
Yeah, it was a good recovery from them. Logic Man went aggressive into upper B and got that pick onto X7. And so Havu immediately, right, they were trying to do sort of a fake towards B. They were probably going to fake something towards mid to B as well and then execute up short. But instead, when that B player goes down, they're like, okay, guys, gotta go. And they go aggressive into that A site. And Sensei just missing his op shots, right? Not able to connect on anything. And so Havu just sort of gets free entry into that site. They get two picks very quickly. Yeah, after that, the post plant on A site, relatively easy. They held it down. And that is 5-1 for Havu. And I'm not sure what that play was on short, but Havu, again, like I was saying in the pre-match, they're slowly taking this map control. Logic trying to push through that B smoke again, but this time, not going to work. Second time's not the charm as he goes down to Slowy. And Havu has taken a ton of map control now.
I was confused at first as well, because obviously Major on shore. It looked like they were just taking the time to talk about this one a little bit with the DK. They were playing it like an existence round, but again, that same play towards B to try and go aggro. This time doesn't work as well. They are basically entirely grouped up, just isolated on shore. You've got Major down towards CT. The rotate would have to come in from Paz. So all the Ts, especially with the commotion they've made back towards middle now, they've drawed this off entirely. A's is just theirs.
Yeah, they just get to take it for free. Oh, teammate blocks the Molotov. That's a screamer. That's where you spin, slap him in the face.
Yeah, the round's over. Forget it. It's not worth it anymore, boys.
Yeah, I don't even want to win anymore. You blocked my Molotov. I'm out.
Ruined it. We've lost money that we didn't need to lose.
He wouldn't die there. If
Exactly.
He didn't have
See,
enough.
now they're killing him. This wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, none of this would have happened. If the Molotov landed correctly and he had a MAC-10, he wouldn't have died there. Because the thing is, when you have a MAC-10, you can't help it but hold W. So, like, right
It's
there,
just
he died because he
built
was
into you.
walking. Yeah.
It's W a mouse one. Just
Think about it. Have you
wowstering.
ever had a MAC-10 and not wanted to just run at them? I
True.
don't think so.
No, yeah. Statistically, I don't think I ever have.
Yeah, it's actually impossible.
It just sucks you in.
Yeah.
The sheer speed of the weapon, overcome by the power of Haji. Haji loved it, mate.
He does, though.
Yeah,
He does.
like that's what I mean. He was the nutter with a Mat 10, mate. You give him a Mat 10, just see him sprinting up. What was it say? Like second mid on Inferno. Just he's gone.
Man can't be stopped.
Yeah, he was unreal. The fastest Mat 10 player I've seen. Thomas. As
Although
well,
I guess to
actually.
be fair, his name is Slowy, so it kind of makes sense that maybe he wouldn't buy the MAC-10.
Maybe it's against his brand.
Yeah, like it just
Yeah.
wouldn't make sense branding wise. Like people would just be confused watching.
Well, you know, imagine you get peaked by someone called Slowwind, but they come out really fast. You're just not going to be ready for that.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe it would maybe just to confuse the other team.
Yeah, keep them on their toes, keep them guessing.
I'm always been a big proponent of the MAC-10, so yeah, you absolutely should do that in the future. Let's see. We should be getting paid to coach too.
What post they
Yeah,
just watch the VOD back?
yeah, just buy MAC-10. Like
Yeah, so
expert
far,
coaching advice.
They kind of just spoke for 20 minutes about cobblestone, and then there was like a weird conversation about Mac 10s, I suppose. I really don't know why we're paying them 12 grand to coach. Like, they're not doing much for the team.
But they did send us the invoice, so I guess we're gonna pay it. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
all right. I mean, we did hire them. Maybe.
So this round, Sangal, they're throwing some pressure towards long, but they've actually gone for this double fast short boost. We can see that is the ops getting boosted into peak lower. So right now he's playing anti-flash, waiting for that pop flash to come out from top mid. And then after the flash, he will peek out. And Ariel's actually jump spotting. I think he might have just seen them.
So
Oh yeah, the counter boost. Oh, he saw his feet.
Oh, man. After all this payoff. Yikes. That was nearly it as well, the falling shot. It's such a stalemate.
Timing is everything.
It really is. And it could be time for Paz to punish towards middle. So they've smoked out mid to B. They're setting up for this take. They do walk out. There's the opener. There is no quick response, no trade from Aerials. He's left his teammate out to die. Didn't expect the double peek as well. So Paz straight back in, holds Mouse 1 and annihilates them, leaving them so low now. Jemmy and Zori both basically about 15 HP combined, left in an awkward 2v4 with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, so Paz has just decided to wide swing there to getting that first kill, and he just swings straight across, gets that double kill into mid. And Engine does die on that long flank, so that does open things up, right? So now Sangal, without that long control, they have to play with two players here towards A. Should work out just fine for them, though. They have that one player in T-spawn. Now they are going to be looking for something. So if Zora can find an entry pick here, every kill at this point is super crucial for Havu because of Sangal's money situation. Is he able to find it? He's not. Sensei does hit that shot. Zori creeps across into his crosshair, and there's the second one. So 4 players staying alive for Sangal is actually so important because now they finally have the chance to potentially build up some economy here.
The only issue that wounds me a little bit after seeing that round, now also having the context of the last round they won, right? Out of the 2 they've actually been able to take this half. It only seems to be happening if a player like Paz is having a big individual round and being able to do something unthinkable. Like right there, right, the hat trick towards middle, opened up the round, put them into a good spot, they were able to close it down. If they're not having big performance from one player and passing that baton, I worry how one-sided this scoreline is going to be if Havu keep this up.
Yeah, especially on a peak like that last round, it was just Paz wide swinging
Yeah.
deep middle, and generally that should have got traded, but he honestly caught them with nades out. It wasn't that it was a bad peak; it was just, you know, it was a good peak. It was a well-timed peak, but it's one that's not easily replicated. So, like you were saying, bit of a hero play, but with all this information, Engine has pushed straight through into the long tunnel, so he has a ton of info here for the CTs.
We've seen Havu repeat this short play a few times. Let's see if the difference maker this time will be Sangao can actually hold it. Major unable to hold on to his head as it gets blown away from the first peak. Response from Sensei, fire the warning shot and back off. Right now, you're left into the 4v5, but look at the HP. Look how low everyone is on Havu. They'll be lucky to keep themselves fighting throughout this one, especially with Logic Man finally taking a step out towards middle and winning out on the engagement. Positionally as well, this isn't looking great. They're all trapped towards short. Paz, he goes up with the first, assaults one with the AK, a follow-up frag's found, one by one. They're all dropping. It's just Zori, not much to be done. He's low, and he will cascade to the ground. So a third round finally coming in for Sangao. Still, though, they're chasing, Davey. 3 rounds behind.
Yeah, that pick on the mid player was so important. They pop flash through the doors and get that pick on the player playing near those mid doors. And all of Havu, for some reason, just wasn't playing their post plant towards short. Like you said, they were all just bunched up in the site. They weren't able to get out for whatever reason. And because of that, Sangal just had an easy retake. Once that mid player goes down, the simple pinch comes out from long and short. Not able to do anything. So Havu, even though they were able to get that site control, weren't able to get good post plant positions. And now it's one of these Deagle rounds where you got 4 Deagles on the side of Havu. Jemmy with the 2 flashes. Ooh, Logic Man looking for something. Wants to have a bit of a scrap here with this Deagle top mid, and the Deagle's happy to oblige.
He was trying. He was trying his luck. A swing and a miss. And the readjustment is to just bombard your way out onto B. Nice opening pick. Logic Man dead now. See you later, Paz, as he falls over as well. This is going to be so scrappy on the retake. Here we go. 4v3. Major already up by the door. Got the backup of the boys as well, as they're going to be getting close and standing ready. Flash goes in. They entry onto the first. There's the second. Major causing madness on B, as he's already found himself a hat trick. Lurking in the back lines is Zori. Comes out with a Deagle. Gets a bit panicked. Fires off the warning shots. Gives up the goose to Major with a nice 4K. And a 4th round for Sangao.
Yeah, it started off really well there. Again, like you said, they ran into that B site. That entry Deagle pick onto the Operand window, just absolutely destroying him. 4 versus 3, they have the site, but again, good utility usage from Sangal, good flashes. Major's able to just go through those doors with the flash and get those retake kills. But again, Havu's post-plant spots weren't the best. They didn't have anybody towards the car, nobody towards back site. Because of that, just the 2 players on plat were able to get shut down by Major. But Havu, in these post plants, just not able to get themselves into good positions. And what's the point of smoking the door if you're just going to jump over it? Zori finds him, not able to find the headshot, but it's still a lot of damage being done. And that's dangerous for Paz now as he plays this round down to just 30 HP. And Engine again's got aggressive into this long tunnel. I don't know if Havu just isn't spotting him, or because the way that Jemmy's playing this, he doesn't know that he's here. For somehow Engine has found a way to get into this long tunnel every single round, and Jemmy might just walk right into him here.
God, timing could be everything though. Multiple fights could occur across the map here. Instead, it is just one pick as Logic Man. He was hung out to dry towards middle. He dies. And Major now crosses back over. Oh, finally, the push from Engin. But not looking good. Comes to a splutter stop there as he's left lane outside of long. Meanwhile, short should be the area of focus. This is where the T's are pushing out. Straight back out towards the A site. It's an awkward miss, man. Needed to hit the shot. Maybe then there would have been a potential to try and slow down the push, but the round's gone.
Yeah, it's over. He got caught in a spot where he knew there was that lurk towards long. He tried to go for the pick, but Jemmy not actually giving it to him. He was just throwing his util, being annoying. Sensei realized that, tried to recover his mistake, go back towards the site, but again, just not able to connect on that shot. Single scope doesn't do him justice. 7 was spotted by Major, so Major wins the fight. But with just 40 HP, the hunt... Is the hunt going to be on from Havu here, actually? I don't think it will, because they don't have enough money for this. They can't risk losing their guns either. They just have to let Sangal get away with their AAK, their M4. No op, though. So it's going to be tough for them to purchase that into this next round. Don't think they'll be able to. Depends on the... Actually, no, Sensei does have an M4, so yeah, he'll be able to. So they will be able to bring an op into it. Drops will come out. But now Havu has put Sangal immediately straight onto the back foot. All the pressure being put back onto Sangal now as the drops are going to have to come out. Full buys come out as well. So with that, if they lose this round, they're going to be really tough. Again, Paz is the only one with any money left over at the end of this. Logic Man obviously with a little bit, but pretty much bank has been broken here for Sangal. So if Havu can keep the pressure on, that is the dangers of the CT side right now in the current meta. If you lose, even if you win 2 or 3 rounds in a row, as soon as you lose that one, you're immediately back into dangerous territory.
What's really scary to me with this round as well, obviously Sensei, we've seen him had a couple of AWP picks, most of them being from this angle. He's been very aggressive towards short the entire game. He's had his comeuppance a couple of times when they've made their play towards lower. This time it could actually work well for them. They've got map control, they've got information here, and the play is developing towards the B site. Logic Man. Is he going to be able to hold on to this?
He's in a one and done, and he's by himself, right? So he's in this spot where he should get immediately traded. And he's entirely by himself, and X7 just takes him out. And now there's no rotate towards the B site. Paz is trying to run in as quick as he can, but with these smokes out, that's B site lost, and this should be a save for Sangal immediately. This should not be going like this.
Throw in the towel. Get out of there. At most, it seems like Paz is going to go down if he's pushed, but luckily he's quick on the timing to make the backup as they peek towards window. Will be the 4-player save. I don't know. It felt like maybe there could have been a bit of a difference there. Logic. It's an awkward angle. He was all on his own.
Yeah, it was just not. It just wasn't a good spot from him when you're playing by yourself. I try to preach. I try to teach people this, tell people this. When you are by yourself on that B site, he did have a rotation. He had a player towards mid. If he was towards the back of site or back of plat, where he could use his utility to keep himself alive for 2 or 3 seconds and wait for those counter flashes to come in from Paz, right? Because Paz had that flash. He flashed the T's as they were coming in, but he had no teammate there to actually support because his teammate was dead. All they have to do is wait for that door smoke, and then all of a sudden the B site is completely free. They're not in any danger. And Engine, he's going for this, and he is able to get one, which I guess is a small consolation. I thought he was going to die, honestly, and then that was just going to be another gun lost, but only able to get 1 kill, and Havu now firmly in control of the economy in this game.
They're going to be happy with how this has gone. I suppose the only bit is, right, you've got to look at it for what this is. Still a game of 2 halves. Sangal, they've struggled on CT side. I think that's been fair throughout the course of this one. T side, they should get a bit of a second win. Especially Major's teams, they've been able to do it in the past. This is really awkward, actually. Like ships in the night. They just pass each other at long. He's not actually fully turning back round either. Engin, he has no idea. The next 7, he's just sat in the smoke. He can kill the car player. Flicks back to try and tackle Engin as well. Oh, it's awful. He's dissected him from the inside.
That is just worst case Ontario there for him. Just right on the other side of the smoke. They did actually kiss each other in the smoke, but both of them were half blind, and one of them was right on the edge of the smoke, so they weren't able to spot it. They crossed right past each other, and yeah, like you said, just not able to work out there for Sangal, but worked out perfectly for X7 as he hits that double flank towards long. And Paz actually is going to be getting hunted here.
They're coming in. They are really hunting this one, teasing it, and eventually they'll get it. So Paz will fall. So money completely being eradicated here from the CT side. The best bet is for Logic to do some damage and maybe keep himself afloat. There's still one close by. Backup's called. Zore's coming in with the AWP as well, so if he peeks it, could actually be on for it, but no. They fancy favouring holding on to the guns. The smarter play is made, even though they have got so much money, man. What are we looking at here? Like 8k, 10k on Jemmy. They got bang for the buck, and there's only 2 rounds left in this half.
I wonder if he was a 1.6 player, because those like, you know, like those like double tap, triple tap shots that he was just taking at that guy. It's a very 1.6 shooting style. I'm assuming there wasn't much of that in Source, since you could just like, you know, run and spray at everybody.
Yeah, dude, that's what it is. You get that 1.6 style when you see him play. It was like it with the old Space Soldiers lineup as well, right? Obviously, you know, Major is what he does best. He's normally pretty dirty with the USPs as well, actually. That tap style comes over. Yeah, pistol round, mate. Maybe, you know, he'll have a Glock in his hand on the next one, but we'll see. We'll see if he can do something.
Havu couldn't have known this, but they actually had pretty free entry into that B site. And look at the rotation they've pulled with that. All of the flashes being used from the CTs, and they've burned pretty much all of their utility. Really just a Molotov left on Sensei to actually slow people down, as they've managed to pull the smoke and flashes from the rotators, the smoke from the player inside the B site. And this is a great fake from Havu. What a good call. They are going to be able to scale right up into this A site. They will be running into an op, but with good flashes, they should have free access to this A site.
Sensei needs to hit these shots. He has been the lone defender of A so many times, and unfortunately he's just not been able to have a huge heroic impact with the weapon. Again, they swarm onto the site, they take it as theirs, they peek with the same face into CT, and Major falls for the bait once more, so we're down to a raw 4v4 to really shift how this round is going to affect the outcome of the half. The peek out from Engin, it's all going wrong as one by one they start to collapse, leaving us here with 2 players just sprinting away as the time is up. That'll be the round being picked up by Havu. 10 on the board at the half. It's not going to be easy for Sangao to get back into this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to start calling that spot Aerial. I know in Europe with teams, when they come up with names for spots or new spots, whatever, it's always named after players. And how many times have we seen Aerial take that peek down into CT from the ledge and get that pick on the retakers? They're never looking for it. It's got to be the 3rd or 4th time this game alone he was able to get that pick. And Sangal, even though they were in good positions there, that fake from Havu was just one Molotov towards the B site, really. You know, he just sort of walked in, took a fight, and then mollied back site, and that baited out Paz's smoke. All of the rotators came. There was 3 people that rotated from CT spawn towards B, and with the auto cyber strat, yeah, classic does too right here. Not able to get a kill, but okay, Jemmy going for another 1.6 peak there. I feel like Havu, there's a lot of 1.6-esque things going on in this game, and there's Aerial actually. Can he get the second? He can't. Paz is able to quickly trade. He is low, and Logic going aggressive towards Long as well, and this round has devolved into chaos.
What on earth is going on? And Logic, off the back of that, he decides to just thunderfoot his way towards middle and make a meal out of this one from short. There's the easy frag onto X7, Zore, the Lone Ranger, the last player alive. His heart must be pounding in his chest. He's got an AWP, and he is completely surrounded. 4 CTs all around him. There's the flick onto the first. Timing, not going to favour him. Major will sneak in from the rear, and we do go 10-5 at the half. Not exactly a clean game of CS, though, from the CTs. It took a lot, man. What? The most they were able to string together there. 3 rounds in the middle, Davey. Everything else was so few and far between. Only really effectively rounds they won were when someone was able to get a free KO and a multi-kill.
Yeah, and all 3 of those 4 rounds that they had won early in the half were post plants that Havu kind of just messed up. They didn't get in good post plant positions. Sangal's able to hit their shots, and that last round again, Paz won a crucial fight against Aerial to get that trade in upper B. Because if Aerial gets that double kill there, he just runs straight into B, and that's probably another round for Havu. So Paz able to get that trade being so crucial for them, as we do see 2 nade sets here from the T's and long control, and Zora getting caught out by the P250. Sensei gets the pick, and this will just be the long execute from Sangal.
Here we go. Something a bit more basic on the T side. Let's see if this will work better for them with the Glocks in their hands. They're feeling it on the pistols so far. 2 huge kills that have been picked up. The CTs holding the line as stalwart as possible. They go for the totem pole up on top, but down below in the round as the 6 is taken. And they get a nice pistol off the back of that. A lot more aggressive, just playing together, just raw CS there towards long.
Yeah, clean. Sensei able to get that opening pick onto Zore, just getting caught out on the ramp. Zore's had a bit of a quiet game, actually, on that T side. Wasn't able to find a whole lot with the op. The only kills we really saw him get were kind of saving kills, or like at the end, they're in like a 2 versus 5. He's able to find once or something like that. Didn't really have much impact. And again, there on the pistol, gets caught out by Sensei, able to get that pick with the P250, and another one. Sensei starting off the second round right where he left off in the first, and that's the opening pick with the scout towards mid.
God, he's had that one on the hob, mate. He's kept that preheated. That scout was ready for the whole half. Whips it out of the oven. It's ready to go. He wants more as well. Up. Look at him.
They want to give him more too. They want to take it. They want to take it from him.
God, just fighting the world towards middle. His teammates playing around it. Now, finally, they are going to group up towards long and take this site if they can. In terms of what the CTs actually have to defend this, little bit of utility. They're teasing it. They got a couple of smokes to work with. X7 is just going for the raw face as well to get contact, but he leaves his corpse behind as he tries to get away. His teammates all going down as well. And this isn't looking good whatsoever for Havu here. Sangao, if they can get a clean round out of this, they'll be very content in themselves. They do suffer 1 casualty, but that's still pretty good all in all.
Oh yeah, super clean from them. Very well done. They get that 10-7. Sensei gets that opening pick towards mid. He keeps holding for that info. Spots out that there was another player there. So they have the idea that there's maximum 2 towards A. Use the weapon advantage. Take long. Overall, pretty clean round from them. Pretty easy. 4 players left alive. Building up their economy just as Havu did on their T side. Havu, of course, not going for the double force as they weren't able to do enough damage. And this is that classic Shrouded. That's a big name. And the crops are being farmed towards middle. Mac 10s galore. There's another one. And yeah, just a super, super clean round from Sangal.
God. The Mo strat, but without the scout.
Yeah.
Never really works out too well. Oh, man. That was 3 frags onto the Mac 10 as well. So Logic Man's going to be licking his lips. That's money instantly back. And now they're actually in a good spot. They've kept the game more competitive. You can forget about the first half at that point. Brings us back to a 10-8 split.
Ooh, is this going to be the brush?
Are they just going for it?
Oh, there's 4 of them over there. I don't know if they're just going to be running into B or if they're going to be heading towards lower. Oh, they're not. Honestly, I got a little excited there. I was thinking, we might see just a brush. First gun round, Dust 2. It's a classic.
Oh, I mean, it might as well be, actually, because look how fast they're playing this one. They're straight out mid, looking so confident the way they've taken this. B's going to be open, as there's only one player there. Yeah, it's just Jemmy stuck at the back of the site. The Orc does nothing. He falls. CT's on lock as the spam comes out. Only X7 can try and cause a bit of an uproar, as he'll hit the first bullet. Does give them the entry kill they needed.
There's no kit on the side of Havu either, so they do need to sort of retake this quickly. They do have 1 flash from Aerial. I'd like to see them try to go in as fast. Actually, he's away at T-spawn, so never mind. His flash is practically useless. I'm not sure if this might just be the save. They are putting a lot of pressure, but without a kit and no real entryway into this site, I don't see why they would go for this. Actually, the flash out does maybe help. That gives them an in as Logic Man goes down going aggressive. If they wait long enough for this T-spawn flank, maybe they can get something. But yeah, like I said, with no kit, there's no real way for them to get into this site. They would just be running into the crossfires.
Yes, the educated decision. Obviously, it seemed like there was a couple of seconds of debate after we saw the push out through window. But in the end, they do just go for the safe play. Slowwing going to push back up, see if he can find himself in the exits. He was ready for it as well. Smart stuff. Expected him to be close towards car. Gets 1 frag out of it. That's the trade. So 2 Ts survive off the back of that. Quick round, though. Straight out through middle. Good confidence. Just splits the B site. Jemmy was the only one there. Obviously, at that point, you're getting pushed from 2 angles. And nothing you can do.
Yeah, no, he got completely screwed over there because his team played 4 towards A. And that fast mid to B split from Sangal just completely caught them off. The rotator from Havu was not there in time. Couldn't get through that CT smoke. Obviously, it was too dangerous. And he was looking towards the window by himself there, but obviously great flash from Sangal. Just gets them entry into the site pretty much for free. This aggressive short plays coming out, and they might be able to find the pick onto Engine towards top mid here. He's just shoulder peeking for deep mid, and he does pull his gun out just in time. Spots this aggressive play, able to get 1 kick at the transfer. Aerial with the quick trade, but Paz is right there out of lower to get that one. So the aggressive play from Havu finds them 1 kill, but loses 2 bodies in the process, so not worth it all. And so he wasn't able to get aggressive towards mid doors there. I would have thought that might have been the setup where he's supposed to push through the mid doors when those fights take place and get those trades onto the lower players. If he did, he might have been able to find something. But the smoke, not able to do enough for him. As now, Havu, with the long control, can allow them to keep these 2 players towards B, but Sangal in control of this round.
Timing is going to be everything here. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. 2 players towards upper tunnels. The bomb's going to be passed over and given to Major. The brains of the operation will take that package and link up with Paz. You've now got 3 Ts all grouped at middle, but they might get shish kebabbed by the flanker of Zora. Scopes in, hits the shot onto the back. There's the second. Easy dissection from top middle as the surgeon is in session and everyone is dropping to the ground. Wants the last kill, but Sensei, will he go down that easily? He won't to the AWP, but he will to the backstab. And that's it. Havu straight back in. Nice cleanup.
Yeah, there's Zora coming into the game finally. He does just sort of W through long, though. I'm not sure how the player on short wasn't able to hear him. He just sort of ran. He decided at some point, he was like, all right, this is my time. And he just ran through that long tunnel, flanking top mid. It's the classic op flank, Dust 2. And again, we also see them bringing out the 2 ops. But that was the first time in the game we really saw Zora come into it. Hasn't had much impact so far, the Opera on the side of Havu, and now, maybe because of that, they've gone for the double op. But this is a team who favors that in general. Across Dust 2, Train, there's lots of maps where they do it, so not surprised to see them go for it again here.
managed to get
Classic
there out
T-side
for a
play.
moment.
Yeah, it's a classic T-side play, right? You go out long,
Yeah.
get that op into pit, and now the CTs have to decide, are they going to go for this long execute, or are they going to fall back and potentially take short?
Nice lurk kill from Major. Puts a little bit more pressure on them, so X7 now focusing on towards short. We can see Zori rotating as well. He is close CT. He does have that AWP, so he could always bail them out. There still hasn't been a push yet, though. This has been standard from Sangao. Straight out onto long in the first few seconds of the round. Since then, sitting pretty, toying with Havu. CT utility's still pretty good, though. 2 smokes there. You got some offensive utility in the back pockets as well.
Yeah, that kill for Major is so important because that's Havu realizing they've lost map control and they have to go back into it. Now, he's going to be scaling up towards A, and the flash comes out. Aerial goes through, and he's able to find 2 as Paz and Logic go down, and now Zore looking over the smoke, can't connect his shot. Engine's able to find him, loses a ton of HP, but 3 versus 3 now. Oh, and make that 3 versus 2. Aerial with another one through the smoke. So now Sangal needs to find a way into this site to play this post plant.
Major stuck out, baited completely, nothing that he could do. His teammate on the site only had 4 HP. At the very least, they got the bomb planted, but then he gets a bullet planted through his head. So Havu with a 12th round as they clean up on the retake, keeping both of the AWPs in circulation as well. This is looking good. They're getting closer towards shutting this game down. They're also at least knocking some of that steam that we saw from Sangao when they got plopped onto the T side. You need to stop them from getting back into the game here.
Yeah, that's an example of just one small mistake costing a team a round. They are up 5 versus 4. They got that pick on the flanker in lower, which means they know that the CTs don't have the map control to actually come and flank them long, which means they can get the execute that they want. And even still, regardless, the player just not playing anti-flash towards long means that when that flash comes through, Aerial's able to push through the smoke and pick up 2 kills for free. All it takes is one player playing anti-flash towards that wall is able to spin around and get the pick onto Aerial, but they don't do it. And then they start off this round with down 2 players as well, as these ops are able to do work. It is the bomb down on short, bomb spotted, and that's 3 kills in the round for Havu already. As now Sangal, they have invested a lot into this actually. They bought a lot of util for this short execute. The players invested a lot, but with 3 players dead before the execute can even come out, doesn't seem like the investment was worth it.
Tech9 out, into the smoke. He's flanked through CT, but instantly ready, and the Kiss of Death comes out from Slowwin to secure the 3K. There's the final frag, and Havu through that one as you'd expect. Not much that could be done with the 2 pistols that survived, but now you do have that cash injection back in. What's the buy looking like? We get the AWP back out on Sensei. It's a shame, man, as well, because you feel like, obviously, the rounds we've seen from Sensei, where he was allowed to use the weapon, it seemed pretty crisp. Although, he's missed some really pivotal AWP shots, and it feels like that's knocked him for 6 a little bit. He hasn't been getting involved with a lot of these rounds. You need him to be. Maybe
yeah, both of the primary oppers haven't really been completely on point this game. I think Zore's had a slow game. Sensei's had a bit of a slow game as well. It's actually the secondary oppers that have been doing doing most of the work with it, to be honest.
Yeah.
As you saw last round, Slowly there is able to get 3 from close mid. And now we see Zore with this aggressive play towards long. So because he has such deep long control now, it allows Havu to play super aggressive here towards this middle and B site, as we see 2 in B, 1 close mid, 1 on the ramp. This is a very, very good setup here. This is a classic 2-1-2. Because as long as Zore can hold this long control, it doesn't really matter if Sangal executes up short to plant the bomb on A, because they're going to have such deep long control with the op that the post plants, like we saw in the last half from Havu, if you don't have long control, it's super hard for you to play your post plants. But Engine actually baiting out the shot. Zore wants more, though.
Chance where they line up for the double.
He's just not feeling it today, is he? He's just not. He can't find his rhythm today.
No, man, there's been a lot of just awkward AWP shots that have been missed in general, so it's weird. Now's certainly not the time for those small inconveniences to be coming back to bite you as well. You've only got 30 seconds left in this round, Sangal. You need to do something soon. Grouped up on short. The smoke's blocking them for now. They do push out together, working with the timing. It is basically going to be the 5-on-3 here as the CTs rotate over. Won't matter, though, as they might have less manpower, but they can certainly hit more shots as the Ts are getting dropped. They do win out overall. and they keep it close. Awkward miss from Slowwind to try and stop the cross from CT. Bombs now on site. They can drop that down and secure the plant. That's a miss and a half from Logic Man, who I think just flicked off the mouse mat.
It looked like he might have. Maybe he ran out of space there just a little bit.
Just gone.
Got right to the end. I've done that a few times where I go to like whip over to my right and I just like just knock a glass straight off my desk. Just send it flying off.
Oh, that is the worst
every now and then.
Yeah, like a can or a cup remotely near the desk.
Yep.
You forget, you flick, and all of a sudden you just hear the ting, and it just flies off.
Yeah, it's gone. I have broken a glass doing that before.
Just flicking it super aggressively.
Yeah, real hard flick. Yeah, just swing on over to the right and just. It hurt my finger quite a bit too. Like my finger was a little bruised after. Like I put some real force behind my flicks, you know.
Well, if you've been punching glass, it'll probably hurt.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Probably not.
Unless you like that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're into flicking, keep it up.
If you're into punching glass, by accident, then you could potentially put a glass right next to your mouse pad and just hope you get lucky.
Other forms of entertainment are available, of course. This message was not sanctioned by Flashpoint.
No.
Oh man, let's see who's going to be flicking into a glass at the end of this round, though. Round 24 here, minute 30 on the clock. Again, nice contact early on towards B, putting a little bit of pressure on this time, so we see the dance with the nades, exchanging the smokes and Molotov. Didn't think we'd see that, though. Straight through the smoke, Logic Man hitting one and taking down Jemmy. Look how much damage has actually been done here. B is being held by one AWPer with 9 HP.
Ooh, yeah, and he actually does get spotted towards back plat, but this fast mid to B play is coming out as he's looking for one and not able to connect on either. They just happen to peek out at the perfect times. Completely split his crosshair, can't pick a target. It is going to be round over for Havu as they're just calling for the save. They do have one op, 2 rifles, lots of util, actually a ton of util, oh my god. So many Molotovs and smokes being saved, and Sangal does want to hunt this a little bit. They have a bit of money, they don't want to throw too many people away, but if they could just do a little bit of damage here, this would be worth it.
Aerial.
Even taking one gun out.
I mean, I was going to say he's heard him, but I suppose it wouldn't matter if he's just leapt in front of you, straight off the bounce pad into the peak. You can't
Just
prepare
came
for
in.
it. Yeah, you
No,
can't
you
prepare
can't.
for it.
That was such a genuine laugh. Like when I saw that, I was just thinking about how I would feel if I was in his position. I would just be like, man, I hate this guy. Like, I hate him so much for that.
Just leaping around the corner.
Like, I'm in such a random spot. I'm in T-spawn. I'm just hiding here in this corner and just bounces straight off the railing, lands in front of me, and flying AKs me in the face. I'd just be so upset.
It would be pain. It would be real pain.
I would be raging. I'd have to pick a teammate to blame, honestly.
Right, you've lost just the round.
Yeah, I'd have to pick a team. Maybe I just yell at my B player for dying earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, just let the aggression out. Ooh, like this. Start swinging. Start taking it out on the team. Sangal really feeling full front of the damage here, taking more from the nades as well, as they couldn't actually navigate out through long efficiently. And this looks so rough, dude. They walk back into long, the nades hitting them on the shoelace, they're tripping over one another, they've got no idea where the CTs are, they're getting shot at, and all of a sudden it's only Sensei left looking to deny the 14th round.
Yeah, Havu decided to dedicate 4 players to this A play, and it works out perfectly for them. They had 2 players aggressive towards short and 2 players towards long. So because they had 2 towards long, Sangal just wasn't expecting the double aggressive short as well. The op boost able to get the kill, but the big one is obviously Slowy from pit, able to get that double kill on Sangal, trying to run through those smokes. The flashes, though, just weren't good enough, right? He was just in the pit, in the open, staring at the smokes, and just kills 2 of them for free. The flash is mistimed from Sangal there. Havu, because of it, able to get a clean round. 5 players all staying alive, which means their money's great. And they're going for it again, actually, aggressive out towards long, and this time they're able to find one. One trade does come back towards top mid. That was actually Slowy going aggressive towards short, pushing all the way to top mid. But a lot of damage done to Sangal here.
There might be a whole lot more damage inflicted to him as well, though, as X7 just waiting for the cross with the support of Slow Wind. They're going to peek out and unload, unleashing damage onto Sangao, leaving it all on one Lone Ranger that won't be alive for very long. Plucked out of the air on the cross, and that's the 15th round chalked up. Havu, the first map, is now in the palm of their hands. If they win here on Dust 2, they will be set up for success on Nuke.
Yeah, I don't know if that was maybe a little bit of tilt or just a bit of a misbuy from Sangal, but last round, they bought so much into that round for pretty much no reason. Like, they did like a half buy with Tech 9s, armor, a Mac 10, some nades, right? And then now this round, because of it, they have no utility. Look, they have 2 smokes, 1 flash, and a Molotov. If I'm naming all of them, there's only 4, I might as well. They only have 4 pieces of util for this round. And like last round, if you're gonna take the eco, just save, man. Like, just eco. That way you can get a full buy on the gun round and give yourself a chance at overtime. But now they're relying entirely on gunfights.
Every single one of these bits of utility are worth their weight in gold at the minute. Who will be getting the buttery gold off the back of this round? Can Havu secure it and end the game here? The push out towards B. Luckily, his bullets magnetized there. They hit onto Logic Man, and they drop him down to 24 HP. But frags are going to be the real commodity, not just damage. And right now, the frags are falling in favor of Sangao. Zori opts to try and be the difference maker, though. Straight in through the window. There's the second pick with the AWP. He could end the game right now if he hits the hat trick. Drops down onto the site, licking his lips for this one as he wants to force this. But it won't happen, Davey. Paz bails out and sprints down towards lower arm with the AK. Does he hear them? They instead just smoke him. Paranoia's got to be rising through the roof. He's going to be hyperventilating.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for him to even get into B here, too, because he knows he's going up against the AWP. Yep, crouches on out. Zora takes him down, and he was the hero of that round. Again, ending up finishing 15-15. We didn't really see him come into this game much right up until the end, but again, that last round able to secure it. So in the end, as long as you win the rounds in the end, that's all that matters.
Yeah, normally that is how it works, and all in all, that's how it works out there. They were able to pick that one up. It's rough, man. It feels like Sangao, really slow start on the CT side, right? We saw them come alive a little bit more. T side, they got into it. The pistol did a lot for them. But yeah, a bit of a weird one, a slow start. But luckily, we've got some hot stuff, of course, rejoining us as Freya is live on location, ready to get this show a bit more professional again.
Thank you very much, Jackie. You're ever the professional. Don't be any discredit to you guys. Fantastic job in that first game as well, but maybe not such a fantastic job from the side of Sangor. We were kind of prefacing it coming into this one, Davey, that this was going to be their pick if it was to hopes of taking this best of 3 series. And as you were just saying there, Jackie, a bit of a slow start for them in that first half. So where do you feel like the key kind of issues were for getting off the bat really hot?
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know if you said Jackie. Have I just overtaken you? I thought I've come in, stolen your line.
Who knows? It's impossible to know, honestly. There's no evidence either, so we'll never know.
That's true. Never watched the VOD back, and we'll just assume. I'll give it to you, mate. You take it.
Yeah, I think that even though that was Sangal's best map, it was clearly their best map when you look at all their most recent games played. I think that regardless of that Sangal was just not... They just didn't have enough on those early rounds, right? Even on the CT side, they were only able to pick up 5 rounds, and even of those 5 rounds, 3 of those probably easily could have gone the way of Havu. It was post plants where they just didn't find good positions. So I think that Sangal that was their main chance to win this one. They had to win Dust 2 and then hope to cause an upset on Nuker Train. I think now Sangal is in such a tough spot. I don't see how Havu doesn't just pick up the second map here and just sort of easy 2-0 this one.
Yeah, tough spot indeed. And any thoughts from yourself, Jackie, coming into this first map?
I mirror a lot was what was said by Davey there. I do think in terms of the series now, it's looking like this is probably going to be quite cutthroat for Sangao to get back into it. Map-wise, I think CT half kind of did them in. Positionally, it felt like it was a little bit lackluster. They left themselves really susceptible to A site being taken. It was pretty much just the one AWP defending it the whole time. And the issue is he just wasn't hitting his shots, right? We saw so many misses coming out from Sangao that were pivotal. Maybe there was more of a game there if they got into it a little bit sooner on CT, but I think that was the real issue.
Yeah, real struggle indeed. And Davey, you were kind of prefacing coming into this series. We were looking at Havu as potentially being a bit more of a structured team coming into this. Do you feel like that potentially caught Sangol off guard with the typical playstyle we see from them?
I don't know if it necessarily caught them off guard. It seemed to me that they sort of, it was almost like they weren't really awake yet on that early side of Dust 2, right? On that CT side, they were giving up picks early quite a bit. They were trying to go for those aggressive picks on CT sides we generally see them go for, but they weren't able to actually get anything from it, right? Havu was getting all the entry picks, they were taking the map control, and they were the ones who were able to get into those bomb sites. So I don't know exactly what would have caught them off guard. I think Sangal tried to play their game, and maybe they're not. I think Havu was just too good. I think Havu is a really good Dust 2 team. Like I said, even though Sangal, Dust 2 is their best map, Havu there are no slouches on it, right? Like they are a good Dust 2 team. So I think they sort of just kind of ran in. They just ran into kind of a brick wall almost. Havu was they're too good. Havu is a really good team, and Sangal just weren't really able to compete. I think, like Jackie said in the pregame, man for man, Havu just sort of outclassed them.
Yeah, maybe that was sort of setting up our expectations coming into this one. Jackie, was Javi playing kind of how you expected them to be coming out in this first best of 3 series?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of expectations now, it should be fairly smooth sailing, right? Havu are looking pretty good on the day. They've come out fresh with a Dust 2 win. Now you've got your map as well, where it can really lean into their hands. It should be a simple 2-0. If anything, it would be definitely an exciting change of pace if somehow we were pushed to a third map. If they can do it, we'd really need to see a change of face from Sangal. So everything on them now.
Well, the first map of this best of 3 series has been wrapped up, but the dust hasn't settled just yet on this series. Nuke will be our second map of the series, and a chance to see if Sangal can redeem themselves, but it's going to be a challenge on Havu's pick. We'll be seeing you in just a moment after the break. Havu steal their opponent's pick to open up the series here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, now leaving Sangul with one final lifeline if they hope to continue their journey in the upper bracket. And I've, of course, got the wonderful Jackie and Davey here to break down this next destination with me. And Davey, it's going to be a tricky one if you're in the side of Sangul, because it is Nuke, and we're looking at Havu's win rate on this map. They are definitely no slouches coming into the second one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sangul, Havu just happened to be really good at a lot of maps, and the vetoes didn't really go in their favor now, because we see Havu, even on Sangul's map pick, at a 70% win rate coming into this. So now we look at Nuke, I think it was like a 76 or 77% win rate, and then if for some reason we do end up going to Train, that is technically Havu's best map. So this is a very, very, very tough best of 3 for Sangul. It started off tough, and now it's even harder.
Yeah, an incredibly tough veto to be getting into indeed. And speaking of our second destination, which will be Nuke, of course, Havu's pick coming into this one. Jackie, what are your kind of expectations, having seen them already taking their opponent's pick to begin this series?
Honestly, looking at what we've got here with Nuke, I feel like this could be fairly quickly. This could shut down sort of like a 16-9, something in that kind of region, where Havu come out, just close it down. You've won the hard part of the series with the Dust 2 start, where it could have gone iffy if it was going to. Now you're just looking at smooth sailing, right? Coast it out, close this one down, have a level head knowing that you're one game closer in the qualifier.
Well, to play devil's advocate, we don't want to be giving it up too much for Sangul. So where do you feel like, if they're potentially going to be coming back into this series, Davey, who do you think we need to be focusing on from the side of Sangul?
I think on Dust 2, we saw Logic Man's getting some picks with the op. On Nuke, it's a little bit harder to run double ops on CT sides, so I don't know if he's going to be the one opping or if it is going to be Sensei. That's sort of where there's sort of that maybe aspect in there. It's like, will he, like, if he's the ramp player, maybe he'll be picking up double ops and could potentially have some impact with it. Obviously, Paz was on point in the last game. Same with Engine. So it's, those are the sort of the players you're looking at, right? Because Sensei, even though he is their primary opper, we didn't actually see a lot from him with that op on Dust 2. I didn't see anything that makes me believe he's going to all of a sudden have this super high impact play on Nuke. So I think that overall we're going to be looking at the riflers, sort of Paz and Engine, and potentially Logic Man, depending on sort of where he plays on the map, to have sort of this impact on Nuke. And like you said, you can't count them out. There's too much skill on the team to count them out completely. They can always pop off, potentially upset here, but Havu definitely favorites going into it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you pick up on the AWPing aspect as well, because the narrative we were sort of looking at on that first map of Dust 2 in terms of the primary AWP was Jackie. Potentially a little bit surprising. We didn't really see too much out of either side coming into this one. Do you feel like Nuke potentially might be a bit of a shift in terms of what we see from these AWPers?
Yeah, absolutely right. Havu, again, they should have more of a field day in the way they can approach it now. It works a lot better on Dust 2 in terms of just having to be able to take the fight towards outside if you want to support towards ramp. You've got a lot of angles to pick and choose from. Is that going to help Sangul out as well? I suppose it's another flip side, right? Could get them into the game. They were struggling with the AWPs. New territory might help them.
Yeah, if you're from the side of Sangul as well as Jackie, anybody you're going to be particularly focusing on as a potential difference maker for the second map?
I think it's got to be Paz again. He showed up massively into the early rounds. He was able to kind of get the free Ks here and that they needed to secure the odd 1 or 2 rounds they got on CT side. If he comes out big, gives them a leg up into the series now, I think that's probably what they need.
Yeah, and it was interesting. It's something you were picking up on that first map, Davey. You were saying, it potentially seemed like from the side of Sangul, it was relying too much on those individual players to be popping off in those rounds. So are you hoping for a little bit more potential team play coming into the second map?
To be completely honest, no. I don't think. I think if they try to out team play Havu on Nuke, I think they're gonna just get run over. I think they almost need that random factor, right? They need to try to use their skill, take advantage of it. Early aggressive flash plays, set people up to try to get picks, bait setups, gamble stacks. Like, this is one of those games that if you're Sangul, you're playing against Havu on their map pick. They have better team play than you on this map specific. Probably, in my opinion, across most maps, but this map specifically. Then in that situation, you have to be going for those aggressive plays. You have to try to disrupt them. You can't try to out counter-strike them, right? You can't try to out team play them because it just won't work.
Yeah, that's something that you were setting up coming into this series, Jackie, was you were saying your expectations really were on Havu to be taking this one just because we see that team play coming out for them time and time again.
Absolutely. I think that's where they've got the better strategy down. It's a little bit harder, and obviously I'm slightly skewed because in terms of some of the results I've seen from Sangao and how on my radar they are, right? Like you see them pop up now and then. It's more the history that I'm basing a lot of this off because you've still got a core group of players there. You've seen sort of, Major, Engine, all of them running around for years, so it's still easy to make good decisions on how this team should play. But in terms of their recent form, I haven't seen crazy amounts of them. It did seem like their strategy just wasn't as on form. A lot of gaps that were left in their defense positionally on the CT side does too. Any of those little crevices you leave open, Havu just going to have a field day cracking those open. You get onto Nuke where it's harder again as well. I just think every road is leading to that the strategy should be way better for Havu, and that, as we were saying, Sangao, they're going to have to do something outrageous to get in.
Yeah, they really are going to have something outrageous because we're looking at the win percentage. You bring it up earlier, Davey, for the side of Havu, and then we flip things over to Sangor, a 35% win rate most recently in the last 3 months on Nuke. So things are going from bad to worse for Sangor potentially.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for them on Nuke. Like I was saying, I don't know how they're going to find a way to sort of break down Havu here. Thankfully, from their point of view, they did win the knife round, so they are going to be starting on CT side. So that's a good thing, right? That could potentially help them build some momentum. But again, CT side Counter-Strike right now, if you don't win those early rounds, if you don't start building your economy early, if it's a scrappy game, which is kind of what they want to go for, then that actually hurts the CT side, right? So because they're going to be losing a lot of people, rebuying guns. I think it's going to be really hard for them to sort of find their way into it. I think Havu's probably going to be able to run away with this on T-side Nuke.
Yeah, and I love that you touch upon the momentum there, because Jackie, as we've just seen, Havu taking the first map of the series being Sangor's pick. So if you're kind of looking for Havu to be continuing that momentum, what should we be expecting to be seeing from them coming into Nuke?
Man, I think in terms of showing that they've still got, some steam left to give and being able to keep that momentum rolling over now, it's in terms of the aggression. I think that's where a lot of that will come back to help them the most. You look at that roster, I think Major, with the type of leader that he is, with the style that he brings out in this team, it's more about the aggressive strategy they're going to have on T side more than anything. We saw them looking a little bit better on T side, but it just wasn't all there on Dust 2. Here you have the opportunity of fresh faces. You come in, you've had a little bit of downtime now before the first map. You can try and forget about it. Just take it as a best of one, right? Because Nuke, effectively at this point, that's all it is to you. Go in there fresh in the server and play aggressively again. Play like we expected to see from Sangao in terms of the firefights more than the strategy. If they go out there guns blazing, that's where they should at least have a fair chance of getting into the game. If they look a bit deflated when we kick this one off on the pistol, already I'm going to be thinking that Havu should have an edge.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point to be bringing up, because we flipped things back over onto Dust 2, Davey, and that's where we saw Sangor really struggling, was coming out in those initial rounds. It seemed like they just couldn't get that momentum going from the beginning.
Yeah, and even when they did win some of those rounds, like where they ended up getting those diffuses, they won those post plants, right? They were able to shut out Havu. There was a few of the rounds in a row. I think they won one, lost one, then won two. And then they lost the next one, and then they were just broken, right? Like they were just screwed at that point, and that's what can happen on CT side, right? Even if you win those close rounds, if you win the tight ones, but then you lose like literally one round, all of a sudden on CT side, your money's in the bin, right? It's done, it's over, and that's the situation they might find themselves here in again on Nuke, because I think even if they get scrappy and they're able to win some early rounds, Havu overall should be able to outclass them tactically on the map, which means that those scrappy rounds are going to come back to haunt them in sort of the mid game of this first half.
And maybe we should shift our attention to a couple of players we were putting under the microscope, so we say, coming into this best of three series. We were talking about that deadly duo from Ent who moved over onto the side of Havu Jackie. So where were your expectations for these guys, and did they show up in terms of this first map of the series?
I think it's been looking clean. We've seen, everyone actually showing up quite nicely for Havu. Right? I think their entire team is positive. It's actually only Jemmy that underperformed on the first map. But yeah, I mean, they've come in, they showed up for the first map on Dust 2. There was some outrageous peaks with the way they were playing it as well. So I think like the whole team looks pretty confident. The way they were approaching their CS, it wasn't shaky, it wasn't standard. They were taking some bold swings throughout D2. They were willing to take fights, which goes to show, it's not a matter of them coming in today. And we know historically they have the skill. They are showing it. They look like they're willing to sling it around a little bit. So obviously you go into Nuke again, where it's more your map pick. If they were looking good before, I'd hope they should look even better, because now you've just got the added benefit of being somewhere you're even more comfortable.
Yeah, comfortable indeed. And of course, there are multiple matches going on here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. We had 16 teams competing for those 5 spots. Maybe we could take a look at some of the other results that we've been seeing. As Davey, we were saying earlier, 16-0 for Mouse Sports. We're starting off on that map one. A 16-6 then for the second map of the series. So things aren't looking cute for Little Mix.
No, not looking good for them. I will say that game was probably, of all the draws in the bracket, that one was probably the most one-sided. No disrespect to Lil Mix, of course, but Mouse Sports, obviously, you'd put them in sort of a different class. I don't think anybody, well, I mean, maybe somebody would have expected a 16-0, but not very many people. 16-0s are pretty rare. Like, you have to be, one team's got to be really feeling it, and one team's got to be real off for a 16-0 to happen.
Yeah, not a great start for Little Mix indeed. But of course, we do have that lower bracket, so they will be falling down into that to try and keep their tournament life. And then a matchup that you were talking about a little bit as well, Jackie, was Double Pony versus Dignitas. We're starting off with Nuke as the first map of that series. And Nuke is where we've seen Dignitas recently looking incredibly hot. They managed to take down Team Liquid just a week ago, the Blast Showdown as well.
Man, I'm looking at that game now as well, and it feels so unlucky, right? Because you go up against Dig, you're coming in, Dig have been looking on the up and up, and for Double Pony, they haven't even had a chance to really sort of, wipe the sweat off their brow. I was just checking what the result was on the previous best of 3 that they played before this, right? That goes 2-1 in favor of the Dice that have beaten them. So Double Pony, you've lost a game that you've put a good 4 hours to from the start of the morning. You then go straight in to play that best of 3 versus Dig. They must be feeling a little bit tired after that one, surely.
Yeah, a question of stamina indeed, and potentially a question for stamina coming back into this series with Sangul being down that one map. And if we're going to be shifting our attention over to them, Davey, anything you're particularly looking for them to be shifting from that first map of the series? Any kind of glaring holes that we saw from that Dust 2?
Honestly, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't so much that there was any glaring holes or any huge mistakes or any necessarily like bad play. It was just that Havu sort of outclassed them, right? They kind of were the better team across the map. And I think we're going to see a lot of the same on Nuke. I think, like I was saying, for Sangal, maybe try to get more scrappy, more in their face, more disruptive. And that's kind of, I think, their only win condition here on Nuke. I mean, maybe it depends on how, I guess it depends on how long they've known the matchups for this. And maybe they could have prepared for the veto. They would have expected Havu to pick Nuke, or potentially they would have expected Havu to pick Train. I'm not really sure how that would have gone. So it depends on how long they've known the matchup and how much time they've had to prep. Maybe if they've had a lot of time to prep, then they know stuff about Havu's T side that they're going to be able to take advantage of. That's always a factor. It really just depends on how much prep time they've had and how much they've decided to actually work into that.
Yeah, and if we're looking at them starting on that T side of things, or on the side of Havu, Jackie, where are your expectations for how they're going to be starting off the second map of the series?
For Havu, again, I think they're going to come out bold here in terms of the way they play it. Get in early, get to grips with the game, especially with the delay, obviously, in terms of the first map into the second map here. The longer that goes on, where really I'd say the slower Sangala when they come back into it, I think that's going to be more of an edge for Havu, because you're straight coming in. This is the map you've been looking forward to, really. The hard part's already out of the way, so at this point they're just relaxing. Sangal, I feel like the tempo is going to hurt them an awful lot more. This should be a fast game, though, in terms of just, the actual mid-round. I'm looking for it to get a little bit more hectic. I think both of them will approach it with more confidence than what we saw on Dust 2 at the very least.
And if we can continue to put some of these players under the microscope for this map specifically, we kind of picked a couple that we were going to be focusing on for that Dust 2 from either side of the equation. Davey, is anybody you're really going to be looking towards coming into this one?
If I'm looking at the side of Havu, I would probably say, again, even though Zore had a bit of a slow game on Dust 2, I would expect him to hopefully at least sort of come into his own here on Nuke. We saw him right towards the end of Dust 2 actually have a few rounds, got a little bit, he sort of picked it up a bit right towards the end of Dust 2. Again, it's Nuke, so Oppers don't have a huge impact, but then you look over at a team like Navi, and obviously it's not fair to compare anybody to Simple, okay? It's just not. He's the GOAT. But Simple's able to find a ton of impact on Nuke with the op on CT side and T side. And Zore plays, he's a really, like I've said, I can't say enough good things about this guy. So I would look to him on this T side to maybe start creating impact, looking for picks with that op, out the squeaky door, outside. They love to sort of work those slow outside takes where he has a lot of impact. So I would look to him mostly for Havu to potentially be the one creating the most space here on T side.
Are you agreeing with that same sentiment, Jackie, that potentially Zoro may have just had a little bit of a slow start to Dust 2? Not that it mattered because they eventually sealed the map anyway. Potentially, do you see more of him coming out from Nuke?
Absolutely. Again, it's right in the sense that if you put him in a position where he can use the AWP to the best of his capabilities, he probably will. He tends to show up with it a lot. So, yeah, I think so. I don't see any reason why he should struggle too much getting back into it. Obviously, in terms of his actual stats from that D2 game as well, he went 15 to 15, so not even negative.
Yeah. No.
Well, we're not going to wait a moment longer to be getting into the action. Nuke is up next for this first best of 3 series of the day, and we can see if Sangol can claim it and take it to a third. So, guys, take it away.
Oh, thank you, Freya. All right, well, here we go then, mate. Looks like we're getting ourselves ready for this one. We're on Nuke, of course, so map 2 here out of the best of 3 in the closed qualifiers to see who is going to Flashpoint 3. That's what we're playing for, and that's what these two teams are currently fighting to stay alive in.
Oh.
He's
and
lost his
the
legs.
immediate crater from X7. Kneecaps are broken. They're going fast towards outside here, though, and lots of fights taking place. Sensei looking for more, able to find a second. Trades galore happening outside here, and he's just all by himself. That's the bomb being sandwiched. Zori looking for more, but Logic Man connecting with that headshot, and there's another one for Sensei. So 4 kills from Hell. He's able to take down Havu. They tried going aggressive outside. X7 breaks his ankles, knees, everything right off the bat. And Sangol able to just completely shut that down. The crossfires coming in from the connector and from the heaven. And that is going to be the first round for Sangol. So that's obviously a good start, right? On Havu's map pick, taking the CT pistol.
Well, probably the dream. I think that sort of, it answers the question of when Freya says, what do we expect to see here in terms of the game? And I said, I think they'll get aggressive. I don't think there's much more aggressive than that. They just sprint at one another windmilling like they've come out of Weatherspoons with too many to drink, and they beat each other to a pulp. So there you go. That's how the first round goes, with Sangol picking one up. Nice moves with the MP9 as well to secure themselves a second, as all of the frags are secured onto SMG. So clean from Sangol.
Yeah, a little bit of money being built up. We see Logic there now with 56k. Jeez, not 56k, 5,600. He is loaded. Yeah.
God, hang on a minute. We've had a last-minute change. He's invested into game, and he's made himself some money for round 2.
Yeah, fortunately for him, he did manage to just have 1 Bitcoin in game that he was able to sell, and now they are absolutely loaded. But no, so Havu, they do go for the full save last round, which is why we see this full AK buy, and up against the 3 SMGs from Sangol, and you can see, look at, they're just going for these aggressive outside fights, right? They don't even want to take the risk with the MP9s.
Keep your distance. I mean, it might actually work out quite nicely for them, especially when the timing works very well for that frag, spamming through the smoke, as it will be squeaky clean to shut down the first CT. Paz is dead. There's the trade back from the AWP as well. So we are left into a 4-on-4. They've already slipped down into that lower site. They've secured it, and they're holding already.
Yeah, they've just they went right down there. The AWP went for that aggressive pick towards Hut. And Havu didn't expect the AWP, that's for sure, because they just sort of crossed outside. They went quickly. They sort of ran across right outside. And if there was an AWP out there, it could have caused problems. But the AWP being in Hut meant that they were able to cross for free. And now this post plant is going to be really hard for Sangol to retake.
They're revving their engines, ready with utility as well. Flashes have to be perfect, though, as Zori from the close angle. Like Zoro with his sword, he could cut through all of them in one foul swoop. Instead, they'll offer themselves a sacrifice 1 by 1. They really are going 1 by 1. They missed with the AWP as well, so the backstab will shut down the last man. And Havu, they give up 2 rounds to start the game, but as soon as they get rifles to work with, they secure their first. Yeah,
they absolutely do. Those AKs, that AK buy, working out perfectly. And again, Sangol, they tried to just do that full retake from ramp, right? All 4 players coming down the ramp. It's just not going to work out. There's not enough. They're funneling themselves into those choke points, and with the AKs, Havu's able to just secure it. So now Sangol finds himself in such a tough spot. They do have a decent amount of money, obviously 3 rifles being bought, but only the scout onto Sensei, and that AWP was recovered from Zore. So AWP delivery service, Havu, the ones who end up making bank on that round. Sorry, not able to find him. Ooh, and there it is. The shot actually connects from Sensei, gets the damage, but AWP versus Scout, AWP comes out on top.
It is a tag, though. And that damage will still be there. So the likelihood that someone could finish him off was a potential reality. The issue is, though, Davey, no one might even be breathing, so no one will have the chance to shut the man down. There's only 2 CTs left now, with just Logic Man and Major, both of them in fairly awkward positions. Can't really work with one another. Best bet for Major, maybe do some damage if they push in towards B, but with that further frag found on A, it looks like this is all said and done.
Yeah, with 50 seconds, they're just going to try to find him, right? Just like figure out where he is and just kind of go the opposite direction. They don't have any need to, you know, there's no need to give him a chance into this round. There's no need to just sort of run into him. We see they are just going to go plant on A. So yeah, he's just stuck here. And again, that, like I was saying, that outside play from Havu, they like to do those slow clears on outside where they let the Opper work those picks. They throw the util for him. They let him work the picks. He's able to find one, and that creates the space for Jemmy to push all the way up towards Hell and find the kill on the rotator. Major is able to get one back, but now they know where he is, and I can't imagine they let him get away with this AK. It looks like they might actually. It looks like they're just gonna hold on to all their guns, build their economy, let them save this one, and just take the round instead. So that's 2-2 now. Havu securing 2 gun rounds back to back. This should be an eco round next round for Senegal.
All right, so we get it as close and as competitive as can be in these first rounds. Obviously, Zore there as well. The question being answered already. Will he have a better performance coming into this map? He had 15 frags on Dust 2. He's already had 7 kills here in 4 rounds. So
yeah.
Looks like he's feeling it, mate. I feel like this time, you know, he's come in fresh.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I said, it's the way that Havu takes this outside control. He has so much opportunity to look for picks and look for kills. And the only way Senegal's really going to be able to counter him is either with those aggressive outside plays or by getting an op themselves to shut down those angles. But based on their money right now, I don't even think they're going to be able to afford an op next round. This boost could do something though, and it absolutely will do nothing as he just immediately goes down. 1 shot connected, but of course that's not enough unless it's on the head. That's just basic Counter-Strike. Ariel, boy, actually, he even wants more. He's going aggressive in towards the big garage here, and they're just finding all these frags. Paz does have the AK, trying to look for something himself, but with Ariel here, he doesn't want to let them get anything. Paz able to get 1, but they know exactly where he is now, and this should be the round for Havu. Slowy might even be able to upgrade on that Mac 10.
He was trying his luck. He was hoping they'd give him his 1s and he'd be able to at least make something more out of that, get it a bit more messy, but not going to go that way. In the end, he gets shut down, and of course, this now leaves us here with Senegal being able to finally buy up back into it. All M4s all across the board, so no AWPs in play whatsoever. The only one of them remaining in play is going to be on Zori, so this just makes his life even easier. We're still securing those picks. If he can find them a swift entry here, and I'm terrified for how's early CT half's going to go, because already it seems like Havu, they've got that confidence back.
Yeah, and they're throwing these same outside smokes pretty much every single round that land towards the mini and the big garage here, as we can see. So it's a lot of pressure being put because they don't know where they could be going with them. But Sensei here, the time, like you always say, timing is everything, and Ariel just walks right through the smokes, spots the player onto Mustang, and gets the entry pick. That's Logic Man down when he can't connect the second, but that Molotov will finish him off, and that will be the A bomb site here for Havu. And again, Senegal's defense just being ripped apart here by Havu.
That's all it took. 1 man to slip through the cracks, open up the A site, and leave this round already set in stone as a Havu 4th. The last 2 CTs. Again, what have we got to work with here? Major towards Secret, scurrying away, hoping to keep the M4. Sensei doing the same thing, but towards CT spawn. Not looking like there is too much John Rambo play coming out from Havu, so it should be the save, both of these players, if they play their cards right. Major, though, he's teasing it a little bit. I was scared for a second there.
Yeah, no, they definitely want to hold on to these guns. They are not in a good financial situation. Take like $50 between both alive players right now. So
they could go see a movie or something.
Yeah, you could. You go see a movie. You could buy a decoy grenade in game. Wait, can you? Yeah, you can. It's 50. Yeah. Those, you know, if they change decoy grenades, I don't know if you. Obviously, we've played Danger Zone a little bit.
Yeah,
decoys in
the
Danger
footstep.
Zone. Yeah, it's footsteps instead. I think if they made that change and put that into like obviously the competitive game, I think that makes decoy grenades a little bit more viable. Honestly.
I think it makes them broken, because you just, for anyone that hasn't seen it, for context, in Danger Zone, the decoys instead just play loads of footstep sounds, so it just really throws you off. You just think that someone's there. So obviously you take one of those, you're in a clutch, just drop a little decoy, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, they would actually make them viable, but I think you would have to increase the price, maybe make it 100 or 200. But it would be a thing, you know, it would be a thing people might actually start buying.
True, it would be less than a meme when you got $50 left and you're like, all right, I might as well have a decoy.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah.
Not hurting anybody. Not hurting anybody. Engin, though, he looks like he is on a mission to unleash some hurt, although I should have said that about Paz. Peek onto the player holding towards Squeaky. That's an opening frag. Engin could do so much more, though, as he beams down from behind, hitting 1 on 2x7. The T's now thrown into a treacherous position, looking a little bit more panicked. And the Deagle faces are still working out well. Paz inflicting damage. It allows the peek from Sensei, and we fall into a 1v1. Oh. The spray nearly did it. He was holding mouse 1 and hoping that Divine Intervention would come into effect, but it didn't. Major clutches out the round and gives Sangao a third.
Yeah, Ariel was able to find 3, but the Deagles from Sangal, that aggressive play towards lobby, Paz able to find 1, Engine able to find 1, and all of a sudden that round completely fell apart for Havu. They didn't have the people holding for the pushes that they needed to be, but sometimes that does just happen. You know, the Deagles have the ability to do that. Only $700, 1 bullet to the head, and it's all over. So, they're going for aggressive A though.
Straight in. Oh, here we go. Through the vent already. They've been able to secure 3 players down. No response from the CTs. The B bomb plant is what is on the cards. And another frag is now dropped into the coffers as well, as we see Engin slain on the ramp. Logic Man fast enough to react here. Straight into decontamination as he'll peek out. Hits a clean shot. Responsible utility to try and slow him down, but he's still pushing forward and nothing can stop him. That is nothing until he gets assaulted by the AK.
Yeah, 7 finally does stop him, but again, Sangal going for this 3-man retake from the ramp that gives the T's prime position here to play this post plant. No kits on the board either from Sangal that I can see, unless they know there's one in the site they might be able to pick up.
Wow.
They got all the kills, but they just don't have time to defuse. Yeah, no kits yet again. Not able to pick up that defuse. And just a little bit of a misplay there. There's some players, like Major, I know had the money for one. Maybe Logic Man had one on his body somewhere and they just weren't able to get to it in time. But yeah, without any kits, Havu, despite the fact that they all take their fights and lose, which is a little bit unnecessary to begin with, it ends up not mattering because no kit on the side for Sangal means it's another round for Havu.
It's rough. You can hit your shots, but if you don't have the kit, you're not going to get the round. And they feel that, obviously. Trailing slightly here on the CT side. The money's in a bit of a rough one as well. Engin's down on the MP9 because Paz died last round. Sensei's at least out on the AWP. And he's currently doing 1 frag better than Zorek. Ooh, if we look at the current KDs, won't matter though, as the killing is equally spread so far into this round. Constant fighting back. Engin coming in to flank the Hut player. Actually gets legged. They spam out with the AWP onto the first. There's only 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. So this round has been lightning fast. 1 T alive. Doubles down towards ramp. He's trying to make a play out of this, Davey.
Yeah, super aggressive plays from Sangal there. And from Havu is Ariel drops down into the connector and is able to find 2. But now, in this 1 versus 3, Zore needs to try to find 3. And he has not been able to find 1 yet. Although he did connect on a shot onto Engine. He's looking for more here towards the secret. But Sangal not giving him anything just yet.
Zore fires off his opening shot. They know where he is now. As he jumps into the vent, the ankle's being held, but he'll try and take off his elbow. Can't. It'll work out better for Paz as he peeks into it and punishes. 5-4. Game's kept close. That's a shame for Havu. The straight back in, just getting mullered by the MP9 push from behind. Just weren't ready for the aggression.
Yeah, Ariel dropped down into the connector there and was able to get 2 kills. Already got 2 entries onto the A site, but the third was just able to eventually shut him down. And the split from Havu was just mistimed. I'm not sure if Sangal had thrown good counter util to slow them down. With only 1 player coming out of Hut and nobody coming out through the door, they just weren't able to capitalize on the kills that Ariel got.
Well, here's the utility. Already coming out with full force. setting the site ablaze. Slowin going to be walking up with the Molotov to ignite CT vent. The charges onto the site. Hasn't seen him. Had no idea Paz was still lurking from behind. And the big powerhouse that he is, he cuts his way through them, dropping us down to only 2 Ts left alive. And they're not going to be teasing their chance of winning this round, as it's only X7. Actually, he gets out for the bomb plant. They don't peek onto him as well, so they are just giving him a bit of extra money. And I was thinking maybe they would give him a 1v1 as well, but they overwhelm him on the peak towards double door, and they do close it up. So here we go, 5-5. It's actually going to be a competitive game on Nuke here.
Yeah, sneaky plant from him there. He planted in a spot that they just wouldn't have expected him to be. So no Sangal players peeked out to clear it, was able to get the plant. So they are still going to be on eco, but it just gives them a little bit more breathing room going into the next round. That 2,700 bonus. But yeah, Sangal able to pick up their 5th, tying it up on Nuke. And now can Havu with the Deagles do what Sangal did to them earlier in this game? 1 Deags galore.
Deag City. You got the deco on the go. Let's see if they can make it a memorable one. Straight out towards outside. Timing again being in favor of Havu. Sensei was readjusting with Yorp, eventually gets himself settled as he finds the frag and tries to bait them into the mastermind himself. Major ready for that one as he'll plick him out of the air. So 3 Ts left alive. The Deagle numbers are dwindling and it's getting even worse. Maybe one of them will hit a 1 Deag or maybe all of them will just get absolutely annihilated by Major.
Yeah, and this has turned out to be a really good round from Sangal. 4 players remaining last round, 5 now this round. Slowy's not able to even find 1, which he's not. That's 5 players alive, and now Sangal putting themselves in a great position on CT side. Tons of money in the bank. They're leading the scoreline here, 6-5. Another buy will come in from Havu. And will they mix it up? Will they still go for that super aggressive play towards the A bomb set? We've seen them do it, I think that's 2 or 3 rounds in a row now on the gun rounds. Will they do it again, or will they try to mix it up? Because Sangal and maybe have found a way to stop it.
And this game really has been keeping that high tempo up the whole time as well. It's not been live super long. We're already almost through this first half, so you've seen that constant aggression from either team. Sangal willing to do this, sent Engin basically on a, I don't know, just a W mission the whole way to backstab every time. He has never played ramp in a passive position over the course of this whole half, and once again he's trying to backstab, working with his teammates. He peeks out, awkward angle, but he still wins it.
That's the second time he's won that exact fight against Slowy as well, up on top of that blacktop as he pushes through trophy. He's able to get that pick, but Major going aggressive himself despite being up 5 versus 4. And so because of that, he dies, and when timing, Engine's able to get 1. Paz trades 1 back, but now it's 2 versus 3. Although a lot of map control had by Havu here. They do have control of Heaven, and even though Sensei's in Hell, he can't actually do much to stop this Heaven split.
X7 underneath. He's got the bomb, and he's got his wits about him, paranoid about where the next peak might come from. He was suspecting someone to face from ramp side. That would have been Sensei, but he's already gone. He's left that gap there so that he can cross over. Instead, he opts to go for the long route, up on top of the roof, over the AC, and then assist Jemmy to try and slide out onto the site. Timing is going to be a big factor here. We've got 25 seconds left as the smoke is dropped over towards Squeaky. Logic Man with this information. He's seen this and he knows where they are. He'll call for the rotate and he'll hold strong, hitting the first and looking for the second. The spam goes out, but it isn't clean enough. X7 trapped in a 1v2, not going to do anything as he's slain by the AWP. And Sangal actually getting themselves a bit of a lead now, 7-5. They're the ones in the driving seat for the first time this series.
Yeah, such a good response. After Engine got that pick towards Shriven Red, he pushed into the lobby, gets that pick. He falls all the way back. Major dies going aggressive in secret. And Sangal realized they've lost too much map control now, right? They've lost too much. So 2 players get aggressive from the connector towards outside. They're able to find the picks. Engine luckily able to get that timing in Heaven and get 1 himself. And just once they get that 3 versus 2, they play the round perfectly and they're able to close it out. So now Havu completely on the back foot here on this force buy eco round sort of, situation where Sangal is looking at an 8th round here, which means they could win the CT half of Nuke. And obviously it is Nuke, so it is CT sided, even though the game is a little T sided, online plays a little T sided, Nuke still always will be just a bit of a CT sided map. So, but regardless of that, Sangal on Havu's map pick, if they're able to win the first half by any, by any metric, that would be a good half for them.
So using the odd bits and bobs that they could find in the back of the fridge, they've chucked out their smokes towards outside, and they are slowly creeping forwards, looking for that momentary lapse to slip in through secret and try and make a play onto the B site. They're given the timing they needed to cross, so all 4 players that are alive have gotten down. They will have a hard task ahead of them, though. The crossfire, Major, lurking in support of his teammate. Here comes the push, and they do go 2 for 2. Actually now grabbing a Tech 9 to work with as well, close to the vent. This is going to get a bit rough. They do slide through. 1 ramp player in position, Engin on the rafter as well. He goes for the face onto Deacon Tam, sprays down, swiftly assaulting them, and another round the way of Sangao. This is easy pickings now on the CT side.
Yeah, once Logic Man pushed into lobby, got that pick onto Slowy yet again. They're inside of lobby. Once he goes down, then Sangal knows, okay, Havu is actually committing towards this outside play. So they can over-rotate so many people down into that B bomb site. At the end of that round, they ended up, by the time it was done, they had 4 people down there inside of B because of that info that Logic Man was able to get. So Havu on that force by not able to find their way into the site. Now that is going to be the 8th round for Sangal, which means a 1 round, but Aerial again, aggressive towards outside, is able to find an entry pick onto Sensei.
Utility being chucked out all over the gap as well to slow down what looked to be a very high tempo round. Paz with the spam, through the smoke, smokes the first man. As Slode's left down. 4v4, scratch that. Much like Paz has had his lips removed, they lose a player. Back down to a 3v4 now. A minute and 13 on the clock. Most of them grouped up, waiting for the late round A play.
Yeah, and a lot of aggression from Aerial. Still on a rampage here, down towards Secret. The nade comes out. X7 does connect. And do they know where a Major is? Surely they know he's normally the ramp player. They actually drop down, so Major, potentially, if he holds his ground here, he could find this bomb.
These are the angles that Major absolutely lives for. He likes to hold these positions, but this time he is not a head hunter. Won't be hitting the shots, gives X7 an opportunity, and he will grasp it with both hands. 8-7 here on the first half of Nuke. Coming into this, Havu are a map up after winning Dust 2. So Sangao, it's pivotal that they get any extra edge they can get out of this CT half.
Yeah, right there we saw they try to go for that aggressive pick towards outside. It was actually just a right-click counter flash from Aerial. Like, I don't know if it was completely intentional. I don't know if that was what he was trying to flash, but he just like dropped a right-click flash on the right side of that red box. And then when he went for that aggressive peek, he just gets fully blinded. Aerial's able to just get a clean kill on him. Aerial's been a menace outside for Havu this game, and they're Slowy. Normally been the first man dead in these games, but now for the first time he's the one actually getting the entry pick onto Paz in upper. So now Sangal on this final round of the halves finds himself down 5 versus 4.
Look at the paranoia as well, right? Engin. I mean, how many times has he done that push? So even now, they're just sat there thinking, is he going to go for it again? He actually is as well. Look at him, playing around the smoke. Engin.
He can't help it.
He just loves it. The classic mouse 1W the whole way into lobby. This time he just teases it on the edge of the smoke and then backs off. He has support as well. Sensei's there with the orb, so don't need to play as overly aggressive. Timing-wise, we're really left on the last legs of this round. 44 seconds. With the smokes going down, they're not going to have any time left at all once these dissipate, David.
Yeah, they're not. Ooh, and he does get spotted jumping away, but it doesn't matter. Slowy with the second round. Aerial straight out onto A, and there's Jemmy getting Engine, trying to push into the lobby again. And all of a sudden, you know, like you said, there was a chance maybe Sangal had that ramp stack. They had the other players up towards that A site, but in the end, Havu just running out all at the same time, winning all of their fights. And they know he's up here. Look at the wall just waiting for him on the X-ray. The whole squad's just down there looking at him like, come on out. But it ends up being Aerial, I think, from underneath of heaven, looking straight up, that's able to secure the kill. So Havu, they win the last 2 rounds of the half, right? So they may be able to bring it back 8-7, but in the end, Sangal does win out on that CT half, and now as it flips over, what are we going to see from Sangal on this T side? That was the question we were asking, you know, the whole pregame, once the vetoes came in, what can we expect from Sangal on their T side of Nuke, and we're going to need to see it here.
There was a lot of big questions, a lot of speculation about what we would see coming out from this game. And it was unexpected. You know, we thought we'd see a fast CT side at the very least. That was kind of the pathway I expected this game to go. The pistol round, although it led into our expectations, it was an unpredictable one. A lot of aggression, just bombarding against each other. We saw that the whole game in the way Sangao were willing to play their CT side. Very proactive, very aggressive, just willing to take the peaks and pushes whenever they thought they would get a potential edge off the back of it. And it left us in this position then. So an 8-7, as it looks like we're starting to get ready for our second pistol round. Again, I'm looking at Sangao coming into this. I think based on what we saw with that last pistol dude and what I expected in terms of, you know, history, they should hit some sick shots. They're normally pretty crisp on pistols, honestly.
Yeah, I wonder if Engin's going to get as aggressive on the T side as he was on CT side here towards lobby. Well, look at them. See, yeah, they are going straight towards ramp. Honestly, I think you have to let Engin go first, right? This is like his wheelhouse. He was born for this.
Hello, X7, the main man. He wants to remove their boxes behind the box, but he can't hit his shots, and he's gone as Major. Here he is, knocking on the proverbial door to give them access towards the B floor. Aerial at the back of the site, flooring no one, as there is no delight for him. Major snaps onto his noggin, and again, that's another frag found. Finally, one for the CTs, just at the last second, as they're sniping into it and re-assaulting from the rear. Zori, down the ramp, finds the flank onto the first, leaves us here, all hanging in the balance, 3v3, the bomb's down and time is ticking away. Zori has the kit, he's also got backup as well. They peek onto the window player, it's getting a little bit awkward, none of the shots are landing. The T's again come back into the fold of the round as the final frag is found and Sangao clean up on the pistol.
Oh, so close. Havu. None of the Havu players just able to connect their shots, unfortunately. They had so many opportunities to take those fights right there. We saw so many. Aerial potentially could have had 2 kills right there, right at the end. Zore just not able to connect on the player in window. He did have that smoke kit, so there was a chance for them in that round, but they weren't able to hit their shots. And Sangal, just with that fast ramp play, I want to point out Major's entry pathing there was so good. You saw he was jumping everywhere. He had his knife out to make him even faster. He was jumping. He showed his back to the ramp player so no headshots could come out. It's super important when you're entering on those pistol rounds that you do those things. Make the shots hard to hit for the CTs. He did. And so because of that, Sangal was able to pick up that T-pistol. I just wanted to give Major a little shout out in that round for his entry pathing there, because that was super important for how they got into ramp. Now we see Paz looking for something towards radio. A little bit of a bait setup here at ramp, actually, with X7 just playing behind the box. He has his teammate Ariel deep behind him there with the CZ. Now Sloan still looking for something here. Outside with the scout. Will he find anything? He has found one tag already, and ooh, not able to connect the second, but does just get away with his life. Drops that smoke to create a little bit more chaos, but Engin is down already inside of Secret, and this will be the B play from Sangal.
The issue is, they've got to bypass one man, armed to the teeth with a shotgun. Make that 2 men, actually. He's got a bit of backup towards window. The peak comes around, shots are going out, Aerial is fragging, and the 2 Ts are in a treacherous position. They have to trade for one another. Major has so much to do. He was lined up for an easy kill. Gets it, but it took a lot out of him, leaving him low. And leaving Zore in a position to swing with the shotty. Sahavu, another round, 8-9. Very close here so far at the minute on Nuke. No one really getting much hedgeway in. All of these rounds are so back and forth.
No, yeah, Slowy causing such chaos outside there with that scout. Gets the opening pick, gets a second tag as well. And that Sangal, they tried to go down into Secret. They knew they had that ramp lurk, but again, that bait setup from Havu worked out perfectly because Aerial made a bunch of noise rotating down the ramp. Paz walked out, and Zori was just sitting right there waiting for him. X7 was sitting right there waiting for him, able to get that Deagle pick. So, unbelievably important from them. The setup pays off perfectly. And again, we see the from Slowy here. Although on CT side, again, like I said, more acceptable, I think, on CT side. Regardless, this is the fast A play from Sangal.
Bursting out. Oh, hello. The flick there with the MP9 somehow connects onto the noggin. A laser player out on the site. Aerial dropping down to ground level, not being able to ground the push. They're still finding their way in. And Sensei, armed with a P250, popping them with this pistol. Knows exactly where Zore is, but couldn't iron the flick up onto his head. So Major, we've been hyping him up. Now he's left in the 1v1, holding Deacon tap. Zori came round confident as you like, thunder-footing towards him. Wanted to outplay him with a better weapon, but no. Major peekaboo from behind the door as Sangao grind their way to 10 rounds now.
So well played from Major there. They just go for that early pop out onto the A site, and Havu, despite being set up for it, despite being ready, they were only able to ever get 1-for-1s, and then right at the end there, X7 going down to the P250 makes it so that Zora is in that 1 versus 2, able to get one again, but Major playing that round perfectly from behind the door, using it perfectly to his advantage. And so that will be the 10th round for Sangal, and this is what we said, these scrappy rounds on the T side, on the CT side, the scrappiness of these rounds is exactly what they needed.
They thrive in the chaos. It's working out far better for them. They're also hitting their shots a lot more as well. We've seen the confidence come back all across the board with the way they're playing it. And I suppose it helps when the man that's supposed to be the brains of the operation is not only leading the team in terms of kills, but he's leading them when it comes to the actual strategy as well. Major, 17 frags to his name, close to the 20 bomb already at this point. He's got to be so content with how the game's gone.
Yeah, definitely. He has been the MVP here from the Sangal side. Obviously, like you said, he is the in-game leader. He's also top fragging. And this setup from Havu isn't really well... It's not really good to deal with what is potentially coming out from Sangal. Actually, they were just looking to apply a bit of pressure towards A before falling back towards ramp. But they have 2 players, Havu, outside. So ramp and A are both going to be weak right now, as this rotate's not going to come in time from Slowy if the fast A play does come out. Good counter smoke, though, to slow them down. Yeah, and they're just going to walk towards ramp. They can't make up their mind. X7's the only player here. He's by himself, but this rotate is coming in from Slowy.
Tucked in from behind the box with the backup of Slowwind. Can they stop the push? If they can cripple it in the next few seconds, they can still secure the round. Instead, though, they buckle under the pressure. The herd of elephants storm their way now in towards the lower site. And they've got a very thin margin of time to get the bomb down. The bait play with the door from Zora. He was hoping that this would plant a seed of doubt in their minds and make them mess up when it comes to the timing. Timing not working out well, though, for the backstab of Jemmy as he gets swung upon. This does at least give them a weapon to work with, but it's just the Galil. And this is looking rough, dude. The 2 CTs that are alive here probably have to find themselves a safe passage away from this round.
Yeah, lots of tags being done, but not able to connect any of the headshots, not able to find any of the kills. Zora obviously does recover himself a Galil, but they're hunting him down. They don't want to let him get away with this. Yeah, he is getting flanked from Secret and loses his head at the hands of Logic Man. So Slowy might be able to survive with the scout. He looks like he can get on a T roof. He should be fine. He does. He's up there. He's safe. Perfectly fine. And that will be the 11th round for Sangal. So far, early on the T side, we haven't seen we actually haven't seen a full gun round yet, right? It's just been 4 spies back and forth, eco rounds from either team, right? But like the game has been so back and forth itself, been very scrappy, exactly what Sangal would have been looking for. But we haven't seen a gun round yet, and we're not going to see one just yet, as Sangal has forced Havu onto the eco, the full eco for what seems like the first time in this game.
And even then, it's still a scout on Slowwind as well, so
yeah,
he still wants to try his luck to see what he can get done with the weapon. Wow, okay, here we go. Super heavy positional setup here towards ramp. They're going for the gamble. 4 players there. They're used to only being 1 man, just X7 tucked in behind the box. He'll play his same position to attempt to bait them in, but now he's got a whole unit, a squad here, waiting to do some damage and rain down some firepower with those USPs when the T's peak. Push coming to shove as they face in. Zora with a bait play. There's the swing. They do hit, but they're only getting 1 kill. It's a huge investment of lives, and they only get a single frag from it.
Well, yeah, Major farmed 4 kills yet again. 2 at the MAC-10, 2 at the Tech-9, building up his money. Major actually has been popping off, and they did walk right into that stack from Havu. But again, on the pistols, Havu's just not able to connect those headshots. Obviously, that round's an eco round. A little bit different than a pistol round, obviously. You know, they are shooting people with head armor and rifles. But still, Sangal putting themselves in such a good position to upset Havu here on their map pick. 12-8 is the score, but this is the first gun round of the game. But even still, Slowy's just on a UMP. He wasn't able to get anything else into this round.
He's just dealing with what he can. He's been given the scraps. And have to put it to good use, because the likelihood of them keeping themselves in this game is getting smaller and smaller the more Sangao is able to go unkept here on their T side, racking up the rounds. Early tags, a pitter-patter onto Major and Paz, leaving them both somewhat low. That could hold them back a bit.
Yeah, Paz has found himself in... He crossed over right at the perfect timing where Zora was watching towards Big Garage. When Ariel, if he doesn't check this, actually, this could be huge.
Ooh. Oh no, Paz. Hang on a minute.
So he doesn't want to give up his position just yet. He's going to be communicating, but he's going to be looking to see if he can find something else. Catch Zora rotating out towards Hell, maybe moving in towards CT. Now soon he's going to just have to take this kill. Just get it while you can. When he's going to... He doesn't get it. Ooh, I thought he might let him get around the corner, and there's the second he was looking for. Zora peeks back out of the window, and he is able to connect on the second. But out of nowhere, half of them is able to find two themselves, and then potentially a third here as Jemmy's able to get it from on top of the hut, drops down into Squeaky, keeps himself alive. The A site is Sangal's, but the man advantage is Havu's.
Oh man, Jemmy, more like Jammy Git, has been able to pull that one off and stay alive. Finally, he will be slain by the Mach 10 madness of Sensei. It's a raw 2v2, but timing! Again, Sensei walking up, he gets clocked in the face by the UMP that just bombards down on all of them. The CT's furious about the shenanigans from Sangao. They clean that up on the retake. That's ridiculous.
That's absolutely ridiculous. It was an unbelievably aggressive peek from Slowy as well. He swings all the way out mini and takes the fight with the player outside his teammate with no kit and no potential to trade. If he loses that fight, that is probably round for Sangal, but he doesn't lose it, and he's proving to me and to everybody else why he opts for the ump in rounds like that. I thought Paz had let that guy get away from him. I thought he was going to let him just cross the secret. I was like, oh no. He waited till the very, very, very last second to take that headshot. Even if the AK RNG doesn't favor him there and that bullet doesn't connect, that's like position lost, round, like you let the free kill go. It was so close. It ends up working out perfectly for him. It would almost working out perfectly for Ariel there. He's able to almost spray transfer over onto Sensei. Only gets one, but it was quickly traded, and he's actually spotted out. Paz trying to go for that play aggressive through the smoke. Hop is recovered from Logic Man, but still 3 versus 2 again, and this is the scrappiness we were expecting on this map, Jackie.
Yeah, this is much more in line with what the bookies told us. I know at this point, Sangal, what do you really even get up to? You've got 2 players left alive. Major, barely at this point. 6 HP on him. His wounds have certainly slowed him down an awful lot. The CTs, their numbers are bolstered. They've got 3 players alive and kicking. They also have the timer on their side as well. Only 50 seconds rather. There's Logic
bombs in spawn.
Yeah, he's just backing up towards T-spawn.
Yeah, he's got to go get the bomb, and despite the fact that he had that outside control and Major had that B control, it counts for nothing because the bomb was left in spawn. So now Zora's in this position, deep Squeaky, where he's going to be the one who likely gets contact. Ooh, actually, Logic's going to be clearing it. Doesn't matter, Zora is too quick. It does take him down, so it is the 10th round for Havu. And now, finally, we're starting to see the effects of these round wins taking their toll on Sangal's economy.
Now weighing it up already, what they actually do off the back of this. Do see the investment coming back in, utility prioritised first. We've got the Tech 9s as well. They're no stranger to a good Tech 9 round, especially Major. He's been pulling out some shots with that bad boy. 3 Tech 9s, 1 AK on Paz then. We'll see if this is going to be a faster play.
Yeah, they do have that hero AK, so they probably shouldn't try to... Don't YOLO too hard here, you know? Like, try to let that AK work some picks, put it in a position where it can be recycled. Well, actually, he's on top of... He's the one on top of the site, so he's going to be throwing the Molotov for Hut. And will they be going for a vent dive here, potentially, or are they just going to be going towards... The Molotov actually misses. But Entrance able to find the entry onto X7, and Paz going flying down the ladder, lands straight in front of Jem. He's able to kill him. And Sangal has had a habit of doing that to these poor Havu players over the past 2 maps, just jumping around a corner, falling down in front of him, and connecting with the AK bullets, but... Even despite that, the bomb is down in ramp and Havu has full control of it.
Yeah, that's kind of the big talking point at the end of this round, really. They've got bomb control. They have a good setup here as well. Every angle in towards ramp is currently covered, so Zore should find the first pick once you drop Major. All eyes will be set on Paz. He's got the AK to play with. Timing on this, not going to be very good for him, no matter how they play it, as it should always favour the CTs in terms of first contact. Does actually readjust, though. It looked like maybe there was a potential gap, a little lapse for Major to slip in. Time's going to be close. Does play it right, though. Hits the first, tries to flick to the second. Get your head down and just tuck down Major.
Yeah, there it is. Aerial finishing it off. That ramp play didn't work out there from Sangal. I thought maybe they were going to throw that Molotov on top of Hut and go for the vent dive, right? And like leave Paz towards lobby to pick up the people flanking and trying to rotate, but they didn't do that. They tried to go towards ramp, and Havu was just set up for it. X7 has actually kind of been struggling when they go out ramp, so I can understand the thought process behind it. I don't know if they have a read on how he plays it or if he's just sort of not having a great day, but he's been picked off a lot towards the ramp when he's there by himself, and because of how much investment they put into the last round, they've opted for another half buy again here. And I think this is just this like triggers me, man. Like, why would you do 2 half buys in a row, right? Like last round, just take the save last round and you get a full buy this round. Instead, they're doing 2 back-to-back half buys. Maybe it's just personal preference. Maybe, like you said, maybe they're just really comfortable on these Tech 9 rounds, so they think like they have a higher percentage chance of winning if they do this. And actually, that flash affecting so huge and Major, straight through, able to connect the headshot. Aerial finds one himself. They're looking for the player on top of Hut. They find him. Aerial not able to connect, and then all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2.
Oh, the round has been thrown into Tech 9 turmoil, but it won't matter. As Paz, he doesn't need the pistol. He grabs himself the M4 to secure that one. Just shuts them all down. As Sangal, they came into it with absolutely nothing. From rags to riches, the Tech 9 gives them that coveted 13th round. Comes in and rinses the money of Havu as well whilst they're at it. That's huge.
Oh my god, but looked like such a strong round from Havu, right? They got those opening picks. They had players in position. I think that was a 5 versus 3 at one point. And then all of a sudden, Sangal, Paz specifically, able to connect all of his shots. Zora missing a crucial one in Squeaky where Paz is able to land the shot on him. And now, Havu, like you said, completely on the back foot. Aerial's invested into it with the M4. I think based on his teammates' money, though, this might just be the hero M4 play. But with only 1,400 round bonus here, even if they full save here, they're not going to be able to get a good buy next round. Zora will be able to buy. Aerial will be able to light buy, something like that. I'm assuming this is attack pause here on the side of Havu because they're in a tough spot now. They're in a really tough spot. They needed to, because like I said, even with a full save, they don't have a good buy next round. Sangal has absolutely, with that round win, shut down Havu's economy. This is going to be such a tough round now. The next 2 rounds for Havu are going to suck.
I do wonder what Jemmy and X7 are going to be up to. The double taser's been brought out, so angle-wise, where are they?
Ooh, that's big.
That is actually huge. Aerial finds the first frag. Here we go, Jemmy as well. Look at this cheeky boy.
Get your taser out. Get it out. There you go.
Let's see if he can make the round a little bit more electric, as he is waiting. No!
He missed
the
it!
flick! He's flicked off. Meanwhile, talking of flicks that are securing the round, Paz. 2 big kills already here. He's put them on the board. This is the 14th round as well for Sangal. So Havu, they needed a miracle on this one to stop things getting out of control, but it doesn't seem like there is going to be a miracle with what they've got left. Only 2 USPs and 1 hero M4 on Aerial.
Yeah, and where's he going to be able to find anything, right? Major playing so well in this game, taking so much map control. They are going aggressive towards radio. That is the pick. Aerial's able to find one, but it doesn't matter because Engen just trades him right back, and now it's just Zore with a sad USP here inside of this A-bomb site. Probably going to try to find some sort of gun he can save into the next round, because if he can recover a weapon, being able to drop that over into the next one will be super important. He's not able to. Paz recovers that up, and another good round from Sangal. Aerial started it off strong, but Paz inside of the hut was able to take down both of those players going aggressive. The Zeus shot from Jemmy just not connecting. So now we do see the op come out from Zora. He does have the armor, but 2 MP9s on the side of Havu. They have decided to fight for this. They don't want to let Sangal get map point.
Zora, if he can show us the form that he had into the early game here on Nuke as well. That could be a huge factor behind Havu getting into the game and at least keeping this one going for a bit longer. He's up on top right now, looking towards outside. He has support from area as well, playing close towards CT Blue. Paz listening out as he heard him. He was crouched under the smoke. He tried his best to spam into him. Couldn't kill him on the elevated angle, but chases and takes him down eventually. Major spots out the other man as well. The AWP in Dore that actually goes 1-for-1 on the trades. The trade game does not stop either as they hammer their way towards ramp. Would you look at it? Someone else has died as well. Paz hit by the side swipe of the MP9. In a matter of seconds, 3 different players have gone down. And we're left in a 3v3 towards the B bomb site. Slowin's the only man that's actually on deck.
Yeah, and he's down just in the lower part of this here, right into the double doors. He has this MP9 in hand. They are going to walk into him, and this is only 30 HP. Potentially gets one, looks for the second and finds it! The bomb's getting planted, it goes down. A lot of damage being done, finally able to connect, and that is the 3K from Slowin down there in the double doors. They walk into his crosshair, he connects his shots, and I thought when X7 died in ramp that this was going to be Sangal's round. But Slowin, they're in lower with the MP9, picks up 3, and Havu on their force buy denies Sangal map point.
That's so grim as well. Imagine coming around the corner into that. Your teammate dies. You try and flick onto him as the man's spinning in midair to readjust, ready for the second. He gets both of the frags and then hyped up with life just pumping through his veins. He peeks out and looks for the bomb planter as well. It's madness. You would be livid losing this round.
Oh, no fear from him there. He's got the MP9. He might as well, right? And that's also 2 AKs recovered here, and that's big on the CT side. Ariel has one in his hands. We've seen a lot from him, and look at him. He's going aggressive again here. He doesn't want to let them go for this aggressive play.
Hello. The backstab. Meanwhile, full frontal assault. Paz coming in. You can never stop big boy Vinny Paz once he gets the confidence back. But you can stop the rest of Sangal, it seems, as they're slowing down once again. Lemmy, the fast flicking towards her, leaves it all on the last 2 players, so disjointed. And now dead as Havu. Another round, they're racking them up, they're keeping it close. And towards the end of this game now, round 28, it's looking closer than ever.
Oh, yeah, I did not expect such a fight from Sangal. You can see they have the fight in them. They want to take the fights to Havu. This battle between Paz and Ariel outside has been absolutely wild. We've seen both players winning out from time to time. That round, Paz won out again, and I thought that's so much map control gained, that is so much info denied by him getting that kill. But even still, Havu was able to shut down that A play. For the player inside of Hut, Jemmy's able to pick up 2 with his AK. So that is the 13th round for Havu, and that pushes Sangal onto the eco. Only 1 player with armor, that is Engin. He's out there looking for something, looking for anything they're willing to give him, and so far, nothing being given. Oh, he lands the bunny hop, actually. He was quick there. Like, he went flying across into secret. Zora able to connect for it. Able to find the kill. I think the tag came out from the player below him there. It's Ariel with the AK. Just slowing him down a little bit. Giving him the chance. Ooh, Ariel wants the eco frags. He gets 1, gets a second, gets a third. Clean headshots from him. Someone's got to get the ecos, right? We've seen too many eco rounds won today. Somebody's got to get them. You know, at this point, we got to hype up the eco frags because they've been too risky so far this game.
You got to rack them up. You never know. You never know where they're going to go. And they've kept us guessing. At this point, though, we are into a position where at least it should be a bit more normal. Round 29, 14 rounds on the board for Havu, 14 on the board for Sangal. At this point, it is all tied up. Havu do have a map in their back pocket. If they win on Nuke, that would be the 2-0. So Sangal, you've got a chance now to take this to a 3rd map, to head to train and keep the series going. At the very least, you could be left with an overtime for Zore. He wants to shut it down right here, right now. They get aggro. That's 2 picks found from the T's. They're already going to be feeling this.
On two huge players too, right? That's Paz and Major. They've been the two that had the most impact here on the T side. Now Sangal in this 3 versus 5 to try to find some way onto the sites, but slowing here aggressive inside of Squeaky actually is able to connect some bullets, but Engen able to bring one back for Sangal, so that's exactly what they needed. Create a little bit more space, shut down that aggressive play, and it gives them just a little bit more opportunity into this good pick from Engen there. But even still, just down to 29 HP, it's going to be very hard for them to make their way out into the site.
It is smoked off and they're grouping up. They are just going to try and go for the play. They're just gambling it, walking up towards the vent, seeing if they can find their way in. Careful to face over, clearing the rafters. Has he spotted him? It seemed like a little bit of shoulder was there.
I'm not sure. I think Logic Man must have seen him, or maybe not. They are just looking. Oh, Gem. Okay, so now they know. Now they know there's at least 2 out Squeaky, right? Because of that boost. Counter nades coming in, and they try to drop down the vent, but Jemmy, perfect nade, predicted that it was going to be potentially happening. Next 7's already down here to try to shut down this bomb. The smoke will allow the plant, and regardless, that will be money for the last round.
They need to be so crisp here on holding off this retake. They cannot afford to miss. The taps have to be precise. Logic Man, he seems to be the one that's most important first of all. Sensei actually, he needs eyes in the back of his head. He didn't realise that a player dropped into the vent. Logic Man now, breaking the glass. But the round will be a farce. No chance for him to secure that one as he goes down. Match point, it's been grabbed. It's been secured, and it's by the mitts of Havu. 15 on the board here, 1 away from getting a 2-0 in the series and knocking Sangal into the lower bracket. If they can get back into it now with the limited cash they have, they could take us to OT.
Yeah, 2 entry picks there from Havu immediately off the bat, shutting down Paz and Major, and the 2 players with the most impact so far this game. Sangal do their best to claw their way back into that. Getting the bomb plant there in that situation is actually really good. It allows them to have these AKs and the util they have in this round. That bomb plant was super important, but now at 15 to 14, Havu have everything they could want. They have all the guns, all the utility, and there's Ariel winning out again towards outside. Takes a bit of a tag, but not enough to kill him. He's able to get that entry pick again towards outside. Engen going down. Looking for Ariel, some more of this Galil, and Ariel's caught in no man's land with his knife out, and ooh, Major! Flicks around and hits the headshot onto X7 as well.
4 versus 4. Jemmy at the back of the site. We've seen him in this angle be very efficient at slowing down the push. Can he quell it one final time? No. Overpowered, but luckily they put back up in slow wind. The CT swings out, supported by Dore as well. It's all on Major. He had 2 CTs to take down. They were both so low. They had 20 HP combined. They couldn't hit the shots. Couldn't pick that one up to keep him in it. They lose out, as we do see Havu taking not only the map, but taking the series in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and oh my god, that was just such a tight game. I didn't expect Sangal to put up such a fight on Nuke. They got so close there. They were on 14 with Havu on the force by 2 MP9s, but they just weren't able to close that one out.
Madness. We'll get Freya back in here so we can try and make some sense of this one, as that was a crazy second map.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I don't know whether we're going to be able to make any sense of that second map. Guys, we were pre-facing and coming into it. The Habu should be taking that one by storm, considering their win percentage on this map. Sangal looking to be struggling on it, and although they do falter at the final hurdle, we did see Sangal putting up such a fight, Jackie. We were saying that it was the aggression that would potentially be making the difference for them, and although they couldn't close it out in the final moments, that aggression definitely did pay off.
Oh, absolutely. I think the first round alone was a testament to that, right? We just saw them sprinting outside for a matter of seconds. They're fighting underneath Evan. It was ridiculous. Major played a huge part, I'd say, throughout the entire game, really, in terms of being able to lead by example when it came to fragging. He looked really good. Like 20 frags or something ridiculous, so it's still within the first half. So, yeah, Major definitely doing a lot when it came to aggression.
Yeah, I think we've got to talk about that specific round. I believe it was round 24, where they had those Tech 9s just going out full-on aggressive with Major and Paz as well. That was making such a difference for them. It was just a shame we couldn't see them pulling it over the line in those final moments, David.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. Like you said, like you were talking about that one specific round where it got so scrappy. Kills were back and forth. It was 2 versus 4. And somehow, Paz was able to just, he got the 2 kills with the Tech 9, picks up the M4, just secures the round out of nowhere. It seemed like Havu should have just been destined to win that round, destined to win that game sooner. But, you know, Sangal had something else to say about it. And Paz specifically on that T side was creating so much space. He was going outside, he was taking those fights with Ariel, and he was winning them. We only saw at the end of the game when Ariel was finally able to start winning those outside engagements again, that Havu was able to close it out. So I think, I don't know if that's necessarily a strength or a weakness from Havu potentially, where Ariel does go for those aggressive fights outside, right? He wants to take those fights. And if he doesn't win them, then they seem to struggle with how they're supposed to play the round down 4 versus 5. They don't have a lot of reaction, and they don't have anybody aggressive outside with him to potentially get those trades. So it's a really high risk strat, and we could see in some rounds this game it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it's a really good point to be bringing up. We can see from Ariel's stats, 63 in terms of those opening duels as well. Would you agree with that same sentiment, Jackie, that potentially that was the turning point for Javi to be closing things out in this map?
Absolutely. I think it's like in terms of the actual frags we were seeing, right, especially in the second half, they were always finding the opening picks. You were just able to basically leave Sangal into such a restricted position from the opening moments of the round. They were always fighting from the back foot, although they were doing a very good job of that, a very good into the CT side. They got into their groove. They were good at finding the opening picks. The amount of smoke shots we saw them find through Squeaky, I don't know how they were pulling that off so consistently, but that was just ruining any kind of early round towards lobby.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to be bringing up as well, because the fact that we look back to how some of these rounds were run and the sort of scrappy nature of this entire map, it was so back and forth in some of those final moments, Davey. Was that a potential surprise for you, seeing Sangal coming out like that?
I was definitely surprised to see how many rounds Sangal was able to win, although I did say that in the pregame, if they wanted to have a chance to win this game, right, if they wanted to win rounds against this Havu team, that was the type of CS they needed to be playing. They needed to be playing scrappy. They needed to be taking those fights. And Major, like you were talking about, Jackie, the in-game leader, he was fragging out hard on the CT side. He was the one creating a lot of space. Him and Paz were going aggressive, creating a lot of space, and allowed for Sangal to win those rounds. I think that Major was a huge factor in this game. I will say he slowed down quite a bit towards the end of that T-side half. Like we saw, he wasn't having nearly as much impact in those last 5 to 6 rounds that he was having earlier on in the game. But then Paz was able to sort of come back, pick up where Major had left off, and Paz was the one who was sort of carrying them through that T-side, putting a lot of pressure. So good performances from them, across each half. Maybe a little bit more consistency, and they probably could have closed that out against Havu. It was really well played, actually.
Yeah, both of those members obviously going for 25 kills for the map, both in the 90 ADR zone for that second map of Nuke. And maybe we should reflect back onto that CT side, Jackie, because we saw Sangal coming out all guns a-blazing in that first pistol round, an absolutely lightning fast round from them. And you were kind of saying that's what we needed to see from them coming into it, and it did lead to a pretty impressive CT side.
Yeah, I think that was the pace they kept throughout all of it, really. Especially Engin did. Every round he was basically pushing towards ramp. He'd get into it, he'd take such aggressive control that by the time we got to sort of the 8th, 7th round, they were so paranoid about that ramp push every time that they were wasting so much more resources smoking it, leaving a player there holding it every time in case they flanked. It just kind of basically left them playing 4v5 CS from the get-go, just at the amount of times alone he had pushed it. So the confidence and the aggression was definitely there the entire CT half from Sangal, and it helps when the fact that they were hitting their shots as well, far more than they were on Dust 2, right? You can play confidently, but if you're not actually hitting, it's not going to matter. So luckily for them, they were.
And for that CT side, talking of Javi, obviously managing to get those 5 rounds in a row to be closing things out, which was the longest string of rounds that we saw in that second half. Do you feel like, Davey, it was just Ariel being able to get those kind of outside picks? Was there anything else you saw shifting up from the side of Javi to be closing out in their favor?
I'm going to be completely honest, my headphones just keep turning off and I'm not entirely sure why, so I didn't really hear your question, Frey. I'm glad you can still hear me, though, but I'm afraid you can't ask me any more questions because I can't hear what you're saying, so you're going to have to talk to Jackie here for
No
the rest
worries.
of this so I can get this
We'll make this
out.
a two-man show. We'll give you a little bit of a rest, Davey. Maybe, Jackie, you can give me some insight into your brain of what you thought about that CT side. We can say whatever we want about him now, can't we?
Yeah, basically we can just flame him and he'll have no idea because he'll still see us talking. He'll be like, oh, they're doing a really good job of covering this. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, they were far more trustworthy than Davey's headphones, apparently. That was what won on the CT half. They looked really good in terms of the setups, but for me, I think it was the trade game. They were winning out on a lot of their trades. You could see the proficiency was there, like quick, clear comms. it didn't feel messy. Havu, even when they were on the back foot, still feel like they had quite level heads, and I think that did win them the game.
Yeah, that was something that we were kind of prefacing for Havu in terms of that skill and experience of this roster in terms of what they'd be bringing with that team play as well. I guess it's not a surprise to see them closing it out in those kind of high pressure moments.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's hopefully where they thrive. I was worried that David was going to come straight back in. He probably has no idea still. But yeah, no, I think in the high pressure, that's where they play better. A lot of the players we have on the server definitely are sort of, known for thriving in the chaos, which is why we got 2 super scrappy maps out of it.
Well, there are a lot of players that have been thriving in the chaos, and we can take a quick look at our updated bracket. As of course, we've had a lot of matches going on here. The Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. We've got 16 teams here, so a hell of a lot of games to be getting through. We can take a look at exactly how some of those results have gone down. Maybe we'll start from the top here. Complexity, kind of no surprises really there. Jackie managing to take it 2-0 over Game Agents and looking pretty convincing doing so.
Yeah, it all looks basically as I would expect looking through this right now in terms of the results, right? Obviously, map-wise, we might have seen a little bit more out of some of these games, like the XCOM Movistar game. Could have been a bit more of a fight there in that one, but all in all, this looks pretty much like what we should expect out of that first round of games. Seems to be developing the way, I'd like to see it, and I am now interested as well, right? Because obviously off the back of that game with that quarterfinal, Endpoint versus Havu, that's really quite a fun one. I think that actually tests that new Endpoint roster an awful lot going into that Havu game after seeing how they've played today.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point because it's really exciting to see Mezzi coming into that Endpoint squad. Have you kind of got any thoughts about him coming over from Cloud9 into Endpoint now?
Mezzi's really good. Like, genuinely, Mezzi's one of these players that I think hasn't had that opportunity yet to win over a lot of people that will definitely be a Mezzi fan once they actually see him play in like an environment where they give him a chance to show what he can do. Obviously, he was stomping around the UK scene for so long, quickly got himself into a position where he was known for his fragging capability, didn't get a chance to show that off too much on C9 yet. I think back on Endpoint, in what is now becoming basically an all-English roster as well, he should have a lot of opportunity to show that he is one of the best fraggers in the UK scene right now.
Hopefully the UK lads will be able to make us proud. We'll be patriotic up here, Jackie. But we're going to take a look at our lower bracket as well. As we were saying earlier, this is a double elimination tournament. So there is still a chance for some of those teams who lose out in those opening matchups. And we see Sangul falling down to face Tricked. I don't know whether you have any thoughts on terms of what we just saw from Sangul, managing to come back in swinging, even though they weren't able to close out that second map. I think it just showed some good flares for Sangul, considering that wasn't a map we favoured them on at all.
No, yeah, it was a good start from Sangul. They showed us an awful lot. They showed that the brains are still there, that at time they can come out with some huge rounds. It just felt like it took them a little bit too long to wake up. If Dust 2 was perhaps played out again as the second map in the series, who knows what would have happened. But yeah, Sangul, you got a chance there. You're going up against Tricked. Again, that just screams like a super scrappy result, right? Like, by no means is that going to be a clean one.
We're going to have some incredible matches coming up here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. And that does wrap up our first opening game of the day. But we'll be back after a quick break as Complexity will be taking on either the winner of Sprout versus Skade in our next matchup. So make sure you join us in just a few moments for that.
man so tough, but mines keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put him in a cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees, came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Dressed too sharp with the prize. White girls, better tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Nice keep walking, yeah. Dressed too sharp with the prize. They'll tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please use caution.
Our first round of matchups has concluded here at Flashpoint 3, and now it's time to continue our journey along the upper bracket. Of course, I've got the wonderful Jackie and Davey here to break down all the action as it unfolds here at day one. And we've already had a lot of action gracing our screens this morning, Jackie. We saw Havu taking the win in our first matchup of the day, but that wasn't to say that Sangor didn't give them a run for their money, because it was some impressive showings in that final map.
Sangal, they kept it close. Major did a tweet after the game, basically was like, GG, well played, it was a close game. He also mentioned something about needing some meatballs. So I don't know how that would have affected the quality of the games. If he would have had his meatballs before the game, maybe, pre-Dust 2, little meatball, you go in a little bit crisper, it could have been closer to what we saw on Nuke. But you're right, Nuke was far closer. A lot more aggression from either team as well. Major specifically popped off, but not enough to get him over the hurdle. So Havu took that one in the end.
Yeah, it might need some meatballs going into that lower bracket matchup, as of course it is double elimination here, the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, so it's not all doom and gloom for Sangor. They've still got one more chance at redemption, but I believe we can take a look at our updated bracket to see exactly how some of those games have been playing out, because as we were saying earlier, Davey, 16 teams here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, so some games going on simultaneously. We were discussing it we threw to a break. Maybe not too many upsets so far in this first round of competition.
No, not too many so far. I wonder how many meatballs would be necessary to get an upset, right? Like for a team like Sangal going up against Havu, the game was really close. Like how many meatballs would it take to actually be able to pull off that upset? I don't think we'll ever know. The science is not conclusive.
Maybe we should ask Major. Maybe.
Yeah. I'll tweet at him after the game and see if we can figure it out.
DM him and just be like, look, is it one meatball per round? Because that's 16 meatballs.
Well, the other thing is it depends how big the meatballs are, right? Because if they're little ones, like if they're like Swedish meatballs and they're small, then it's not a big deal. If they're the big Italian meatballs, then obviously you would need less comparatively, right? So there's so many questions to be asked about this. Honestly, this is overwhelming me right now.
Well, let Twitter decide the science of the meatballs. There was actually one quite large upset that we saw. Ents actually losing out 2-0, Jackie. I don't know whether we necessarily expected that.
No. I mean, we're talking about meatballs, but the balls on Anonymous must be huge. If they've been able to get a 2-0 over Ents this early into the qualifier and get a huge upset there, yeah, they must have gone into that feeling outrageously confident. I honestly don't know too much at all about Anonymous in terms of who's actually even on that roster. That's such a surprising result.
Yeah. So they have Snacks. They have oh god, I'm blanking right now. But they have a couple other well-known Polish players. I know it's Snacks' team. I think Snatchy's on it as well. I might be wrong about that, but yeah, they
I'm having a look at this now.
They're not bad. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so we've got Kyla, Innocent, Snacks, Key, and Minnow.
Oh, Minnow. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's not Snatchy's team, but regardless, I mean that's a huge upset against Ents because Ents has been playing really well lately.
Yeah, that is a huge upset indeed. And of course, that leaves them going on down into that lower bracket of competition. One more chance at redemption for the side of Ents. And we were prefacing again, another game we wanted to be watching coming into this one, Davey, was Dignitas versus Double Pony. And unfortunately, the Frenchmen do fall down into that lower bracket. Any kind of maybe surprises to see that happening?
I mean, not necessarily. Like, I thought that obviously they would have the chance to upset them because Double Pony has that upset potential in them. We're take a look at the bracket. So yeah, they did end up going to Vertigo and Nuke, which is pretty much what I had expected from that game. Dignitas was able to pull it out on Vertigo, 16-13, and 16-10 on Nuke. So again, that's one of those ones where the vetoes like perfectly overlap. Both teams like each other's map pools, so they ended up playing two maps they're both comfortable on, two close games, but Dignitas just able to pull ahead in the end. So like you said, Double Pony drops down into that lower bracket, and Dignitas continues into this quarterfinal.
And two more teams that are continuing into our upper bracket matchups here are teams we're going to be shifting our attention on now. It's Complexity versus Sprout, obviously playing some additional matchups in our opening round of games. And maybe we should talk about Complexity first. We see them taking a pretty convincing 2-0 win over Game Agents, and I feel like that's probably expected, Jackie, looking at them as one of the favourites coming into this tournament.
Absolutely right. I think we've got to give them a lot of stock for the team that they are. tons of firepower, the synergy's there, the teamwork's been there. You go into that first best of 3 looking at game agents, that should have been their win every day, and it was. Going up against Sprout could be a little bit harder for Complexity, but based off the form we've seen for them with how well they've been playing, and obviously being able to come out on a strong win there as well, I'm thinking that hopefully we should see full form Complexity throughout this one. They need to really contend here, right? Like, obviously these are one of the teams that when we start to whittle this down, the closer we get throughout the week, I expect to still have them in the running. So if they lose out on this one, I'd be shocked, but I still think we should get a really tasty game with Complexity in this.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that. And touching upon the sort of pure fragging power that you were talking about there, Jackie, we've got to talk about Blame F, Davey, because he's one of, the biggest fragging in-game leaders in the server, which actually in the whole community, really, of Counter-Strike. So do you feel like he's going to be somebody that we should be looking at, Davey, coming into this game?
Yeah, always. You always got to watch Blame. That guy is like notorious for his work ethic, right? Always DMing, always playing, always coming up with new ideas. I love the way that Complexity plays, and I think Blame F is obviously, he's one of the biggest factors in that, right? He was their first like big juggernaut signing, right? When Jason like did that whole thing where, we're going to build a juggernaut, we're going to do whatever. He spent a ton of money on Blame F, and at the time everyone's like, Blame F, like he was like a tier 2, maybe tier 3 in-game leader in Denmark. He wasn't this huge name or anything, and they went over to Complexity and has completely found his own. He's found his place, and he has been unbelievable ever since joining this team. Fragging, in-game leading the team outside of the server. The man does it all. He's an absolute beast, and so yeah, he is definitely someone to watch in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And we kind of look at Complexity as potentially a bit of an interesting story, Jackie, when we're looking at the history of this team. It feels like they almost haven't had the pieces together at the right time, sort of post coming into this online era. We saw obviously JKS coming in and Poison having to take some time off, Obo obviously departing the team as well. So do you feel like maybe some expectations coming into 2021 is to see Complexity regain that spot and really, really cement themselves within the top 10, perhaps the top 5?
I think you'd hope so now, right? Like, obviously this is the point where it feels like things should slow down a little bit. We're not seeing those changes as much because you're right, they got absolutely trifled in terms of trying to adjust to the COVID era of Counter-Strike, having to change players where they just wanted to depart from the team, or they weren't feeling comfortable to try and make things work. Now you've got a really solid roster. You've got a great 5 that can do an awful lot. They can provide some real talent on the server. They're in a position where it seems like the team's happy as well. They're in a good environment when it comes to boot camping. Like, this is probably the best we could have asked for this Complexity roster. They just have to grab it with both hands and run with it now.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the exciting things about looking at Complexity. And one of the biggest signings that we saw from them, Davey, was JKS coming on. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that he's been delivering in terms of the pure fragging potential of Justin.
Yeah, I think that when they brought him in, I was somebody who thought this was an absolutely perfect move. Like, I know they paid a lot. Like, he gets a high salary because his contract was running out over at 100 Thieves, so didn't have to pay a big buyout, if any buyout at all, for him. So I know he does get paid a lot of money, and that does raise expectations, right? As we saw with Cloud9, if people know you're making a lot of money, that does raise expectations, and he hasn't lived up to those expectations since joining Complexity. He's been very underwhelming. He should be one of the star players in this team, and I don't think personally he's been playing terribly. I don't think he's been playing very bad. It's just that especially they've had stand-ins because Poison had to go out. He had that health issue, so they've had stand-ins. They haven't really been able to find a whole lot of consistency so far with JKS, and I think that there's lots of different factors involved in that, right? Potentially JKS playing with the same core lineup, with the same team for so long, living in America for so long. Now another huge shift, right, in environment, another new culture shock, right? You have to go from America, living in Europe now, obviously during a global pandemic, everything's online. So there's lots of factors that can attest to that, but regardless of all of those, flat out in the server, JKS has not been good enough since joining this team.
And speaking of expectations, I'm interested to hear your expectations of Sprout coming into this one, Jackie. Where are you kind of placing them in terms of the overall competition here?
It feels like Sprout have been one of those teams that have kind of been floating around really, really close to getting the extra bit of recognition they deserve, right? But just hamstringing themselves slightly. We saw it where they were, I think it was something within the region of 8 rounds, basically, where they could have been the team that secured the spot to Pro League over Endpoint, if we cast our minds back to that. They've had so many close runnings where they trip at the final hurdle. But this team is pretty good. In terms of the core, you've got a lot of talent, you've got players that have been around for a while, the experience is there, the understanding instincts there. Sometimes, though, the caveat is the firepower is there. It feels like they fall off on some days when I've seen them play. Always a little bit wishy-washy for me, which is obviously never really the position you want to be in. If they come out and they're not really playing their best CS, then obviously this should be Complexity's sort of just, time to pick and just shine on the server. If they do show up at 100% though, Freya, they could give us a really good game here. They are a quality team. They have all the right sort of building parts to make this into a good run. They just need to show it to us.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point to bring up about Sprout, because we look back to earlier in 2021 with Snatchy and Diha were removed from the lineup, and they were kind of the two players, Davey, that we were talking about in terms of bringing that firepower. So in terms of the two new additions to the roster, do you feel like they have adequately filled those holes perhaps left by those two players?
No, simple as. No, they haven't. I think D-Hall he's unbelievable. He was so good. The fact that Ents was able to snag him from Sprout is unbelievable. He is so good. And when they lost him, they lost a ton of their aggressive rifling presence. I don't know if they knew what they were losing. I don't know if he was cut, if he decided to leave. I don't know what the situations around him leaving is, but ever since he's left, there has been a huge void in this team. And it's not like it hasn't made them like significantly worse. It's just completely changed how they have to play, because they've lost out on such that impact fragger who also was consistently putting up big numbers, right? It wasn't just impact frags, it was just frags across the board. He was getting tons of kills, so losing out on that is really hard to replace, and you can't replace it directly if you're a team like Sprout. You bring in somebody else, but you have to find a different way to play. You can't replace that exact style directly. So that's what they've been sort of struggling to do, and like Jackie said, they've just sort of barely fallen at the last hurdle a few times.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point to bring up. Jackie, do you see kind of any shifts in how we've seen Sprout playing since those roster changes have happened?
It's weird. I think in terms of some of the change they've made, because obviously it's kind of making up for the loss of really sort of explosive firepower they previously had, for now having to kind of get to grips with the way they want to approach it. I've definitely seen slower rounds coming out from them in general. Their T side looks like it has taken a bit of a reduction in terms of the speed they've been going with the way they're playing it. Much more focus on the mid round, slowing it down again, playing for picks. So I suppose it is just in terms of being able to play confidently on T side CS. They've definitely taken a bit of a knock there, not having as much explosive entry potential.
And speaking of Summoners, sort of a question that we were bringing into this one, they've obviously just come off a best of 3 series against Skade, where it did go to the full 3 maps. So were there any kind of key takeaways from you from that series, Davey? Anything you sort of picked up on from that?
No, honestly, I wasn't really paying too much attention to it, but I think that overall Sprout plays very solid, fundamental, like very German-esque style CS, right? Where they do like to go for opening picks. They do like to take early fights, but not quite as aggressive as some of the other styles of play. Right? They're not like the CIS teams, right? They don't quite play that way. It's very regimented, very stylistic, and I think going up against Complexity, where you know that they have the coaching staff in place, they have the in-game leader of Blame F, where they're gonna know what Sprout's style sort of is and how they like to take control of things. I'm gonna very likely we're gonna see that Complexity is going to be trying to they're going to be trying to counter that early map control by, I think, early aggression, especially on CT sides. We're going to see Complexity taking the fight to Sprout a lot and denying that sort of regimental map control that Sprout likes to take.
Well, we're going to need to see exactly where they'll be taking the fight to the side on as we get into our map vetoes. So, Davey, do you want to give us a quick overview of what you think is going to be happening here?
Yeah, so both of these teams, the thing with Complexity is they don't really play Train or Vertigo that much. Sprout has that permaban of Overpass, so we should expect to see that. I don't think that'll change. It sort of depends where Complexity decides to go with their ban. It could be Vertigo or Train. Yeah, so there's the Overpass ban. A little bit of the cache picture. It's okay. We can just ignore that. Okay, look, honestly, this is I got nothing here.
Yeah,
I can't even begin to figure this out. I'm gonna be honest with you, Freya. There's a picture of Cobble. There's Overpass on the bottom. I don't know.
We'll be able to give it in just 1 second as we set up these videos. But maybe you can give us an idea of maybe your expectations and see if they differ from what we see coming up on our screen.
So I do actually expect the Overpass ban from Sprout. I think that's fine. I think it's more likely we see Complexity ban Vertigo, but potentially Train, because Sprout doesn't have a great win rate on Vertigo. So maybe let's go with Sprout's probably going to ban Overpass, Complexity will probably ban Train. Then I think Sprout's pick most likely will be Nuke. It could be Dust 2. I think they're probably going to go with Nuke. just because I think Complexity's looked a little bit more shaky on it. They're not necessarily going to be super comfortable, and it's one of Sprout's better maps. I think then we're probably going to see the Inferno pick come out from Complexity. They've looked really good on it, and Sprout has not looked good. And we'll probably see the third map be Mirage, because both teams like it. So that would be my guess, is we're going to see Nuke Inferno Mirage.
Well, interestingly, we will
guessing.
be seeing Mirage, but it will be the first map in this series. Complexity have actually picked into that after both vetoes you got.
Oh, so Complexity's the lower seed here?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's how it's playing out. Yeah, anyway, we've got Mirage coming
Maybe
up
there's
first.
a coin flip or something.
Yeah, I think because we've had the opening matchups, hopefully we'll get that confirmed by production. But we do have Mirage coming up as the first map, then we have Dust 2 coming out from Sprout. That's potentially a little bit of a surprise pick there, as you were saying, maybe leaning into a different map with that one. Then Vertigo will be the decider. So what are your kind of takeaways from that one, Jackie?
I think this is good, definitely for us in terms of the spread of a veto. I love Dust 2. I know Davey still hates it, so we'll turn his nose up at that one. But everything else we've got around it, it's pretty good. It's like a Davey sandwich. He gets Mirage on top, Dust 2 in the middle, and then Vertigo to close it out, right? These are the puggy maps. These are maps that are going to give us an awful lot of fight. I think, again, it's probably best chance scenario for a team like Sprout as well. They'll be happy with the start, absolutely. As you said, Davey, they both like playing Mirage. Sprout, they played an awful lot of it. Some very important games they've had on Mirage. So this is one that hopefully they should be going into with their heads held high. Probably the best veto we could have asked for. Definitely the good opener.
Yeah, considering we were kind of expecting Mirage potentially to be that third and final decider map, how are you comparing these two different styles of play that we're going to be seeing on this one, Davey?
I think that Mirage, even though it is technically Complexity's best map, I'm a little surprised to see them pick it, given that Sprout hasn't looked good on Inferno. They don't look good on Inferno, and Complexity has a really solid win rate on it. I'm surprised to see them actually pick into Mirage, which is Sprout's best map stats-wise, but obviously they're comfortable. I'm assuming, like I was talking about, they must have watched those demos. They've been able to analyze a lot of Sprout on Mirage, given that it is their best map, and they favor themselves with the higher firepower. You know, they think they're the more skilled team. They have more infrastructure around them. I'm assuming they think they're going to be able to counter whatever Sprout does bring to Mirage here. So that's probably why they picked it. I think that, again, like, we're going to see that pretty much a lot of that from Complexity. They're going to be trying to shut down Sprout's early map control.
So do you think it's just a question of having that more completed game style, Jackie, coming into Mirage? Do you think that's what's given Complexity the edge and perhaps the balls to be picking into a map the Sprout are definitely no slouches on?
Yeah, I think definitely in terms of structure, right, they've had a little bit longer. The team's kind of more level footing, the way they'll be able to adapt coming into this. In terms of the full five, I think as well, it favours them. You've got a bit more experience there. Sprout, they're still adjusting, still getting used to the new lineup, even though, you know, it's a trend that happened a little while ago now. It is still affecting them in the way they play it. Mirage is another map that in the past, it was Dihad that did so much for them in terms of groundwork. He'd be very effective at opening it up, especially on CT half. He did a lot for them. So it's another point where you look at it and you're just thinking teamwork-wise, if we're weighing them up, it's probably going to favour Complexity. They are just more drilled going into it, really.
Yeah, and now that we see Dihar no longer being on the lineup for the side of Sprout, do you see how they're going to having to be approaching Mirage, Davey, to be any different in terms of that previous roster we saw from Sprout?
I don't think their approach will be different so much. I think that what D-Hub brought was sort of a difference. You know, it's sort of a difference maker. He was a little bit of an X factor where he could take for those aggressive fights. But like I was saying, I think the style overall will be pretty similar. It's mostly they've just lost out on a bit of an X factor. But I will say, because of how I expect Complexity to play on the CT side, I think there will be picks for Sprout to get on their T side, because Complexity will want to be taking fights with them. Of course, it'll be fights on what they consider to be their terms, but even still, the fights will be there for Sprout. So if Sprout's on point this game, this is Mirage, and anything can happen. So I think that if they are on point this game, and Complexity's maybe not feeling themselves too much early on, Sprout could sort of jump to an early lead, depending on which team starts on which side.
Is that something that you're kind of expecting to see from Sprout, Jackie, given that, maybe we're looking at them as potentially not the favourites coming into this first map in particular, but how do you kind of see them putting their foot in the door if they hope to be taking this first map?
I think they need to come out and absolutely give it on the first map. In terms of the way this has kind of been drafted, right? The last map they played was Mirage. They had to shut that one down. It was a close affair. They've had a couple of minutes now to reset. You go straight back into the ringer against Complexity. Just go in, confident, warm off the back of that last series. Keep up that tempo. Play a confident early game on Mirage. I think if they get a T-side start as well coming in, we could see it getting a bit flashy, see the confidence start to build for them. I think a lot of this does go down to their T-side. They need a solid T-side half. At that point, I'll start to rack up if this could be a win for them, but I think if that's the scenario we get off the back of the knife, then it could be good for them.
I think something that's so scary when you look at Complexity as well, aside from BlameF being one of those, big fragging in-game leaders, it's config. When he gets that confidence, there's been so many times on Mirage where I just remember him absolutely barreling up top mid. He has so much confidence when he's doing it. So, Davey, is he a player that you're potentially looking out for to be bringing that confidence from the offset?
Oh, of course. Yeah, Config, he's always been full of confidence, right? That's sort of been his brand, his thing. I remember specifically the knife round in the 1v1 in the major, and all of his teammates are like, man, what are you, like, he walks up right behind a guy, pulled out a knife, and then knifed him instead of just shooting him, and he looks over at his teammates laughing, and they're all just like, man, just shoot him, man. Like, geez, like, so like that's Config, right? He's got that style, he's got that flair about him. So on a map like Mirage, those types of players can really express themselves, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with like the way that Complexity is going to be setting up. He's going to be set up to get into those positions to take those fights. Poison, same thing. He's going to be set up a lot to go aggressive and take these fights on the CT side. And I think this is going to be really brawly. If Complexity starts on the CT side, I think they really are going to be taking the fight to Sprout.
And speaking of Poison as well, we were kind of prefacing the story of Complexity in Jackie as recently has been, obviously he took some time out, came back into the team a couple of months ago. So what have you kind of seen from him since he's reintegrated back into the team? Because I remember, I believe it was at a Blast event that he managed to, he came back in for his first game, and he looked pretty decent in terms of how he reintegrated back in. Have you kind of felt like that from watching him as a player?
Yeah, it feels like he slotted back in relatively seamlessly. Like he seems happy again in the position, obviously. Having that little bit of time to yourself, you never know really how it helps these players in a lot of ways. Sometimes you do need that bit of a break so you get a bird's eye view on things, you're not all tunnel vision, you can come back in and play your previous role even better, and we see that sometimes. I think this is a good case for that. Poison as an individual, he's always been a really solid player. You can rely on him to just pick up the multi-kills, you can rely on him to hold a site. He's a very stable player, good when it comes to frags, but never really out of line in terms of going overly aggressive. We have definitely seen that as well, more I'd say tapered aggression, in that he's playing a little bit more calculated CS now, rather than when he knows he can go for a ballsy play, he won't always go for it, even if he feels like he can back that up, because he is a really sick aimer. So seems like he is, I'd say, evolving in his play style a bit more.
Yeah, I think that stability is kind of a good way to exemplify Poison as a player. And I'm interested to hear your thoughts, Davey, in terms of comparing the AWPers on both sides of the equation. How would you compare it? Two AWPers going head-to-head in this matchup.
I think Poison really is just... He's way far ahead of most oppers in the pro scene right now, right? Poison, he's got that mechanical skill like Jackie was talking about. He goes hard, man. Like when he's on point, he is really difficult to play against. He's super aggressive. He loves to take those fights, and so I think all of Sprout is gonna struggle to deal with him. They all are. It's not gonna be easy for them, I think. Especially I was saying on Mirage, these early rounds, they're gonna be letting him loose a little bit. So I think Sprout's going to struggle to deal with them. But like I said, if on the early rounds, Complexity has this game plan of we're going to get aggressive, we're going to try to shut down Sprout's early map control, right? And then they're losing the fights. Complexity's not winning those fights they're taking. The game plan has to change completely at that point, right? It can totally screw things up. So early in the game, Sprout needs to make sure that they're either matching Complexity's aggression with, all right, you want to fight us, we want to fight you too, or they need to make sure that when they are playing passive, they're ready to win those fights against the aggressive plays from Complexity.
Yeah, I think that's something that's so scary about Complexities. We've already mentioned a few of the names on this roster, and then you look at a player like Rush, who's really taken on board the supportive element. He's taken some of those roles, some of those positions that maybe aren't favorable in terms of getting, those hardcore frags all the time. But if we talk about reliability, I feel like we have to talk about Rush, Jackie, in terms of what he brings to this team as well.
Yeah, I mean, even just in personality alone, right? He kind of is one of these players that is sort of glued to the team. He'll keep them together in a lot of awkward rounds. You've got someone that can be there and be a bit of a rock when you need him to, but he can also absolutely muller the opposing team with any weapon that's in his hand. So it's the dream scenario. Rush, he always earns his pace on that roster, and hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that when we get into the game with this one as well, because you're right, there is way too much talent to look at on that Complexity team. It was always Jason Lake's vision, and he did a good job of that, because it leaves you at a point where you can talk about each and every one of them individually, and we could be doing it until the cows come home.
Yeah, we could indeed, but hopefully we'll be able to get this game started underway very, very shortly. And speaking of which, I've got the magical words from production. We can get straight into this matchup, our second game of the day, and it will be Mirage to kick things off, so take it away, guys.
Ooh, well, here we go. Mirage then, but will it be an oasis for one of these two teams, Davey? Who's going to actually get themselves the victory? That's the big question, as it is Complexity versus Sprout we're looking at, and the knife is finished up, so we can actually get into this one pretty swiftly, mate.
And I think Complexity starting on T side almost Oh, never mind. Yeah. So Complexity is going to be starting on T side. They just have to swap it around there for me. A little bit confusing, but don't worry, I figured it out. Yeah, Complexity starting on T side is going to be, I think, pretty big for them because then they get to set the pace, right? They get to show how fast they want the game to be played. They get to dictate to Sprout when the fights are going to happen, when things are going to go on, and I think that's going to play big time into this. And if Complexity can start off early here, I think they probably run away with this. But, you know, you can never count Sprout out. Lots of util being purchased. Smoke, Nade, Flash. Actually, they have 2 HEs, so where are these going to be going? The heavy B play from Sprout, but Complexity's just going out A.
Faven trying to do something with his pistol here. Wants to get a little bit aggressive towards close CT. Has a bit of damage, but not enough to hold them back. So the entirety of T side have stormed their way onto the A site and staked a claim and taken it as their domain. We do see the first pick coming in from the CTs as they look to play together. Everyone going through jungle, storming towards Poison. Oh. We spoke about him in the pre-game, but he's already going to get loud into the first round. 3K. That's big.
Yeah, he's rushed straight into jungle, and despite the fact that his teammates had gone down, oh, he starts getting shot in the back, just drops down, just causing panic, causing chaos. Can he get the fourth? He can't. Slacks takes him down, but now it's just Speedy and Slacks, and they do have a kit, but they have no way in, so they're just going to back up. Ooh, Speedy actually drops his kit, and Slacks is probably going to try to make his way for that. Yeah, it's $400 on the ground, man. You can't just let that go to waste.
That's a waste of money.
Yeah, we hate that.
No, yeah. We don't waste money. It's silly. It'd be like playing Monopoly and not buying any of the houses.
That would just be stupid.
Okay. Board game tips. Oh, man. I still think Counter-Strike Cluedo would be a big seller.
What would be, sorry?
Counter-Strike Cluedo.
Cluedo? What's Cluedo?
So Cluedo is like, it's the board game. It's like a murder mystery board game. So it'd be like,
okay.
Was it old lady Jennings in the kitchen with a hatchet? You have to try and work out, you know, where the murder happened and with what weapon.
Oh, well, interesting. I mean, yeah, that would be pretty cool then for Counter-Strike.
See?
Are the players involved too, like the pro players, or is it just like, you know?
Yeah.
Or is it?
So you'd have like a little like counter of Spiddy's head. You'd be like, was it Spiddy towards short with the deagle?
Or was it JKS in B with the Galil?
There you go. And if you win,
could be both.
I think everyone screams Cluedo.
No, huge. We'd have to think of a different thing. You can't just scream Cluedo, right? It would have to be something else, like Counter-Strike related.
Blat! Just that. Just in the background. Maybe that would be the one.
Perfect.
Counter-Strike Cluedo. It's doable. It's definitely doable. This round, though, not doable for Sprout, as they only have one man alive, and obviously he's just got to die. Actually, I guess not. I guess he gets a free AK.
That's AK delivery service from Blame F. Actually, he's got armor, he's got a smoke, he's got a kit. This man's bringing lots of money into the next round. As long as he doesn't die, of course.
True.
Always possible. Although they're not really hunting him down.
He's done well. So there you go. Was it Slacks saving in T-spawn with the scout? That would be the play for that round.
You know what? We're gonna have to start writing these down. I'm gonna have to copyright this real quick before somebody else steals
the stream
our
delay
idea.
catches up. Quick, get on that.
Yeah.
Contact Hasbro.
I'm texting my lawyer right now, man. Don't worry, we'll figure it out.
And what does that phrase mean? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh man.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just trust me.
We're gonna make the big bucks.
Yeah, we're gonna make billions off of this.
I do want to see if there's money to be made with this AK, though. As Slacks, obviously, he brought the one weapon over from the last round. It's all he's got. Are they going to play around him? Right now, they're grouping up heavy towards Connector. He's watching short. Oh, man. The tag onto Config, but all it was 50 damage. That's it.
Yeah, Config's just so good. He just goes running straight up short, peering over that smoke, finds the headshot, and Blame F is about to find a couple CTs. Right as the smoke fades, he's taking his peek, manages to find two, but Cressy immediately shuts him down. That is 2 AKs in their hands, though, so Complexity not going to want to let them get away with this, as you see Config's already on the hunt, finds one, finds a second, that's his third of the round. No AKs brought into the next, as Complexity pick up their third round. And now this is going to be the first gun immediately into the double op. Like I was talking about last game on Dust 2, the first gun round is actually, I feel the right time to try the double op if you're going to, because it doesn't actually affect your economy at all, because everybody's buying down to 0 anyways, right? So going for the double op here doesn't actually change anything because everybody's bought down to 0. So we'll see if this double op pays off for them. Given the fact that it is the first gun round of the game and they've immediately gone to this setup.
Curious bit is, in terms of these AWPs actually finding success, we don't see any of them stationed towards the A site. The only one that's on quick rotate will be Slacks. He's in deep connector right now, and you've got Favon supporting him from short, but no one's there. They're all out on A. They storm their way through. The peek comes up from Slacks, but he only takes out an ankle. It's like a Quentin Tarantino movie, Davey. He shoots the feet rather than shooting them in the face. Talking to the face, though, Config going absolutely nuclear. The 2K towards jungle, that secures the round right there. It's done, Sprout.
And Config is so good, like, just peeks out into jungle, one taps 3 people just running across top of connector. One taps 3 players, all in 3 different spots. The man is an absolute madman. So fast, and this is what I was talking about, Sprout. I don't know if they can match Complexity's aggression, right? Complexity obviously sensing holes in their defense, the research being done as Config's able to get all the way out across Sandwich and peek into connector without being spotted, catches the entire CT team off guard. It's a free bomb plant, a free site, and a 4th round for Complexity off of the back of Config. And Rush hasn't even played the game yet. Look at him, poor guy, just 0 and 0. He's throwing all the support nades, right? He's the guy who's just like, yeah, guys, don't worry about it. I'll be the support player. I'll help everybody out. Config pushes forward, kills everybody in Rush. Doesn't die, doesn't see anyone. He's just existing in the server, you know?
Yeah, but, you know, he's giving out the fist bumps. He's giving out the nice every time someone gets a kill.
Yeah.
You gotta keep that momentum high. You know, that's the thing.
At this point, he's got to be just designated Config hype man, right? Like every time Config is a kill, nice man, nice, good job.
He got too high.
You know,
even got you high.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
I know, even I was excited. Yeah, I can't be
The
stopped.
spirit of Rush. That's what he does. He gets in. He's infectious. He's an infectious man. Oh, right now, we'll see where this spread of T's is going to take us, as they've got mid control. Ooh, hello.
Double window smoke, just in case. You wouldn't, because what if one missed, right? And then that's why you just make sure you're just preempting it. They didn't need the second one anyways. Throw them both just in case one misses, but they're actually walking back into this B stack. Sprout having this palace control, right? They have Favon pushed into the palace. So because of that, they were able to stack 3 players over towards B. And I would like to see somebody actually baiting for Dennis here so that they maybe don't clear him, but nobody is. And regardless, Complexity is going to be executing into this 3-man stack of Sprout.
The stage is set. Let's see if it's going to work out well, or if it will be the curtains closing for Dennis. He hides on the balcony, hasn't swung yet, readjusts, does the work with the MP9. That's a 2K, while Spiddy gets aggressive with the Deagle. Cressy comes in for 1 kill with the AUG, and it's all left on Justin Savage. A savage situation to be in, though. Massively outnumbered, 1 versus 5. The bomb down. And he's now down as well. Dennis hits the shot with the AK, and Sprout finally get around on the board to start off Mirage.
Yeah, Sprout going for that early palace control allowed for that B stack, and poor Rush gets to see his first opponent of the game, but only for half a second before he actually got Team Flash jumping out the window. So he spots the guy under the window, then gets immediately blinded and killed by him. So really unfortunate for him. He finally got to see an opponent, but Sprout with really good macro play there. They get that player into Palace, and they just gamble 3 people over towards that B site on the low buy, right, on the force buy. Those are the risks you need to take, and this time it paid off. Complexity executing right into their hands, and now they've failed this boost onto the platform twice now. At some point, it's time to give it up, guys.
Here comes the play. Slacks the move. He's so smooth through the site with the AWP as he's starting to assault them all with the scoped weapon. 3 kills picked up. Ready for another one, but not quick enough. As finally Poison will be able to poison the well of B. Leaves his teammate with a huge task ahead of him. Blame F, the Puggernaut himself. He's in the 1 versus 4. Sprays away and has to dive into the site. He's got a ton of time, and he has all the natural tools to win this. It's just going to be a very awkward play. 60 seconds. Chucks out the nade, holding for the close corner. No one peeking into him. Instead, as he faces short, he'll come up short into the round as Spiddy will kill him. And we do go 4-2.
Yeah, I thought when Sprout messed up that B-plat boost twice with the op there, they might get caught out on that timer. They got the flash out. The opper was blind. He was able to fall back into the site as we see here, but just not enough. It just doesn't matter. They couldn't scale into the site fast enough. Their entry pathing wasn't actually very good. They tried running through the middle of the site instead of swinging through the front, and because of that, they were able to, Slacks was able to just sort of stay alive back at that empty pillar. Cause a lot of problems. Able to get 3 kills, and Complexity, the B plays have not worked out for them so far. And we do see this Deagle play up towards the ramp here, looking for the pick onto Cressy, not able to find it as Config goes down, and that's a big player being removed from the server by Cressy.
All right. Oh, there you go. HUD's back. That was smooth. Oh no. Just sorry,
you cast or curse the HUD, Jackie. You cast or curse the HUD.
I'm really, really sorry.
That's all right. We don't need it.
We don't. It's like a
White Op
walking
Man
frag
going
movie.
into the yeah, and White Op Man is here inside of the market. We can assume that this is Slack. Ooh, if Favin's able to find a pick onto Blame F. Ooh, and that's Op Fade Man managing to get 2 here from the CT as he's looking for his 3rd. Not able to quite connect. Oh, there he is with the Deagle. Who needs an op when you got a Deagle? It's just a mini op, really.
And I think this is the last remaining T. It is Rush. Here we go. Hang on a minute. Complexity. Can they hold on to this round? No idea how much time is left, but we'll see if this man can make some magic with his Deagle as he holds toward Connector, trying to make a frag movie, but instead it is just the one frag movie of him dying by Cressy. Madness.
Yeah, look, man, they tried, like that was a real close there,
They could have
Rush
been.
almost able to, He was, all he had to do to win that round was 1 the 4 remaining players.
And that's it. That's as simple as it really is.
That's all you had to do.
You win that one, that's it. It's in the bag. It would have been secured, but couldn't quite do it. I don't know how much chance he actually had left in that round in the end, but I assume only about 20 seconds.
We'll say he had 1:10 and armor. He could have done it all. It would have been super easy for him.
He had an AWP. He was actually just choosing to ego.
Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah, that is the problem. But luckily, HUD redressed, ready to continue. We are back in. Obviously, haven't missed much as well off the back of this opening round so far here into round 8. All we've seen is a bit of damage inflicted onto Rush, who's left on 66 HP. Oh, the timing on that! Spiddy! Baited in by Blame F. The man hits him with his massive biceps, and that's the first kill picked up for Complexity. An awkward one at underpass.
And JKS seems to know that Favin was aggressive in Palace here, but just backs away right when Favin's going for that clear. And last time they got this much Palace control, remember, they rotated over towards B, but Slacks with the pick onto Config and Favin. JKS comes back into the halls, Favin's pushed through and finds him, and now they know this A play's coming out. Oh, cheeky from the sandwich. Able to shoot Rush in the side, and there's Slacks again. That's double up from Sprout. Absolutely working wonders. That's 4 in a row from them. Complexity has not been able to find an in on either of these bomb sites.
God damn. All right, here we go. The game's actually popping off now, then. We're into it already. We said that Mirage should be a closer game, really, looking at the vetoes.
Yeah.
Both of these teams enjoy playing it. Sprout have played an awful lot of Mirage. They played some really big games on this map as well, so they're confident under pressure here. And right now they're showing that. All tied up. They've got the advantage on the CT side as well. Just Deagles and Tech 9s in play for Complexity.
Yeah, but you can never count out Config, especially with these Deagles. We've seen him do some unbelievable things, and the A execute is coming out, and the no-scope missing Poison with the Glock, and he's found himself an op, actually. The opper from Complexity gets an op in his hands, and this 4 versus 4 has gotten really dangerous for Sprout.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario with the way it's gone. Giving up that AWP and giving it to Poison means that he could actually really do some damage here and remove the chance of the CTs getting back on the site. Config, though, you mentioned his Deagle when he's going to show it off to us. Favin, he's not going to get a chance to inflict any damage as he's gone. Config, that's a huge play. 12-5 right now as well.
Yeah, Poison just W keying straight into the ticket booth, able to pick up the kill into Favin, get himself an op, get another one, but then Config, the man I tried to warn Sprout about him, I said that the Config with these deagles, you can never count him out. 3 1 deags for him. It's crazy because like I've played this game a lot and my deagle just doesn't work like that. Like his deagle works differently than mine.
Well, he's got a shiny barrel on it, which actually increases the accuracy. Ooh. That one being slightly inaccurate, but the follow-up, far better. That was a fast opening pick from both sides as well. Already we're down to a 4-on-4 config. He is on the floor. The man is literally skulking his way through connector. He's going to get up right behind him. Davey! Oh, he's backed into him. He's felt the back of the AWP dig into him. He's turned and killed him. And we're left now with 3 CTs hoping to bail this one out. Rush goes aggro with the AUG. Hits a second. And their numbers are falling thinner and thinner the longer this round goes on. Luckily, Dennis with an uppercut will land the bullets necessary to open up onto Config and give them an entry point through connector.
Yeah, Config is so freaky sometimes with these plays, right? He just, and Flame not able to get away. Actually, the Molotov pushing him out. Favin's right there, ready to hit the op shot. And this 2 versus 2 is not going to be easy for Complexity. They have a bit of a crossfire, but because of the way these angles work, it's going to be super awkward for them. And the timing has to be perfect, and Rush finds it. The low HP player able to connect the shot, and JKS going for the aggressive face. That was a chance for Favin to get back into it. And now, with the kit, he has the smoke as well. Smoke's going to land right on top of the bomb. And JKS needs to find the kill. He's hiding behind the ticket. Favin, he's holding the bomb. Can he find it? 2 seconds left. He's tapping away. He's going to be able to do it. JKS can't connect on the shot. Favin with the no-scope in the end. JKS goes down. And Sprout, 2 versus 4, somehow able to retake that A-bomb site and win the round.
That's a huge round. The confidence there from Favin. As soon as he missed with the first shot, I thought, all right, here we go. It's all going down the pan. It's gone wrong. You're trapped on stairs, pants around the ankles. But he keeps the pressure on. Shot after shot, straight back in. Doesn't waste a single second with the smoke. Blocks off CT and wins it out. That's big. That's a hell of a round, man.
I wonder what the miscomms there were. Like, I feel like there was some sort of contact comm communicated because JKS got shot at, right, and took a gunfight, and Favin missed his shot. So then there was a chance for JKS to back up, Rush just turtles and sandwich, and everything's fine. But I feel like there was some sort of contact comm made where Rush thought that when JKS fought, they were going to fight together, right? But JKS actually like did the right play and backed up. But once that comm is made, Rush had committed to it, I'm assuming. So he swings out from sandwich and dies to Favin at a moment when he never needed to. He could have just stayed in sandwich, and Favin had no chance to scale up into the site and win the round. But because of that initial wide swing from Rush, Favin hits the shot, and then JKS just isn't able to find him in the smoke.
Bizarre. Well, because of it, both for the 5 rounds these 2 teams have taken have been ridiculous in the way they've been playing them. And here on the 11th, they've only got 40 seconds to make a play. The T's grouping up back towards the B site. 1 player in Blame F. He's lurking, watching for the short flank, waiting towards middle. His team, however, they're revving their engines and they're going for the push. Rush, living up to his name as he slips into the site first. Overpowers Slacks on entry. That's the AWP down. And most likely the round going the way of Cole.
Yeah, that's just the save called. Blame F was up in the window. He was there for an early flank, right? He was there just in case those retakes were coming in, the rotations. He was there to cut them off. But Sprout's just backed all the way up into A. They've decided to just turtle over here and just hold this down. And yeah, that is going to be the round for Complexity. Slacks was playing anti-flash up on the balcony, waiting for that initial flash to come over and then peek, but he was scoped in when he peeked, so he peeked so slow that Rush was just able to get the jump on him. He wasn't able to hit the flick. And now Speedy here's looking for one, but JKS connects with the headshot on the Galil. And now every gun taken away from Sprout here is absolutely huge for Complexity.
The deep CT push wasn't good enough to get himself to, but of course still shuts it down, so money-wise they're going to be happy. Config! Oh, no! All right, well, it just got a whole lot more costly.
And everything's gone. They've lost it all, Jackie. It's all falling apart. And now they're on 1,400 bonus. Even if they full eco here, they can't buy next round. Sprout's on a double save. Complexity has just completely taken over the economy.
Man, they've walked in with muddy shoes. No disregard for the fact that they had a welcome mat, Davey. They've walked in straight into the bedroom, shoes everywhere. Shoes on the bed. Sprout's money. It's gone.
and dirt on the shoes too.
Yeah, dirt on the shoes.
Like it's just
dirt on the bed.
Dirt on the shoes, shoes on the bed. Just absolutely disaster. You're letting wet dogs sleep on your pillows at this point. It's brutal.
God damn. To be fair, that would be a nightmare. You come home out of nowhere, a wet dog snuck in, slept on the pillow.
Look, that's happened to me once where my dog was outside, like in the just in the rain, right? Like it was raining outside. He had to go pee. Well, dogs gotta pee, man. Like I said, I didn't just leave him out there to get soaked. But he had to go outside to go to the bathroom. Yeah. He comes back in and he's all wet and he's like, "Damn, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run to the bedroom where the door's open and jump immediately up into the bed and use your bed sheets to dry myself off." Don't know why he picked that spot. I guess he just liked it. But yeah, so my bed, I had to change all the sheets. I had to change it. It was a disaster. God damn. So I know exactly what they're going through right now.
That wet dog smell getting into your nostrils. A bullet going into the nostrils of Cressy, though, is instantly config straight back in, barking up the right tree as they want to make their play up short. And they've already got a good amount of control to work with. CT's basically relying on what? A deagle to hold this back? Oh, hello?
Well, sometimes a deagle's all you need.
I guess so. I mean, Favin's proven that with the first shot. Dennis, though, he's the one that's going to have to be tested. They try and heat things up and force him out of the angle. He pushes forward, dropping the flash. Timing's everything there. But Rush is already in on the ground, and the dream is gone.
Yeah, Favin did get that one kill, but the gun too far away, not able to recover it. But he does actually need to try to save this armor and deagle into the next round because it could be crucial. And like I was saying, because they had such low money, and they full bought down to 0 here, so that means that the next round, they're going to full eco. But then even the round after that, they're only going to have 4,500 in the bank. They're not going to have enough for ops. They're not going to have enough for a lot of util. So Sprout's money is seriously in danger right now. I think they've invested too heavy into this round. Maybe just like a little bit of a light buy. You usually try to keep 400 or 500 in the bank so that you can have that full buy round once you eventually get to that point. But these double ecos are brutal, man. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, this is grim. Losing that round was so difficult. The knock-on effect it's had, now complexity. Just able to grind out, get back into the game in a far better position. You basically got another one for free here, so no matter what, they're winning themselves this half. You get 8 rounds on the T side, you're going to be really happy, and you'd still know that there's even more opportunity out there.
Yeah, because like, take a look at the money right now, right? Everyone has like 1900, 21, 22, and they only get 1900 bonus again next round, which means that there's going to be 3 people on 3800 next round, right? They're not going to have a good buy.
They won't at all. Instead, it'll probably just be a good buy from complexity onto the Sprout players. Look at this gamble stack as well. Everyone out towards middle, just playing in the window. You've got the 3-player death squad there with the deagle. No one's peeking them though. They've actually just walked straight into A. They've got it. They've taken the side.
It's just the 3-man walkout palace on the anti-eco round. This is an absolutely wild call here from Blame. Ooh, Speedy spins around and hits him with that one tap with the USP, but that is a ballsy call from Blame. Oh, the AK's actually stuck in the corner. They're not going to let him get away. Yeah, the AK does go down, so no AK recovered yet. Config is on the hunt. Everybody loves some eco frags. Ooh, including JKS, only able to connect with one more, but now, oh, look at him. He doesn't get it. He's such a freak for that. He is. you have him trapped in the corner. He's completely stuck. He can't get away. Everybody can hold their guns. He's just going to die. Config's like, you know what?
I'm coming in.
Going through the rat hole. I'm going in. I want the eco. I'm going in, dude. Oh. I'm going in.
Just walks into the site looking like Mr. Krabs through the hole, trying to make some money. Oh, man. Right, well, this is really awkward, dude. The CT side of Sprout here, they've hit rock bottom already. Left in such a horrible spot the past 2 rounds, had no weapons to work with, so scoreline's got to an 8-5. Finally have money once again, and they've taken a pause as well. Like to see this. Make the use of your pauses, especially in a close qualifier like this where you're so close to actually being able to get towards Flashpoint 3. Make the most of those pauses. Take that extra bit of time in such an important round like this.
Yeah, definitely. You want to make sure that, I was saying, like, look at their buy situation. It's just not good, right? Like, they've just barely any use. They do have like smokes, some Molotovs, 1 kit on the board, but their buy is not good right now. It is absolutely not good. And without an op in hand too, ooh, Poison's just not able to spot them.
Hello. God, that spread looked like it was right on him.
Yeah, it looked real close. I was a little bit worried there, you know?
Yeah, it's like the Jaws ride at Universal, mate. You feel like the fire's burning you, but it's not. But Config, he is out there. And he is burning bright. Only good for one, though, before that flame gets put out. Favon up top, getting aggressive as well. Slays the Savage and leaves us down to a raw 3-on-3 rush. He was ready for the flash over, trying to play against it. Does he realise, though, that lurking in the smoke right ahead of him is Favon, waiting to make a fantastic play? The spam goes out, but it's just a mere tag. No opportunity to convert that into a frag yet, but everyone is low. The only saving grace they really have is the backstab from BlameF. He has to go undetected. Comes in through the rear and hits the first onto Favon. Now they have a manpower advantage and they can opt to just go to B.
Oh, but Rush still making his presence known on the A site, and that double pincer from Complexity with BlameF lurking towards middle and Rush still lurking in the A site just creates so much space as soon as Blame gets that kill. And now Slacks just sort of has to get lucky, right? He has to get lucky on these timings. He needs to try to find this kill into Rush, but Rush is giving him absolutely nothing right now, and Blame is pushed all the way up into market as well. So Complexity with all the control and Slacks without a kit is just going to likely be going for that save. And again, that low buy from Sprout kind of coming back to haunt them. He does manage to find him, though. So that will be an AK brought into it. Poison's still with that op, so no op to be recovered. But man, yeah, now Complexity looking at their 9th round. And Sprout going into this very last round, they're not going to have a good buy. Sprout's money for the entirety of the end of this first half has just been brutal.
Been really good. Not really had a chance to get themselves into the game, especially with this round as well. It's another one where it felt like they put so much into it, they came close, and it all just goes down the pan. So round 15 now, 9-5, looking like it should be a 10th ideally here for Complexity, and a hell of a half that'll be if they can make the most out of this T side. Sprout, what do they even really do? It's just the 3 rifles and 1 MP9. It's not great at all. I suppose it is the AK as well on Slacks at least, so a little bit better than it looked like, but this is still dire straits for the last round.
Yeah, and he is going to be... Oh, tries to make that jump up into the window. Doesn't quite make it. Yeah, like you were saying. Pretty much no util, but Complexity's decided to go fast anyway, and Speedy, he's in the position where he's got to get one. He's not able to find it. Dennis trades one back, but Config hasn't been stopped yet. He's managed to get one. Just 20 HP. Molotov's coming to burn him out, and there's JKS picking up the rotate. Config connects on another, but this fast flank from Cressy could be huge.
Can Cressy cause some heresy with a flank from the rear? Gets adjusted onto. They've spotted him out. The panic nade's dropped. Oh, he's trying to go for the peak as well into the close window. Player! Poison with a drive-by AWP. Doesn't stop moving. Just hits the wall bang to pick up that round. Oh, it was a low chance he'd get much done, but to die like that, insult to injury. 10 rounds on the board for Complexity. A hell of a way to start this off here on Mirage. And now they're moved over to their CT side.
Well, yeah, Config 23-7, and that is what we were talking about in the pregame, that Complexity was going to be setting him and Poison up to take those aggressive fights and get in the face of Sprout, and Config absolutely has. Less so from Poison, but Config has absolutely been in the face of Sprout this entire game. It has been unbelievable what this man can do. Although we're not even surprised anymore. You know, when Config's on, this is what happens.
Oh, it's vintage Config, mate. It's what you expect to see. If this isn't happening, that's when we'd probably be talking about it more. Chance for us to talk about Rush here, though, as there is a Rush coming towards him. One of the B varieties. They've slipped their way in towards the site. They can go for the plant as well. And then it's all about the post plants. Although BlameF, he wants to get in and post up like a gangster on the site. He hits the first. Config gets traded back on upon. And now, hammering their way in. Timing again!
That's big.
What? He just toys with him. JKS lurks on the outside, finds the backstab onto Dennis. Here's the Glocks, getting some limelight. As BlameF's the only one by the apartment now. Nothing to be done. This is such an awkward pistol round. And it leaves it on Justin, sprinting out, swinging around on the site, trying to find 2 1v1s. He'll lose out on his one against Cressy. So Sprout back in, much needed pistol. Here we go.
Yeah, unfortunate. Complexity decided to go for that A stack. They were stacked towards A and middle, and Sprout just goes straight out B with the classic smoke short, flash over, jump on out. No B defenders, but like you said, BlameF was still able to find one, so they were up 5 versus 4 on the round, even 4v3 at one point, but the post plants were just too strong from Sprout. Plus at the end there, that kit was dropped towards short, so JKS had to run in to try to go find it. Not able to connect with anything. So that is the second half pistol for Sprout. Complexity needs to find some way to answer back here. And Flame F in the connector with the Deagles. Not a bad way of doing it, but they respond with a bullet to the brain as they run up short.
They're up short. Config on the face out, hits the first.
He's a
Poison time for the second as well. Davey, they're getting all the kills and they are quelling the oncoming assailants. The only one that's actually alive at this point is Spiddy, and it'll probably be a speedy death for him. Actually, keeps himself alive at least for a little bit longer. That MAC-10 making a mockery out of them, as he could really have a fighting chance in this round. 2 1v1s. All he needs to win to pick this up. He walks out onto the site, jumping through the window, hits the shot onto Rush. It's a 1v1 now. Blame F only has a Deagle. Spiddy, it'd be a hell of a quad kill if he can do it. He knows where the bomb is. He knows it's down towards short, and he's well aware that he has so much time to make a play here. Just under a minute. Knows there's an AK and an M4 nearby, so he can recover a better weapon. And then it's all just about how he opts to play this, Davey.
Yeah, the bomb is down close on short. Blame F knows this, but he also can't hold it, right? He can't look for this fight towards B for that exact reason. He doesn't know if Speedy's picked up the AK. He wants to try to take this close fight where he doesn't have to rely on close deagle shots, but now Speedy making all the noise, so he's aware of where he is. Blame F not taking this face though, but Speedy is aware of the possibility. He's walking around the corner and the timing! Blame F is able to find him, and Speedy with the heroic effort, but not able to close it out in the end. Blame F saves the day after Complexity ego challenged Speedy on 3 separate 1v1s. But in the end, Blame F, the in-game leader, the original juggernaut, able to close it out and pick up that 11th round, that forced by win after losing the pistol.
God damn. It seemed like they wanted to give it to him. The constant faces, just grinding back in with that MAC-10, but not enough. Blame F hunkers down, acts like a turret, and wins the round. Complexity 11 to work with now. Looking pretty good. Far better buy than what the T's actually have been able to bring out as well. 2 rifles, the rest of them just down on pistols. Config, though, already out early, looking for the play towards middle. Meanwhile, Blame F, he is going to be tested by the totem pole that he just easily dispatches over the top of the smoke. They're gone.
I thought he was a dead man right there. When I saw that boost come out, he's peering over the smoke. I'm like, all right, gonna get an entry pick onto Blame F here. Cool boost, and then just boop, boop, they both just die immediately. I was like, all right, Blame F is too smart and too good. Oh, and Config also looking for some, and he's got that crispy aim. He's manages to pick up a second, not able to connect the third onto Cressy, as he does finally shut him down, but now it's 1 versus 3. And he's in an awful lot of hurt right now. No head armor on him, so that is actually an important factor given the MP9s and the M4. And where is he going to decide to go with this? 45 seconds, so a lot of time to play with, but absolutely no utility. And crossfires across the board from Complexity here.
A huge disadvantage. With 30 seconds of time on the clock, he opts to make a move. 2 CTs moving in towards him. That's the pick onto the first, but the backstab will come out as Poison, hook, line, and sinker baited him in for the frag and secures the round. 12 now for Complexity, getting dangerously close to winning the first map of Mirage and leaving Sprout in a horrible position in the series.
Yeah, good setup there by Complexity in the 1v3. They didn't want to make the same mistake they had made in the previous round. They set up the crossfires. They had it set up so that no matter which player took contact towards A, the player from short and the other player maybe was going to be able to quickly peek out and get that trade. So well done from them. 12-6 scoreline. Now Sprout is just on the Glocks. Cressy does have the deagle. I don't know if they spotted Blame jump into underpass, actually, and even if they did, it doesn't matter. So he immediately takes his head off, and Blame, looking for more. Config wants some of these. He goes off short, too, but Speedy giving Config a bit of the taste of his own medicine there a little bit. And that 1D gone to him top mid. That is the AK dropped, but it's not in a recoverable position. As now Sprout going to take their kill and regroup up towards B. Look for another one.
Sprout looking like the Suicide Squad, just all playing together. They're grouped up, sending Spiddy in first. Just going to walk up and clear the close angle in case they take an underpass. So focus can now be set on the B site. Utility-wise, they've got nothing. They've got to go in dry. It will just be the Glocks and Deagles that have to do all the work to open this up. Playing contact. As soon as they get detected, they will mirage their way in and get a little bit more aggressive. Rush, he's on the peak, hits the first. Now they're going to bombard their way in. Plays a different angle, trying to toy with them. Plucking them out of the air, making it look easy. 1 by 1, he guns down the oncoming eco, and Sprout lose out on another round.
You could just see Rush was salivating there, right? Early on T side, like we were saying, he didn't even really get the chance to get into the game much. Wasn't really playing much. Right here, he's like, Glocks? For me? No, thank you. He's just so excited right there under the window. He's like, man, here they come. Here come the no armor Glocks jumping out at me. Secures his eco frags and secures the 13th round for Complexity. Now finally another full buy round out from Sprout, but no op yet again. Slack's not able to get that op in his hand here yet on the T side. And where will Sprout decide to go with this? No op on CT side either, actually, so this is a rifle-only round. Interesting dynamic. Ooh. Rush tries to do the silent jump. Doesn't quite make it. Little bit of noise made. And will Cressy have heard that? Because Rush, again, is here kind of by himself. He does have that player on short nearby. It's just Config, but not in the immediate position to help. Config's more worried about this middle play. And that's exactly where Sprout's going. The bomb is in T-spawn, though, actually, and that could cause some issues as they do have that player full pushed through Palace, but the double nade stack from Sprout, and now the from Complexity, and now the Molotov coming out as well. They spot each other in T-spawn. Poison wins out and spots the bomb, so this is getting real dangerous for Sprout now.
Oh no, Dennis! With the timing! He wanted to allow BlameF to slip through. Instead, BlameF clears it towards jungle, hits him in the head. There was no chance for a reaction. Already Sprout are down to 2 players as Rush again wins out over towards apartments. This is awful. Sprout were in such a good position. It seemed like they were about to slip up connector. The double nade comes in and the round gets blown away from underneath them. But suddenly, they decide that they've still got a fighting chance. Slacks gets aggressive towards B. Spiddy, armed, hits the first. 14 seconds. Plant the bomb or lose the round. That's what he's got to do. So he makes his move. Bit of KZ. Straight up, grab the bomb, slips back down. They know he's forced to plant it, so JKS will peek. JKS will send him off to the Nether Realm. 14 in the books, 2 away from shutting this one down. Sprout, they'll be reeling now.
That is so unlucky. I don't remember who it was. I think it was Dennis pushed up into jungle. He spots BlameF. He's got him shot in the back of the head. He's like, I'm going to let him creep by. I'm assuming Dennis was probably hoping he could creep past BlameF and get into CT spawn, right? Because if BlameF walks in towards window there and Dennis gets into CT spawn, that's practically round secured for Sprout because there is no way they would ever expect him to be there. He'd be able to multi-frag on either one of the sites, but just wasn't able to do it. And now in the eco, Spitty trying to go aggressive towards mid. Config makes that short jump and takes him down. So 5 versus 4 now on this half buy from Sprout. And that is just absolutely that last round was so tragic for Dennis. What a shot from BlameF too, by the way.
Yeah.
Like just completely 180ing, first bullet directly to his head.
It was mad. Literally that 1 split second of hesitation is all it took for him to be able to get back into it with a vengeance. The Deagle coming out this time does hit its mark a little bit more, but look who's on the site. Rush just cleaving his way through them and making this such a horrible spot to be left into. Dennis, though, like a scare actor at a Halloween show, he jumps up close and personal, waiting for the right time to put the spook into him as he scares the first man, waiting for the second to swing into him. The pre-fire goes out of ammunition. Uh-oh, he'll grab himself the Kalashnikov, but his pathway is now set ablaze. Flashes out, knows they'll be peeking onto him, just toying with them. Now finally does retreat. That'll be the defuse for the 15th round. Has to save himself the AK. Complexity there. Holding on.
Yeah, holding on, securing their 15th. The deagle, you know, they, like you said, they were able to get that picks, and that play from Dennis was actually amazing. Like going into that window there, you're down 2 versus 3, right? You don't have armor. All you have is an M4. You need to make a high risk, high reward play. He goes into the smoke. As the smoke fades, he manages to find the pick, but Poison killing his teammate actually is what sort of shut down that round. If his teammate was just able to stay alive for long enough that Dennis was able to get the first contact there, potentially his teammate could have peeked out and traded that kill onto Poison, but because he died, nothing could be done. And now, ooh, Poison almost finds that pick onto Slacks. It was the first sort of battle of the oppers we saw this game. Or sorry, so far this half. And Config's opted for the double op again, and he has a ton of control here. With this deep B Halls control, he has so much info, so much control gained. Yeah, he has to spot them cross, and ooh, not able to connect the shot though. Config, pretty good at the game. So you know, you wouldn't doubt him to hit that shot, but on that one, just not able to connect. Reaction time wasn't there, as Sprout has taken a lot of mid control off of that aggressive upper B play.
The exchange of utility's gone out as well. A majority of it being used now from the CTs. They only have 2 smokes left in reserve, whereas Sprout, they've got a lot of flashes left, 3 of them, when they finally want to go for their shock and awe plays. The bomb is nowhere near B anymore. It's rotated the whole way over towards middle, where the rest of the unit are. They're ready for this one, grouping up for close connector. Although, look at these positions from the 2 CTs. Deep in towards ramp, JKS, supported by BlameF, probably the 2 boys you'd want for this job, as they need to act like bouncers now. Hold off the oncoming assailants of Sprout as the first shot is pulled. Ooh, they spot him out as we see Slacks trading back onto Rush. It's a 4v4 to work with now. The smoke shrouding Poison as well as he stays tucked in. Awkward 1v1s. The CTs are picking them up. There's a lot to be done. One of those being get the bomb down, and that's just not going to happen. Faven, with 8 seconds left, he's panicked and he's dead.
Yeah, good setup there at the end by Complexity to secure their 16th round. They went for the aggressive B play as well as going for that aggressive A ramp play, so they completely gave up mid. Sprout was able to get control of it, but once the site split came in, Complexity was just too ready for it.
Yeah, just clean up there, better on holding the site. Complexity overall just dominant throughout that entire game, really. They just looked really confident on Mirage. Sprout just they couldn't do anything against them, mate. They just buckled under the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were saying, that T side from Complexity went pretty well, right? That went pretty well how we expected it to. Obviously, Config going in hard, going in fast. He got in their face, took the headshots. It was all over. Config was just too on point on the T side for Sprout to have any real response.
Sprout definitely struggled on that one, but someone that never struggles under pressure, under any situation, is of course Freya, who is back to reel us in.
Thank you so much, Jack. You always lovely, kind words from you. We do have to reflect back on Complexity in that game because we were prefacing coming into this one, Davey, saying potentially Sprout may have an in. We expected this to be the 3rd and final deciding map, considering that both of the teams form on this map. But as you were saying, Complexity just looks solid from start to finish in pretty much every aspect of the game.
Yeah, Complexity really did outclass Sprout, I think, right? Mostly just across the board. Even on that T side, Sprout had some rounds there on their CT side, and Sprout were able to win that second half pistol, but that was the only round they ended up getting in that second half. Complexity, after winning that eco round or that force buy round, just dominant for the rest of their CT side. They had a lot of mix-up, too. There was rounds where they were aggressive, fighting towards middle. We saw in the last round where they aggressed upper B and A ramp at the same time and left middle completely open, right? So a lot of tactical diversity we saw from Complexity there on T and CT side.
And I think that's a painful thing when you're looking back, particularly on the first half for Sprout, was that it was so difficult for them to get in, particularly in the final moments of that first half. Just in terms of the economy, Jackie, the Complexity were making it so hard for them to get any room to move.
Oh, it's rough, right? They basically played the entire game in an uphill battle. Most of the rounds stuck in an awkward spot when it came to cash. And it's crazy as well when you think about how like the opener of this game went, how close it was. Like we can see here on some of this replays, this was a super tight scoreline, and then out of nowhere it falls to bits for Sprout. The wheels came off, they just couldn't get back into the game. It just felt like they really did get skill capped towards the end there.
And somebody that we were coming into this game really looking out for was, of course, Config. Davey, you mentioned him there, looking so unbelievably confident, ending the game just shy of the 30 bomb, 29 kills, 124 ADR. I believe he had something like 20 kills just coming into the end of that first half as well. So he definitely blew our expectations out of... I didn't want to say blew our expectations out of the water because we kind of expect Config to be pulling up these numbers in games like this.
Yeah, especially against a team, like, with all due respect, against a team like Sprout, this is the environment on Mirage. Against a team like Sprout, this is where Config thrives. This is where BlameF thrives, right? These are these rounds, these are the situations where BlameF can set up Config to do exactly that. That's exactly what he did, and it was just unbelievable to watch him on that T side. His mechanics are so crisp. He is so good. And like Sprout, like I was talking about in the game, in that middle point of that first half, when the score was 5-5 and they got hard reset there, right? That that hard reset on that 6-5 round completely screwed Sprout's economy for the rest of that half. They weren't able to get back into it at all. That double eco was so harsh on them, because like Jackie was saying, early in the game it was close, it was back and forth, right? 5-5 scoreline, but then once Complexity got control of the economy, once Sprout got completely shut down, at that point there was no coming back. Complexity just got a bit of momentum with that reset, those eco frags, and they just rolled with it.
Would you agree, Jackie, that was kind of a turning point for Complexity to be getting that momentum, to be closing out the entire map?
Oh, absolutely. I think, once we actually saw them in a position where they had healthy buys every time, where they were able to get the AWPs out when they needed to, and when you could give basically Config and Blame F rifles and let them just run rampant, they knew they had the game in their corner, and it seemed to go that way, right? The amount of clutch rounds we had throughout that one as well, going down to 1vx's, where I feel like a lot of the time Sprout were actually unlucky in. They had some good runnings and just let it fall from them in the last few moments.
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking for Sprout not being able to take this first map of the series, but there are potentially 2 more maps remaining in this best of 3, and of course there is the lower bracket for the teams if they are going to be falling down into that. But something I also wanted to bring up was just the amount of control that we did see Complexity having, Davey. Like, I want to have a look at the opening duels. We see from Config 7-2, Blame F 6-0, Poison 3-0. Like, it's nuts how much control they have when they find this confidence as a team unit.
Yeah, I think they probably got the entry pick on almost every single round. And it's what I was saying, in that pregame, right, in the beginning of the game, that Complexity was going to take the fight to Sprout. They wanted those early fights. They wanted to deny Sprout their ability to play the game how they want to play. So as soon as Config was winning all those fights, Blame F is winning those fights, Poison was getting the entries, it's like Sprout was just completely done for at that point. Complexity was outclassing them on the entries, and then at the end of the game, obviously 16-6. It felt close at the beginning, but overall that was not a close game. Complexity was far and away the best team in that server.
And that's kind of the question from Sprout side of life, is what can you do in those kind of situations? We know that Sprout can bring a decent game plan to this map, Jackie. So do you feel like it was Complexity just having the upper hand in terms of every element of the game? Or were there any elements for you that you felt like Sprout was slipping up on?
I feel like, again, just in terms of what we had to work with there with Mirage, right, with these two teams, both pretty formidable on it, it was literally just that the skill divide was so much more in favour of their opponent than they were. Complexity came into it looking way better in terms of the overall map, and it's rough. It's rough. I think Sprout, they could have done a little bit more, but again, as we've been saying, it does just go down to the opening duels. They were struggling to get picks. They were struggling to trade efficiently throughout that one. Like, looking at the opening duels here, we had literally a total of 5 opening duels that were won throughout that entire game for Sprout, and I think four of them were actually done obviously in that like opening first stint of rounds. So as soon as then we can see rifles come in, that's it. You've got the difference of every other opening kill going the way of Complexity from that point forward.
Yeah, it is painful for the side of Sprout indeed, but that isn't the final lifeline they have here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, and it isn't the final lifeline they have in this series. It is their pick of Dust 2 coming up next after a short break.
So why don't you take it all? Take it away from me. Someday I'll leave this place, even if cities don't run. Don't run away. Don't run.
A clean sweep for Complexity in the first map of this best of 3 series here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. 16-6 to the Juggernauts in a confident showing, which leaves us at the doorsteps of Dust 2 as the second map for this series. The question is, can the Germans bring it back in this upper bracket matchup? Joining me to answer that question, hopefully many more, I've got the wonderful Davey and Jackie on the line with me. So maybe we should start off by talking about our expectations for Sprout coming into this one. Jackie, sure, we knew Mirage was going to be a decent map for them. Didn't pan out that way because Complexity just looks so dominant on their home pick. So do you feel like after maybe a disappointing showing from Sprout, they'll be able to redeem themselves coming into Dust 2?
Mirage to kind of be that tree-like benchmark map where we know both of them are proficient on it. We should get a close game, should give us some good twists and turns. In reality, it was just kind of the Complexity show. So now you come into D2, although it's Sprout's map pick, I feel like that's more just by name rather than by actually what we'll see in the server. So this should be Complexity, feeling pretty confident more than anything.
Yeah, and you don't blame them for that confidence. Seeing Config coming out all guns are blazing in that first map of the series. Davey, do you feel like he's going to be another one to watch coming into Dust 2?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the risk that you run if your Sprout is maybe Config was just warming up on Mirage, right? Maybe that was just his warm up game, right? He's like, all right, yeah, I got to run up connector a lot and shoot people in the head, but now we're on Dust 2, even more space for me. Like, all right, these are the types of fights I like, right? That's what if you're Sprout, that's what you got to worry about. And how are you going to find a way to shut him down? We saw them like to do the double op on Mirage. I'm assuming both of these teams are going to be double opping again since it is Dust 2, another map that favors the double op, so maybe that'll be a way to shut down this aggressive play. But I'm with Jackie. I can't see how, after what we just saw on first map, I can pick Sprout to beat Complexity here.
Yeah, 29 kills in those 24 rounds of the first map. I hope that wasn't just a warm-up for Config, because it's going to be absolutely brutal to see what he's going to be delivering in this second map. So considering this is Sprout's pick, and we do see them playing it joint top in terms of their map pool at the moment, 24 times on record in the past 3 months. Are there any kind of expectations for you, Jackie, if they're hoping to push us to a third?
I think we need to see a far solider CT half, right? I know it's a completely different map in terms of what we had, but their CT side was a little bit slow. Didn't quite see as much as we needed from them on Mirage. So here on Dust 2, again, it's just as damaging. You mess up, you're going to feel it.
Well, we don't have to wait a moment longer to be getting into the action as Dust 2 is underway. So guys, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much. I can't wait for this one as we are into it already. The pistol round is underway, but no one has died just yet, Davey. Although, we are seeing some cheeky tempo. Look at this man, JKS. He's a bit of a globetrotter, and right now he's trotting the whole way through T-spawn.
Yeah, the Australian's gone on walkabout. He's gone his way all the way through T-spawn. Actually, Speedy has caught this rotation. He spotted it. That might actually trigger him to communicate that there is potentially this flank coming in, but no, neither one of them look at each other, and JKS is going to be the linchpin in this round. He has this huge flank coming out. He needs to pick his timing just right.
The silent assassin of JKS has so much to do, finally reveals himself and strikes hard from behind, gets 2 kills, looking for the third and final, which he will achieve. But here is the only player he hasn't seen, Spiddy. Over on short, they had their close encounter at the start of the round, but towards the end of this one, only one of them will be alive. Will it be JKS on the peak? No. Spiddy holding for the cross. 45 seconds, bomb down on ramp. That P250 shaking, his knees getting weak, and JKS keeping a strong mental game. Tucked in behind the box, no reason to reveal himself, no reason to get overly aggressive. He knows that he's got to come towards him, and Spiddy is just waiting till he's baited in. JKS peeks up, but he throws it away, misses the shot, gives up the goose, as the pistol kill will go in favour of Spiddy. Oh no, it's all gone wrong.
Oh, Spiddy with that flank from mid, able to pick up 3. Both of the flankers actually able to pick up 3, but JKS just not able to pick up that 4th. Complexity. That A site hold falls apart, and they're just not able to hold down that site despite JKS's 3 kills on the flank. Speedy, the hero of the pistol round, with that P250, able to finally secure it. And there's the late peek from Slacks as well, able to connect a bullet onto Poison as they are looking for more. Still, both of these scout players still on the hunt for each other towards mid. Poison has decided to back off now as long control has been taken by Sprout.
want to see if Poison can actually get anything done with this scout whatsoever, right? I mean, the thing is, they're coming towards him up long. He is just peeking from behind the bags of rice, the rice bags.
Yeah.
So he can probably get some tags out here, mate.
He's pretty good with the scout too.
He is. Yeah.
He's pretty good with it. They don't have a flash to take this peek, so they're just going for the slow clear and just not able to connect.
Hello?
Does finally land the tag. Rush with the crouch. Deagle advantage of that opportunity.
It's all on the Dennis system. He's the one that's got to get him into the site. Doesn't reveal himself yet. Waits until all three of the T's are grouped up. They smoke the doors, using their utility cleverly to allow them to pass, so that now they can actually get that bomb down. Spiddy, here we go. He should be going to town here as well. Everyone running up. They're not going to clear the angle because the way he's playing it, super smart positionally. And even better when it comes to hitting the shots, as Spiddy assaults all of them, opens up a can of whoop-ass towards tunnels and leaves it just on JKS and Config. The pistoliers that are pissing the round away as it all goes wrong, Davey. This is going to be a second for Sprout. No chance for JKS. Can't flick with the Deagle. So Sprout already in for 2.
Yeah, that aggressive play from Complexity towards long works out. They're able to find the 2 picks, grab a gun, grab another scout, but in the end, that play from Speedy, like you were saying, just behind that pillar, plays it absolutely perfect. They don't clear him. He's able to clean up and get 3. So Complexity, despite putting up a good fight in that second round, aren't able to replicate their heroics from Mirage. And Sprout does secure the 2-0 now. And Deagles are out from Config, Rush, and Blame, so something to keep in mind as they are just running into the B site here, and this is going to be Sprout with full control.
Slacks. Hello? Ooh, here we go. They swing onto him. He actually only gets 1. I thought he was going to make a bit of money with him at 10 towards middle there, but they meddle with this round, and the outcome's looking like it could be shifted back in favour of Complexity. If they get themselves a little bit more out of this, bombs down. They don't have a kit. You do have Deagles, and they do have a flashbang as well, so likelihood of at least making this a costly one is certainly on the cards.
I think that flash is going to be so huge. We can see Rush setting up for it. It's got to be timed well. It's got to be perfect. It comes over. It does blind them. They fall in through the window. They're able to find the kill onto Cressy. They're looking for more. This player's in the back of the platform, and there Speedy's able to connect. Favin's able to get another one. So in the end, the flash gets them into the site, but it's not enough to secure the round. Still 3 kills, but Favin and Speedy with that crossfire from Carr and back plat, able to just about secure the round for Sprouts. That's 3-0. Now we see the full gun round coming out from Complexity. Op in hand. They did make that last one a little bit dicey, though. They made it just a little bit close. That flash recovered from Rush almost gave them a chance to retake that B site.
It nearly worked. It did nearly work. It would have been a huge round to get them into the game on Dust 2, but not meant to happen just yet. The things that shouldn't really happen, though, the peak coming out. Look at the sheer speed of it. Slacks with the face towards upper tons. Wanted to find an opening pick onto B instantaneously. Instead, he gets left lifeless on the ground, and the AWP has to be picked up by Favin.
Yeah, and he does manage to recover it. They're looking for another one. They do just back right on up. Getting out of the B tunnels. They've conceded that that fight wasn't for them this round. It wasn't the one this time. And with Rush playing this aggressive towards long, he does have some support from Poison, but it won't be immediate. And Rush, he's trying to listen for any potential flashes that come out. He's going anti. There's the flash always come out. Rush decides to tank it, and Cressy doesn't check the angle. That's a kill for Rush. And now Speedy inside of the tunnels, but Rush just jumping across, getting away. And that is another 1-for-0 with no trade potential from Sprout. So Complexity, with all the control in this round, they haven't had to change their setup at all. Still one player holding down towards top mid here with the op. That's Config, as the bomb is going to try to work his way up, but Config not taking that deep peek anymore, so the bomb will get onto shore, and now it's going to be up to these A players to hold down this execute from Sprout.
Blamer and Poison have to work in unison to pick this round up. Blamer moves from Goose and gets behind the boxes on the side. Can he box up the opponents, though, as he peeks out, landing the right hook? Switching to the Deagle, Favin, he's terrified and shook. He's got to retreat back towards short and just get away with his life. 17 seconds left to survive here. If he dies after time, it's the worst case scenario. They push onto him. He hits the flick onto Rush. One by one, they peek, and Config will shut him down. Finally, Complexity come online. They get into the game. Nice footwork there into the 4th round.
And such a huge play from BlameF. He recognized that the short execute was coming out. He figured he was going to get Molotov'd out in Goose. So like you said, he switches his position. He runs into the site, the least likely spot to be Molotov'd, because it's the least likely spot for a CT to play. So you see the T's, they Molotov the ramp, they Molotov Goose, but they can't Molotov everything, right? They can't Molotov. So the site is completely open, and BlameF running forward, taking advantage of that gap in the execute, able to find 2 kills. A really good heads-up play from BlameF, which secures the round for Complexity. Obviously, they already had the advantage, but it also kept so many more guns alive as well because he was able to multi-frag. So with that many guns staying alive, the CT's starting to be, keeping 4 people alive is important for building up the economy early on, especially on a map like Dust 2 where there's going to be lots of rounds where you lose players, right? So being able to keep 4 alive there on that first gun round is absolutely huge.
I'm so confused about what the play is going to be here with this as well. Crazy towards middle early on. He's the only one with the Deagles. The rest of them just on Glocks. They are just holding around, trying to basically bait out the utility early. Spiddy just runs in towards middle though. Just goes for it. Balls to the walls. Gun down. Nades coming in, so everyone's taking a ton of damage. They're super, super soft right now. Easy to pick off. But they're going for the run boost. Going to make it a little bit more awkward at the very least. The flip from Poison. It's still on the money. BlameF waiting with the rifle as well to run them down. Easy pickings from the boys.
Yeah, another direct counterplay from Complexity, and we can see, as we know, they have done their homework. They have 2 players on the ramp, so when they try to go to do that playoff short, right, where they're going to run into A, do the run boost, get the bomb planted, but BlameF's right there with Poison, so even if Poison did miss that first shot, which he didn't, by the way, nice shot, BlameF was right there to, make sure that, all right, no shenanigans is going on, you're not getting into the site, no bomb plant for you, and that is going to be the second round for Complexity, but now we do see this buy, and, ooh, they smoke the cross, but they jump over anyways, and Slacks does spot him and hits that shot onto Config. So now Config's playing this round wounded.
Bogdan's Law could come into effect though. He still has the AWP, so we might see the weapon still have a chance to shine supreme, even though he is a little bit low. And Sprout, again, slow play towards middle. Timing here with the short AWP though. As Poison, he moves into position. They're trying to clear it. He does get flashed off the angle and immediately fall back. Instead, just sat on Shokshi. So he could still actually get himself a pick here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be walking for it. I think that's actually a missed Molotov, so that's not good. That is what we would call an L.
Mm-hmm. That's a W.
The nade comes in as well. Yeah, it's a W for Complexity. That second molly, also another W for Complexity. As Slacks now, they're trying to take the short control, but with that missed Molotov and the counter Util coming out from Complexity, now Complexity has completely fallen off the aggressive setup as well. So that's going to be real confusing for Sprout. They would be expecting Complexity to be playing close short here. They've just completely fallen back to this long setup with, again, BlameF and Goose.
Right then. With 30 seconds left on the round, the question now becomes, will Sprout be able to get themselves the W, or will it just be 2 capital Vs next to one another? As it's not looking good for them. Config in the window, flicks out at first, gets nothing. The drop down from JKS though barely stays alive and wins out to stop the backstab, but the entire round is ruptured. The B site has fallen, the T's are in, they're getting into post plants, and the bomb is going down in the last few seconds of this round. Response from the CTs, what's it going to be? One man towards upper tunnels, that's Rush. He's been spotted and has to back off. Instead, we have Poison peeking over from middle, peering towards the window. They're debating how they want to play this one as he gets up close and personal. They do have utility on Rush, but he's got to get there. He isn't quick enough to make the move over. The missed shots from Poison as well, leaving this one looking like it is going to be a round for Sprout as they've still got 2 alive. Trapped on the site, should be a fight to the death, but they will secure the bag.
Yeah, Rush not able to just secure one of those kills. Poison missing quite a few shots towards the car as well. But that round's actually a misplay by the B players, right? Config's up in the window. He's holding towards mid. He misses his shot. Okay, fine. JKS is playing close tunnels. He's supposed to be the one watching for that tunnel creep and covering Config's back. But the guy comes through the smoke and kills Config before JKS is able to react. And then by that time, JKS reacts, and now he's out of position because he wasn't playing close to the smoke, able to get that kill. So then he tries to fall back. He tries to help out on the players towards mid, but he's just not able to, right? Like, he's just not able to get those kills. They just outclass him, they get the kills, and that position from JKS up on top of that box, it didn't help config, and it also didn't help to hold mid. So just a bit of a misplay, bit of bad positioning, honestly. The setup just wasn't great from the B players. And when Complexity watches that one back, they'll be looking at how, in that same situation, they could set themselves up better to make sure that doesn't happen next time.
Look at the way they're playing this as well. The aggression towards long, the flash outs, the Rush can get involved. They're all blind. The only man that wasn't playing on the close angle was Cressy. And he's the one to get gory with the Galil poison behind the car. And he'll be hit by one. Run over there as he drops down. Only 3 CTs left alive, one of them on the site. That's Blame F behind the box. It seems like he will be tested here. Can he earn his keep and prove that he's handy with the steal? As the smokes go down towards close ramp, they jump up onto the site, but just in the nick of time. He hasn't seen him. He has no idea that Cressy's up top. Config has to get the kill onto him. And they're really holding this one, cutting it close, playing on an awkward angle towards the site. The nade will be enough to take him down, and it's all on Config. He's got himself in towards Gandalf. Will he be a wizard dope to make him disappear? Fires out the warning shots. Scared of the peek on close left. Instead, it will be the face from the AWP from the site. That will take him down, and Sprout will get another round. 5 on the board here. Way better than what we had on Mirage. Coming into their own on Dust 2.
Yeah, very heads-up play from Cressy. Like you said, he was making sure that he was playing anti-flash. Everybody else on his team got blinded, but he didn't, and he's able to spin around and win out on that fight versus Rush. Rush just got... There was just too many targets, right? He peeks around the corner. There's 4 blind players in front of him and one guy who's not blind. Everything is too hectic, not able to find a target. So they end up winning that round. He said Poison also getting caught out at the car, so Sprout, with that long control, able to do a lot, but this time, that's actually Config peeking off of short and getting the entry onto Speedy before they execute onto this B site. Rush not able to find anything. JKS has been spotted in the back of the site. He goes down as well, and now it's just Blame F outside of the doors. Helpless, trying to get some shots through the smoke, but that is going to be Sprout taking that B site. Is going to be Sprout's round as Config's going to try to hold on to this AK.
Might be able to make a little bit of money if he can hold on to it. All in all, they're set up for the X's as well.
Yeah, he can't help it. He wants more. You know, he wants more. Look at him. He's at the car, peeking down into CT. He's like, I could save this AK, or I could kill like 2 more of them if they come here. You know,
he's always confident.
He can't help himself. Yeah, he can't help himself. Hard to blame him when you're that good, but
it makes sense.
Yeah,
it does make sense. Yeah, just going to go for the full save as well. I mean, everyone's pretty much 100 HP, so it shouldn't matter too much. They were hoping to get the exits, but not going to matter. If you don't exit the site, you can't die.
I feel like Valve's probably got to up the bomb radius here, right? Like, the fact that everybody can just survive in closet with whatever half HP.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it only does whatever 55, 60 damage or whatever. Like, I feel like it should do a little bit more than that if you're still in the site.
Did you know that the only 2 maps in the game that have a different bomb radius are Nuke and Vertigo?
I didn't. Oh yeah, because of the vertical.
Because of the verticality,
yeah.
They reduced it. I think the normal radius is 800, and they halved it to 400. I think on those maps.
Oh wow!
There you go.
There it is.
That's the difference between living and dying. But Rush only gambles in one of them, and that is going to be living, as he wins out with the 2 picks towards long already. So big openers here into this round. Sprout, you left kind of hung out to dry. 1 man towards mid. You've got a player on short trying to bail him out. So at least Favon can move out of the angle. Crossfire set up. Doesn't work out too well on the peak as Favon just Ferrari faces. All falls onto Dennis now, though. 1v4. Bomb in the back pocket and bullet in the head.
Yeah, bullet in the head. Right in the side of it, too. Dennis not even seeing JKS. No chance to survive. It's like what happens when I try playing Tarkov. And so, that is the 3rd round for Complexity. Pretty clean, too. Like, Rush getting those 2 kills towards long were pretty huge, right? Because that's like, that forced Sprout to try to make that aggressive play. And even though Favon did just absolutely psycho peak Config there in middle, didn't matter. Blame F had already rotated down, gets the instant trade. So Complexity with a relatively clean round. Slacks not able to find the tag this time. Favon just runs straight down mid, puts a lot of pressure here on Config. So they obviously know this double op is something that Complexity likes to do. They obviously know it's a threat, and they are playing, you know, assuming that that is going to be the case.
So many potential 1v1s that could happen here as well. Look at this. It's like split and pick across the entire map,
Yeah.
just playing their defaults.
It really is. That's just us too, man. It's
Yeah,
just the way
true.
it goes sometimes.
True. Davey, before you
Jackie.
you open your fridge, do you knock on the door?
Nope. Mostly, look, it's not like I'm not even. You know what? Okay, man. No, but only because, like, of course, I would always knock on my fridge before opening it just to be nice. But my dogs would start barking. It would be a disaster.
Oh, true. I was just worried that you might walk in whilst the salad's dressing.
That's not.
But right now, as
Yeah, that is always the danger, isn't it? Yeah.
well, yeah, you know, if you don't knock on the fridge, you might not know. Be a salad dressing in there. As the mid push comes out, we'll see if Sprout are going to be dressed for success here in round 10. JKS, though, could be blessed with the angle he's in. He strikes first. Config bobbing and weaving out through the door. Gets a little bit more than he even expected. It's a 2K with 1 bullet.
Config with the ego chow out of B-ton straight to the door. He gets the first, goes back for the second, and just happens to get a third. It's the way it goes sometimes. Sprout line up for him. They're forced now onto the deco. As the double ops yet again from Complexity paying off. We saw Sprout getting a lot of early lead here, right? In a lot of these rounds, they've been getting the early leads. They've been putting a lot of pressure. But Complexity now has worked their way back into this. Set themselves up to tie this half up, right? They've set themselves up here big time. Be able to bring this one back. Potentially win out this half on Sprout's map pick, and look at Cressy. He's up top. Poison doesn't see him. Oh my god!
Right there, his foot! Oh no! Oh, Poison! Disgusted by feet, Davey. He wouldn't even look at it. Not even for a second. He did not like the texture. And they won't like the fact that they can no longer get into long. Entry barred. As the Molotovs come in, the T's funneled out of long, facing towards mid, and now they're just getting taken down by another AWPer. A different man. Config towards middle. Scoped in towards top mid. That's the shot onto Fathom. 3 left. Gambles for it. He did run the risk. He went for the peak. Doesn't work, though.
You know he always wants more, right?
Yeah,
He's like, I did miss my shot, and I could just run away to B right now and save my op, save my armor, you know. Or I could just peek back out and go for another one. he always wants that. He always wants that next one.
God, I was going to say that's the second time that we've seen Slacks walk out through long doors and get done in from rush, just playing from behind the door. That's awful. That's a rough one. All things considered, though, this is a surprising turn of events. When you think about where we were moments ago, for this game to now be a 9-5 in the first half, Complexity have really gotten back into it. They've pulled their socks up.
Yeah, they have, and like I said, these double ops are really working out. They've actually built up a ton of economy, too. JKS is the only one who's really broke, but he'll be able to get drops if necessary. Ooh, Config actually spots out. Slacks going for that aggressive play towards mid. Counter util coming along, but Rush still able to get into the pit regardless. Slacks is looking for something, and this time Config has elected to sort of give up that deep mid control that he likes to be peeking. You know, he's always been peeking deep towards mid, but since he saw that aggressive play from Slacks, he's like, all right, this is like one of the rounds where I really just can't peek into this. So he falls back into B, playing from window again. What is Complexity's setup going to be? Because like I said last time, their setup was sort of it wasn't great. It left Config very open. He was very much on his own when the B split came out.
Yeah, he is kind of just on his own most of the time, but he tends to make it work. He's very much a stalwart figure that you can drop off. This time he won't need to be, though. He's actually got a bit of support to work with. And short is going to be where the pain arrives. The T's are grouped up. They make a bit of noise. Speedy! Oh, the face! He knew it was there. He runs in. The full frontal assault. Wins that one with 15 HP. Beats the AWPer. Spiddy's going to be content with that. And Sprout, off of an unorthodox first pick, have now got themselves the edge into round 12, but they've only got 30 seconds to capitalise, David.
Yeah, and Complexity's completely rotated for this mid to B. They've committed so many players here, and Sprout has just gone out long. So Complexity's not even in any position to stop this, as they are just going to be running up long, and Rush is going to be the first point of contact. He just has an M4. That missed smoke actually could potentially save them, as Rush is able to take these fights, not able to connect though. And now Speedy, 15 HP, on short, has the op. Rush trying to make the jump play, but Cressy is there to save him, and the bomb will just about get planted, and that will be the save for Complexity. They're just going to back up into this B site, still have one op in hand. I was saying JKS with not a lot of money needs to hold on to everything he can. And Sprout, we saw for the first time, I think, this game, Sprout was the one that was really taking advantage of Complexity's rotations there.
Yeah, that was nice. Played it calculated, set up for the timing. Pivotal picks was all they needed. They didn't need much more than that. And you get the round because of it, so big play here from Sprout. A 7th now, back on the board, starting to get to grips with the game again a little bit more. It does seem a lot more competitive though, right? I suppose the only one scary factor I'm looking at with this, Davey, is we're almost at the end of the first half. Obviously, Sprout, they've got a few more chances to make the most out of this T side that they're putting up, but then we drop them onto CT. CT of Mirage, it wasn't great. It left a lot to be desired. Yeah. It didn't seem like the normal Sprout on that. Obviously, completely different map now with Dust 2, but the same theory applies. If they're struggling when it comes down to being able to trade for one another again on CT side, up against Complexity, you give them those sort of opportunities, they're going to grab them.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't seen from Config much this game, obviously he's been playing with the op for pretty much the entirety of it towards middle, so we haven't seen him rifle very much, so there's potential here that when they switch over onto that T side, all of a sudden Config's rifle starts becoming a factor again, like it was on Mirage. They're hunting. A huge battle taking place at long, and Favin wins out in the end. Lots of damage done to him and Cressy, but kills are the currency that every team needs in this game, and Sprout picks up the first one.
These rounds feel so similar every time. Ooh. Deja vu. Damage, though, towards middle from Config. Hits the flick. The gut shot ripping. More HP from Dennis, leaving him on 41. Pressure needs to be applied. Blame F. If he gets 2 here, he could secure the round right now. And it seems like that's the way it's going to go. Cleans up onto 2 players. Both Fazan and Cressy fall to pieces. Unable to withstand the big Blame F. With 45 seconds left, these Ts have to crotch a treacherous part of the map. They have to get over cross and onto the A site to even have a fighting chance to win this one. They have one smoke between the two of them, and now that smoke's dropped on the ground because Spiddy's the only ones alive. AK in hands, tapping away, but no victory. No chance and no round. 7-6 Complexity, trying to keep it as close as possible at the half.
I thought when Poison went to peek the top of sight there, he was potentially going to get taken down by Slacks. That is the exact angle that Slacks was holding for, but somehow Poison still wins out on that trade, and all that damage that was done early in the round pays off because Blame F was able to get those picks towards long. He gets 2, right? And that's absolutely massive that he's able to get 2 picks there because it completely shuts down Sprout, as well as telling the rest of the players from Complexity, okay, we know they're coming long, we can just set up here, everything's fine.
I lit live.
It might have been a not live call.
Yeah.
But now it looks like they're just playing. So I think maybe there was like a not live call and then, oh no, we're good, we're back, it's fine, play on kind of thing.
That's what it seemed like, because we had them kind of jumping around just outside of T-spawn a little bit whilst they were targeting. So yeah, I thought maybe we were going to call for a pause.
Seems like it's live. Seems like they are playing it out now.
Yeah, that is.
Probably just a game freeze or a minimize or something.
Cat on the mouse, Matt.
Oh, that could happen.
It could. Config though, cat-like reflexes, quick out window, brushes Spiddy off of the map, leaving 4 Ts alive. God, nearly 3 of them as Favin. He is just eating those grenades like Pac-Man.
Yeah, I think it was JKS at the bottom who missed his nade. If that nade actually landed where it was supposed to, there's a chance Favin loses his life right there.
No real control whatsoever for Sprout here as well. Just grouped up inside of tons, 1 player lurking towards middle. Long's entirely open, no pressure on short. A lot of this relies on Cressy being able to have some impact here in the late round. The rest of them, wolf packing, going to be walking into the site. JKS lets them in. Smart play, trigger discipline. Oh, the second is filth. He didn't even mean to hit that one, but Dennis goes down, and it's all on Slacks in a 1v5 with just the scout. The only weapon he's got, but you know what? I won't laugh at it. He's hitting shots anyway. Finds the flick, grabs the AK. Here we go. Kalashnikov in hands. Can he get a bit more aggressive? No.
Yeah, Config It is funny watching Config sometimes because he's so good, and right there he's like, you know what? I'm low HP. This guy has a scout in tunnels. Again, I could just post up, not let him out, and he's like, you know what I'm going to do? Swing across platform. I'm going to swing all the way across to the right just to make sure I have the highest chance to get this kill. I love it. I absolutely love watching him. He's so fun to watch. But yeah, like we were saying, you know, Complexity now all of a sudden, I think they were down 6-2, and now they brought this back to 7-7. They still have this double op. It's never been able to be taken out of their hands from Sprout. Once they've got it, they've had it every single buy round this whole game, and the tag lands onto Config, but op bullets are stronger than scouts, so he gets the pick on to Slacks there, despite getting tagged. So now, Complexity playing this final round, up 5 versus 4.
I mean, the bullets might be bigger, but, you know, if you build up your immunity to the smaller scout bullets, eventually you will be able to withstand the AWP. You just have to kind of work your way up. The tolerance isn't always there from the get-go.
Yeah, it's pretty much like poisonous snakes.
Yeah. If you get bitten by a scout, eventually you'll become protected against that, you know, that scout's poison.
Yeah. And then once you're protected from the scout, then it's just a matter of time until, you know, you start slowly building up the immunity to the op as well.
Mm-hmm. Another way you can do it is if you buy a Negev and just couple of taps now and then.
I think we need more scientists in Counter-Strike to teach people this, because I feel like this is something most people don't know.
This is true. This is a big factor of the game that people, you know, don't quite notice. We'll see, though, if they will notice the fact that there is a B play arriving on the scenes. BlameF and JKS ready for this one. Of course, they derail it in a matter of seconds. As the last man alive, Spiddy, no chance for him. JKS wins out with the Kalashnikov, and they close down the first half with an edge in the Complexity camp. Didn't look like that's the way it was going to go, but it does. Quick look at the frags here as well, man. 15 kills on the board for Config. JKS close second with 13. BlameF right behind him. Complexity fired up.
Yeah, it seemed like really early in the game when Sprout went for those A plays and BlameF kind of shut it down. They just decided they were going to work more into those mid to Bs and the B plays, right? We saw that was where they found a lot of their success. Also, those like delayed plays out long were working, but like still, like you were saying, eventually Complexity catches on and then they change, right? Complexity catches on to what's happening and they change their game plan. And that's the exact same thing that happened on Mirage. They caught on to what's going on. They changed their game plan. Same thing on Dust 2. They catch on, everything changes, and then all of a sudden Complexity finds themselves winning the half 8-7 after being down 6-2. Double smokes and they're just right into the site. No resistance being put up by the CTs, just a few bullets getting shot through the smoke, and yeah, Rush has committed for this good plant. So now this is planted for all of long, and we should see a lot of the Complexity players falling their way back towards long here, and this is going to be a battle.
It needs to be. Sprout, they played it for the retake, so this is where they've got to show that they've got the skills to actually get themselves out of the debt they've been left in. BlameF, the last one alive with the P250. The man's fighting back, scratching his way through them, but only good enough to secure 2 before he goes down. The defuse is going to be picked up by Sprout, who will bring this back 8-8. A nice pistol from Complexity, but the retake from Sprout was too much to handle.
Yeah, the 4-man retake through long. I actually love that call from them because they give up long control, right? They completely give it. If you try to do the retake from short, they don't have a smoke, right? So they can't smoke defuse. So retaking from short won't work because BlameF in the pit with the P250 can just keep popping his head up, being annoying. They take the long range fights. It's not a good retake from Sprout. So they know that. They recognize that. They know what their win condition is, and they go through long instead because they know they need to take out the players long if they want to win the round.
This is where the real game begins as well. The meat and potatoes of Dust 2 that we're going to see. Both teams with 8 rounds. Sprout, they've revealed their game plan. They're on their CT sides, and this is where they have to put even more into it. Complexity have been hitting their shots, so we know we're going to get some big plays, even when they're low on economy. In a round like this, you've got Deagles out on JKS. The Galil's in play as well. There's a chance that it could be an exciting one. They do play it out more like a default here, though, waiting for the smokes towards top mid early. Both of those smokes are already being used towards long. So CT side utility is left with just a single smoke on Fathom.
Yeah, they're pretty much out. 2 kits on the board, though. Slacks and Speedy do still have theirs, so that is important. And he's taking that fight down mid, and with the FAMAS, a lot of FAMAS being brought out here from Sprout. The FAMI being heavily used. You know how I feel about that. Worst gun in the game. But But regardless, they've opted for it big time here, and the smoke's coming out towards CT, and this is going to be the fast mid to B play, and if they can't connect on these shots, Complexity is in good position here to potentially take advantage of this, as Dennis is able to find one before he's quickly traded. Favin going out the window, looking for more. Can Config find him? He does, and that is the B site open, and now it's a 3 versus 3 retake. No fast flanks taking place. One scout shot connecting, but Config has the AK and the HP.
There is still a chance in this that Sprout can pull off the retake. In a 3v3, when you look at the HP, it favours them so much. It would be farcical to think that this round is in the bag for Complexity, especially when Poison, he's been dropped into a body bag. Config holding for the flank though, ready. No follow-up, no sequel, shuts it down. Cressy's been killed, and Complexity, by the skin of their teeth, secure that round and get a 9th locked in.
Perfect chemistry there from the two Danish players on Complexity. BlameF and Config. Config realizes as soon as that tunnel flank comes in, he needs to drop and hold tunnels for BlameF. BlameF trusts that Config is going to kill that player coming out of the tunnels, and he hard commits from that box to fighting those players outside. He finds 2, Config gets his, and again, we see Sprout winning the pistol, but getting immediately... I was going to say ecoed back. Wasn't really an eco though, was it? They had an AK, Galil, Scout.
It was all
one of those. Yeah, it was one of those T-side rounds where they get the bomb plant and they just get to have a goodbye. You know, one of the new fun economy things in Counter-Strike right now. So, yeah, Complexity able to pick up that second round after losing the pistol, and now short control being taken, mid control as well, and this upper B push from Sprout. Definitely needs to get spotted by... Oh, that timing! JKS so unlucky, but he does spot out the push, so that should trigger the aggression here from Complexity.
Bless JKS's little cotton socks there towards tunnel, right? I mean, that would have been a hell of an easy way to shut it down and easy pick out the players on the eco, but instead his teammates will do it for him. BlameF goes out through middle. We've only got 2 of them left alive, Dennis and Cressy. The Eagles are up, and the bomb is on the move all the way over towards B. Rush can get that planted, secure the funds, and most likely secure this round. For the CTs, there's not even anything they can actually save with this one as well. It's just Eagle armor, so it's not even a great save.
No, it isn't, and they thought it might be the play towards A, but Complexity is so good at taking advantage of those openings. That's what BlameF is so good at, right? JKS calls out that upper B push. So the Cat players react, right? They go up short, they take the fights into A. They spot 2 players on a ramp as well as 2 pushed upper B. That means there is an opening in middle. BlameF walks right out mid, takes that opening, and catches the players rotating out of B after that push. It was a perfect heads-up play. Well done, and that is going to be the 10th round for Complexity. Dennis and Cressy do have the armor here. They want to hold on to it. Complexity probably doesn't even want to let them... Complexity probably doesn't even want to take these fights. Don't even risk losing your guns here. Let them save their armor. It's no big deal. Complexity here building up a lead now on this T side. They've built up their money, building up a bit of a lead. And we're in danger now of exactly what happened on Mirage, where Complexity starts running away with this.
Because it happens. Sprout. They seem able to get themselves into the game in the early rounds. They'll win a pistol. They'll be able to build off the back of it. But then all of a sudden, it goes wrong. You drop 1 round, that gives Complexity an in, and they just don't let you catch your breath. Here, this should guaranteed be an 11th almost. I mean, Sprout, before they got to work with what? Double Deagle, try and basically just a gamble stack towards B, if they can even cross safely. The only one that's not there is up on short. That's Cressy. He's got to hold the world off. If they head towards A, it's all on him. Hello, Spiddy.
He wants some. Oh, he finds one. BlameF not expecting that at all. Oh, and JKS goes down as well. All of a sudden, this round's completely falling apart. There's another for Cressy, and Complexity just getting caught off from Speedy walking through that mid smoke with a USP.
Oh man, Complexity being overpowered by simplicity, it seems.
Oh my God.
As Scout coming into this round, they're just locking it down so easily. Config's the only one that's alive. Here we go. Config, a vintage round here. Basically playing aimbots as he's tapping for heads, but he's not swift enough and he will get left dead to Dennis's Deagle. Sprout never should have been there round. Somehow, though, the aggression pays off massively.
That is shocking the way that round played out, where Speedy just walking through that lower smoke, able to find the pick onto Blame. Blame was clearly not ready for it. That's one of those situations where I feel like as an in-game leader, he might have been like telling his team, like, okay, you need to go here, somebody needs to fly. You know what I mean? Like he's like communicating, he's strat calling, he's telling people what to do. And that's the exact moment Speedy walks through the smoke. He's not looking at his crosshair, and it's disastrous. I've had it happen to me a bunch of times. But I just want to point out real quick, when they did that upper B push on JKS, the first player jumping there was so crucial. Oh my God, here they go. This is a fast B play, and Rush, I'm trying to make a point, but Rush doesn't care. He's straight around to the B site. Dennis is dead. Favin finds one, but then as the B site just completely lost. That pop play from Complexity, fast and config. He doesn't want to stop there. He's out in the window. He's taking peeks towards mid, and there's two more dead from Sprout. And all of a sudden, we're here praising Sprout for their eco round play. I was about to praise them for how they cleared out that B tunnels with the first player jumping to drag JKS's crosshair away from the second. But it doesn't even matter because all of a sudden, Complexity's in the B site and killing the whole team.
Man, so focused on that eco round, when they get into the next round, it all just falls to pieces. The sheer speed of Complexity. They even tried to counter it towards B. They were ready for it. Just straight in, nice opening picks, and then config on a mad one straight towards the window. Just wants more, wants to be fed more frags. Swings out on towards middle, dissects two of them, that's it. It's in the bag. That's so rough, dude. The only one that saves is Cressy. You just get an AUG and some miscellaneous bits brought over. You lose the round. That goes to Complexity. 11 now. Really starting to get into the game on the T side. Scary stuff.
And now they're in a weird spot. I was about to say, I think they're going to force here because Speedy can buy his own gun. Cressy could drop one as well, so he did. Speedy's got his own. And now we see, yeah, we do see like this force coming out here from Sprout. I don't think this is bad. I think that it's worth taking this fight, especially since they are full reset yet again. Just like what happened, I mean, it's just like what happened on Mirage, honestly. This is tragic for them. Same thing on T side as well. Halfway through the first half. And double reset right now. At least this round, on one of their reset rounds here, they do have 3 AUGs into it. So this is pretty much a gun round from them, but no utility and no kit. So keep that in mind late round if the sites are taken, not a kit on the side of Sprout. And no nades for retake either.
Yeah, I think that is the bit that's going to hurt them more. Especially with how long this round could be played out as well, right? There's a minute and 20 seconds. As you said, all they have is a single flash and a decoy. That's all the utility across all 5 of the boys in blue. So Sprout, not in a dream position here, really. It's going to be hard for them to make an adjustment. They do have at least the scout supporting them from Car. If a short play's made, if he can hit some crisp shots, might be able to make them a little bit weaker and allow Speedy to do some real damage with that AUG.
It's just going to be so hard for them without the util. And I don't know if BlameF recognizes this because he's making this call for the mid to B, and this is the right call here. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he can't. I mean, I'm sure he must know that because he is making the call. But going into B here when the CTs don't have the utility is so good because they're not going to be able to retake. So you're either walking into his stack and that's unlucky. But if he does have a read, then maybe something can happen here. And Favin not able to connect with the AUG bullets as they are just going straight into B now. It's all onto Dennis, and he's immediately shut down by Rush. That's 2 rounds in a row now. Rush has won out on that fight towards Car, and Speedy not allowing BlameF to lurk and get that kill, but it's not going to matter in the end. They are going for another save. Complexity again steamrolls their way into that B site.
It's actually pretty big as well though, right? Because obviously now they at least actually get 3 weapons to bring over, so the buyers could be a little bit happier into the next round. Just at least they have that as a baseline to work with. Would have been really bad if they were down to just the scout and the AUG. If Speedy fell there, could have hurt them even more. But no matter what, it's not going to be an easy time. This is what we saw in Mirage as well. It feels like they get onto that CT side, the cracks start to show, Complexity, they just play that bit quicker. The killer instinct's there. They're able to just go into these site takes. They work together, the trades are clean, the comms are quick. For Sprout, it feels like communication slows down a little bit. Mistakes start to be made. They miss the odd shot here and there. And most importantly, they leave themselves in a position where they just don't have the economy. They just can't purchase anything.
Yeah, they do that thing where they go really quickly into taking map control, but they can turn the speed of their game on a dime, right? All of a sudden, they could be going really fast taking map control and just completely slow down. And then all of a sudden, again, like BlameF's just like, and go, and everybody's immediately flicks that switch again and goes aggressive. And being able to do that, having that trigger in your brain as a team, when you can take those switches and go for those aggressive plays and then immediately slow down, it makes it really hard for the CTs to be able to react because they don't know which pace they're going to be facing at that time, right? Miss smoke there at mid. Oh no, surely not again. Okay.
He wanted it. He wanted it.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
He was on the edge, just teasing it. But doesn't go for the push with the pistol this time. Instead, Slacks is the one to punish from the site. They had no idea as well. Config not ready for it, thinking his teammates would hold it for him, and everyone is getting gunned down. The scout rips through the defenses. The AUG come in to clean up onto the weakened opponents. And again, look who it is. BlameF, same position. waiting for the peaks to come towards him, towards Car. There's one, hungering for the second. He knows exactly where they are, and they want the peak to come out. They face together, though, and they're a little bit quicker, so they hit the shot to keep the game somewhat close. 12-10.
Yeah, these long takes from Complexity have just been a little strange. They've died on the cross so many times, it feels like they weren't even using their util advantage there to get up long, right? No smoke on the cross. They weren't flashing over towards site. Slacks was just able to stand up on the site with a scout and re-peek shoot, re-peek shoot, re-peek shoot. There was nobody there to counter him once Poison went down. So I feel like on those long takes, they're just not using their util very well to get across into the site. I'm not sure what the reasoning is, but there's Rush going down at the hands of Slacks, full blind, but still able to get that pick. And for the first time in what feels like forever, Sprout is able to get the opening on one of these gun rounds.
And we saw that being the huge talking point back on Mirage as well. The opening duels that were won for Complexity were far ahead compared to what Sprout were able to put up. So getting themselves the opening kill here could go the extra mile. Complexity opting to slow the round down a lot though. All four grouped up outside of long. They've got tons of utility, so they'll use it smartly. Chucking those down, smoke off the cross, use the flashes to allow them to get further forward. The question is, how does Sprout play this? Watching on the close angle, there's a gap. Spiddy, he could shoot some knees if he pleases to. They try and bypass him, and the flashbang goes in. The peek with the orb looked like it was going to do some damage, but Slacks gets slain. Spiddy goes in with the orb to hit one at least, and we're starting to erupt into chaos. Flashbangs galore going out, attempting to stop this bomb plant for as long as possible. Blame F grabs it and seems to be committing now. The death squad of the T's in good position. 3 of them back towards ramp. Dennis slowly crouching his way up, skulking forward. Hits one right onto the noggin. More to be done, and Poison and JKS are there. Favon, can he go flamboyant with the orb? Can he do something ridiculous to clutch this one away and win it for Sprout? He's ready. Honed in on the angle, waiting for the peak to come out, but no one is going to give him that gift just yet. They eventually face, but Poison hits it and sends him to sleep on the baskets.
Oh, that got so close. I like the call from Complexity there. It's what I was saying. The long takes just haven't really worked for them. So Sprout wasn't expecting a long take after Rush goes down, right? They just weren't expecting it. Complexity, they end up scaling up towards long, and this time they actually use their utility well. They get across into the site. Now, I will say, Config almost dropped the bomb into CT there. It was real close. It landed right on the ledge when he died. And if that bomb dropped to CT, obviously everything changes there. It's a completely different round. But it didn't in the end, so it doesn't even matter. They end up clutching it out. Poison with 3 kills. We see him sort of come alive now. He's been sort of MIA this game. And the delayed peek at long, and Cressy hits the 1D onto Config, wants the AK though, and dies for it as Rush is able to go out and get both. That's long control secured, and they are going to be pushing straight into Blame F here in mid.
The Eagle spam out. Blame F down. That's a weapon received. You do have the edge here. It's a 3v2. Complexity making their move in towards the site at least. JKS, he spotted them out. He's got info. Peering towards the window as well, and he'll do in the first man as Dennis is dropped. Has utility to work with to give his teammates safe access towards the B site. Fought, and actually Favon might be able to outmaneuver him with the timing there. Instead, he goes for the bold play, in through the back of the smoke. Overwhelmed as they're both on the scene of the crime. And Slacks is the only one that can try and make a dime out of this. Dives in, misses the shot with the scout JKS. He fires off first, and Complexity now have 14 rounds hammered in, set in stone. 1 away from match point. That would mean if they get another round on top of that, they've 2-0'd the series and locked it down. So Sprout really backs against the wall now.
Such an important play from JKS. Once Blame F calls that double mid push comes in, JKS realizes he has that timing to get out into the B site. And he had a smoke, but he didn't smoke the door because he wanted them to rotate back into B. He didn't want them to know he was there. And Favon takes the bait. He drops straight in through the window. JKS gets the pick, and then he uses his util after evening out the odds. So such a heads up play from him. So smart to not smoke off that door before the CTs rotate in because they didn't know he was there, and he took advantage of that timing. Config cleans up the ecos this round, but I just wanted to highlight that heads up play from JKS last round because it was so important for them being able to secure the round.
Absolutely. And then straight into this one, it was just Config, the rotate killer, cleaning up as they tried to get anywhere towards his middle. And now, fueled with confidence and B spawns, it seems like Complexity could be making one big final play. They're focusing towards the site. There's a change. They give him the Galil. He gets the AK to work with, so config, hot on entry, AK ready to roll. They'll flash them in, stopped by the smoke though. So not as exciting as it could have been.
This is that same execute they did last time where they pop out real fast. Yeah, here it comes.
Here we go. Behind the car this time. Actually looking way better as Favon. He's good for 2. Previously it was Dennis, but they've switched it up a little bit and it's working. He's able to hold them back. Spiddy alive on the scene as well with support of Dennis. They're doing the damage and they will clean this one up. So the slow, slightly late play there from Complexity in the way they wanted to do it works way better. Favon's close angle from car, good enough for 2 this time.
Yeah, for some reason, the flashes just don't catch Favon. I'm not sure if there's some sort of angle on the car maybe where, if you hide behind a certain part of it, a certain texture blocks the flashes that land maybe in the cubby or something. I'm not sure, but like you said, he just wasn't blind and he was there ready to multi-frag. He gets 3 from the car position. And that beat pop doesn't work out from Complexity. I'm going to be honest, I got a little excited. I thought we might see the B rush right there at the end, but instead we are going to see this long play. Rush committing out full blind. Cressy gets 2. And these early plays, these early pop-out plays from Complexity, 2 rounds in a row now, have not worked. And Cressy with the multi-frag, so now Complexity needs to try to find some opening towards mid.
Smoke down. Your backs are blocked off at least. Complexity here. Knowing that they could still finish this game now if they wanted to. We'll have a lot riding on them. Riding on Dennis, though, could be the play to save the game. He's close towards CT, hustling and bustling his way forward, just inside of the smoke. They've already backtracked. They've gone through middle, so he just holds the angle now, whilst the train of Complexity players will lurk their way through the upper tunnels and back towards B. First point of contact, though, is going to be Favon. He's the one holding with the M4 right now, just jiggling, playing for info. The rest of his teammates sticking to their guns, not supporting him directly on the site. Here comes the push as the Molotov goes out. Favon misses. It's a bit of a slow play, but the utility damage will certainly do enough to hold them back. Cleaning up now as BlameF's the last one alive. The nade will drop him down to 20 HP. And Favon finishes him off with a USP. So Sprout, they pick up the round. It's close though. Even in awkward rounds like that, it's looking like Complexity were able to at least leave them shaken.
If anybody wants a tutorial on how to play B as the solo B player with a mid-rotator, Favon just gave everybody a perfect example of it. He sits behind the double stack. He's shoulder peeking for info. He spots them out. He waits for his teammates to flash for him. He peeks off of his teammates' flashes, secures all 3 kills and secures the round. That is beautiful Counter-Strike from Favon, and it gives Sprout an in to bring this back to overtime. Complexity maybe falling at the last hurdle here. There's still 3 rounds left. They are on the eco, and we know what Config is capable of with this Deagle. And Rush as well. Rush is no slouch, man. We've seen it this game alone. Rush has got some Deagle kills, so can't count Complexity out this round. They do have 2 flashes, but Sprout looking good here at the end of this second half.
Oh, is he going to be slacking here? Fires out the first, hits onto 1. The Molotov does so much, though, burning them to a crisp. BlameF, he's not on the A-bomb site. He's been sent off to the Burns ward. More burning to be done, though. As Stacks just punishing them with the P250. And they do get the round. They shut it down. So no Deagle shenanigans from Complexity. No crazy round out of nowhere to end the game there. Instead, it keeps on going. Round 29, 15-13. Sprout, you win this, you're 1 away from OT.
Now, what I think we might see here from Complexity is they're either going to go back to that delayed long hit, I think, where they sort of work their way up long slowly, they throw the smokes, and they fight the cross. But I think one thing we haven't seen from them really yet this game is an actual short execute, right, where they go up quickly. So there's a chance that we see them get this player out long and fall back to this short play, and Poison gets spotted out by Slacks. Blame doesn't want to take that fight. He is worried about the op, and do they know that there's 2? Because Favon's here at the card. If they don't flash this off properly, they could be in serious danger.
Oh, Favon, fast face, quick stuff on the first, tried to go back in for a sloppy second, but he won't be able to grab it. Instead, all he grabs is a bullet straight to the face. He's down and out. JKS assaulted as well, as the Org Peak does so much for Sprout. Spiddy, he was quite quick on that one. Doubles down and leaves them in this position. 1 man, BlameF, all the way towards top middle. The bomb's down on long. There's 3 players there. There's another one lurking towards lower as well. Big BlameF has a horrible road ahead of him.
Yeah, he does, but one thing he does have going for him is because of how spread the CTs are, there's actually not a lot of good crossfires here. He could potentially take multiple 1v1s, but actually, yeah, he has a smoke, he has a flash, he has a Molotov. I think he's just going to go save because they're not going to be able to full buy into next round. Like, he won't be able to buy what he has in his inventory right now, next round. So he's just going to save this and potentially use it for next. But Sprout, pushing forward, going on the hunt. So now they're going to be expecting this, and he's going to be, I think he's going to be hunted down, actually. Dennis is looking for him. He's going into the T-spawn.
They're trying it. They're looking for him. They're hoping for the best. Let's see. The Blame F POV. Can he hold them back? Will his Blame F sense start tingling? Yeah, look, already. He knows. He's debated. He's seen him. Straight to the head. He's like a barber. You know, he's had so long in quarantine, Dave. He's not had any heads to cut. The second the hair starts arriving, he's just chopping it back. Scissors ready. There you go. Job done. They're happy. Hair's gone. They're left bald.
Whew. That was close, actually. And that actually kind of helped him. Now he'll be able to throw that decoy away and buy a second flash. that extra money he just got there, you know, sort of saved him a bit. Before he would have had the decoy. So joke's on Sprout, really, at this point, because now Blame F has 2 flashes.
Two flashes, better than one.
Flash. Yeah. That's basic math.
Yikes. Okay, well, they have an extra flash, but they've lost one of their players already, and this could get even more messy, actually. Hang on a minute. If they spotted Poison, the molly goes in there. They know he's there. Okay, I thought you'd somehow pulled off some ridiculous timing to actually get that one off. They don't quite know where he is in the smoke, though. They spam straight past him. Oh, Poison. It's like the intro to Ali G. There's just bullets leaving an outline around him.
And the short players are actually, they're putting a lot of pressure here to try to help him because they realize that they're dedicated towards long because of that. And no flash for the cross, so Rush goes down. Cressy eventually takes down Poison. Now it's all JKS and Blame in this 2 versus 4. No nades to be had, but an AK on the side of Blame F. Not able to connect. And now JKS, 1 versus 4. With this Deagle in the sight. Can he find anything else? Favin is playing inside of the smoke. JKS drops another. Does see it, and JKS once more. But this is just so tragic for him, and he can't find anything, and that is gonna be overtime. Sprout from down 15-11, 4 match points.
Boy, oh boy.
Able to bring it back and send us to overtime.
All right, now, I didn't expect this, to be honest. Based off what we had on the first map with Mirage, I wasn't thinking we'd be left in overtime here. Specifically with how this second half went as well. It seemed like it was only a matter of time until Complexity locked this game down. But no, we end up in OT. It's the second map, first OT of the closed qualifier here. At least that we've seen on the mainstream anyway. Oh, man. This is going to be big, Davey.
Yeah. Yeah, like what is Complexity going to do now? You know, it's 16K, so they do have a lot of opportunities here. They can play pretty much however they want. That's what I like in overtime. I like it when teams can just do whatever tactics they want to pull off. If they want to run 5 auto snipers, I think go for it. They won't, but like go for it.
You could.
You could. Yeah, no, you could, but like that's kind of bad, and that's why teams don't do it. So,
yeah, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. You know, you've always got the option, unless you don't have any money. But then you wouldn't be an OT.
No, that's true, yeah.
It's kind of like a flow chart of like things you can do.
Pretty much anything, really. Like there's just so many choices.
Got money, buy a gun. Buy a gun, then you have like win round, lose round.
Yeah.
Lose round, force again.
Get kill, die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so many.
Get kill, don't die, multi-kill.
Yeah. Oh, man, there's just so many choices. Endless, really.
But which choice will we see made here? On the opening round of OT for Complexity. What will they be buying? Will there be an investment into St. Cheeky? That's the big question, mate. I'm hoping for it. I feel like they could come in, ego slightly into that first round of OT, just flex on them, get into the game big. Could be huge.
Yeah. So these teams, they are just taking a short little break here, a short timeout. While we, you know, during the overtime, maybe they gotta go to the bathroom, grab a drink. You know how it is. Things happen during Counter-Strike. So yeah, they are just going to be taking a little bit of a break, a little bit of a timeout before we get into this overtime on Dust 2, Jackie. And the way that Complexity ended that half, right? Sprout has all the momentum going into this overtime.
Absolutely. You know, they're going into it being the ones that are on top. They found their footing finally on the CT side as well, which hurt them so much more. Mirage just wasn't there. Now it looks good. The setups were clean. You've also got no issue of not having money, which plagues them. Every time we see them play right now, it seems to be that they just don't have funds. They're like living on the, is it overdraft? Do you know when you like use too much money from the bank? Yeah. They're living in overdraft. So obviously, you know, they've got bills to pay at this point. So they need to win this.
Yeah, they do, and like you're saying, it seems it was that eco round that they won, right? Where they didn't have very much money. They had the scouts, the Deagles, an Augur too, and they were able to get all those picks on Complexity crossing long for free, right? And that round was the turning point. That was the round where Sprout finally built up their money. Is where they finally started winning rounds consecutively, and that was the start of it all. And just this, a small mistake from Complexity, not using their nades properly, not scaling into sight properly, and all of a sudden Sprout's back in the game, and now we're in overtime, right? Obviously, it was just one round out of many they had to win in a row. Sprout has played great towards the second half of that game. So yeah, unbelievable from them. Unbelievable. Very well played. I'm like you. I thought Complexity was just going to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, it seemed like the game was done. It felt like the series was kind of over at that point on Dust 2, right? Even though this is Sprout's map pick, it didn't feel like going into it they'd have much more stock on their side. We'll see now, though, as it seems like we are heading back into the actions. The teams have started to buy up. It looks like we are ready to kick this off. So OT here. This is a big one. Sprout, 15 rounds on the board. Complexity, 15 on the board. Who will be able to close this down? Sprout cannot afford to lose it. They've already lost the opening map in this series. So if they lose in OT here on D2, that's it. Straight to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we're looking for that connection there towards middle. And Cressy has gone aggressive long here. He is looking for the boost. Nothing to be found, but Complexity is grouped up towards long, and look at this push from upper B. Favin has all the info, and if BlameF walks into his crosshair, timing is everything, and there it is. Favin takes him down. Rush gets the kill onto Cressy, and again Complexity is running into the meat grinder here at long. Crossfire's working perfectly. Config finally gets one back, but Sprout pushed all the way through T-spawn. They have all the map control. Oh, and the flash again. The flash they're throwing over just doesn't connect on that upward towards car.
Nothing really connecting how they wanted it to into this round. The metronome's all out of whack, and they are struggling to find themselves back into it. Config takes the abundance of time he has left to use both of those scavenge smokes. Tried to go for a play through the smoke, but instead just gets sniped out by Favin anyway. He was ready for that one, so no shenanigans coming out here. Sprout keeping on with what they were doing in regulation. They get the first round of their CT side. They need to make as much as they can here on this opening half as well. CT side for them was good. Actually looked way better than I expected. So if you're able to come in and at least build yourself a solid buffer here, they'll be in a great position T-half.
It's strange that they keep throwing those set smokes for long, right? Like you can see them lining them up, throwing the set smokes, but there's always that gap in the bottom left. And now there's a gap in Complexity's offense as the Opera is down. Favin going for that aggressive pick and taking him out. So now again, Complexity starting this round down a man, and Favin wants more.
Oh my, the double nade on that. The in-sync double jump, the in-sync double nade. Unfortunately, it won't do too much. The flashbang goes behind Config as well. So Config, being a sneaky beaky boy, just walks out through the smoke, jumps up on top of the box. No one's killed him. Hello, Config!
Oh my God!
Gets the kill! He secures himself a second as well. Spiddy arrives on the scene and he's spitting straight fire with the orb. But will it be enough to actually buy time here? There's a minute on the clock. The T's are all on the site. They can get the plant down. Rush, he does the dirty job and gets the bomb down. Cressy with a peek, finds another one towards upper tunnels. Blame F. He's back in a 1v3 here towards tunnels. His teammates on an island on the site had no help. Cressy clears close left, gets spotted out, loses his lips on that one. Rush, watching the elevated angle. They're running amok, Davey. The T's are blowing this one out of the water, and Spiddy, he's in mortal chaos. So 1v2, the awkward spam where the Org hits it. The last of the utility jumps on the bomb. 2 seconds left. If he holds it, he might actually win it. Has to come off. Wins out on the 1v1 and jumps on with enough time. Sprout, they get a much needed OT round. 17 on the board. Spiddy is a lunatic.
Oh, it's one of those ones where, again, a bad bomb plant costs them the round. The bomb is planted at the side of the double stack. If that bomb goes down in default, then there's no issue there. BlameF wins that 1v1 easily. Everything's fine, but the bomb plant going down on the left side of that double stack forces BlameF to come all the way out of the tunnels. That pick onto Rush was absolutely huge. And so Sprout, from seemingly nowhere, able to pull that round out despite the heroics from Config going into that B side, and he can't repeat it as Slacks peeks off short and gets the entry again. Config goes down, and that is a huge member of Complexity losing his life, and they are grouping up towards Long, and will they expect Favin here? They have this triple op setup.
Fast Favin on the angle, ready to snipe them down. Doesn't matter if he's blind, he's still going to tower above them. Rains down with the AWP, striking a big blow and slowing down the Complexity team. 3 Ts in a troublesome position. They're out of Long, sure, but they've still got a long way to go to actually get back into this round. Favin holding, peering, just on the edge of the smoke, ready for another fight to come towards him. They're full of confidence right now on the CT side. If they're not careful, they might be full of bullets. There's the first. Favin, he's struck down by Blame F, peeking with the AWP, ready for the full face onto the site as well. The battle of Slacks versus Blame F to secure A site control. Both of them shoot, but no one dies.
And here come the double smokes again, and will there be that gap that they keep having? The Molotov comes out, counter smokes as well, and this is going to be such a hard entry for Complexity into this site. JKS does jump across, but only some flashes in their inventory. They need to use these well to get into the site, and Slacks isn't blind, but they did spot him out. He misses the shot! The flank comes in quickly, and that will be their undoing. The double flank from Long. Slacks goes down in the site, but it doesn't matter. That double flank comes in, and that is Sprout now putting us on map point for the first time this series.
Oh, when he nutmegged him with the AWP, the heart was in my mouth. I thought it was all gone. I thought this game was all gone a few rounds ago. I thought Complexity were going to win this, Davey. I thought this was a 2-0. But no. I mean, look at what we've got here. 18 rounds on the board. Sprout. They've sprouted. They're a full-on tree at this point, and a big old tree as well. Loads of branches.
Yeah, this is 7 rounds in a row from them, right? They were down 15-11. Now they've won 7 in a row. And now they go on to the T side. Can Complexity shut them out? Can Complexity do to them what Sprout just did? They did have a good CT side, remember. Config, towards the end of that half, was really able to bring that back. So maybe they have some CT momentum from that, but right now, feels like all the momentum is on Sprout's side.
Complexity. They got to give us something. Get into the game early here. Rough spot to be in, and a very slow round for their potential undoing. Hello, the push out with a nade. Actually gets away with it. They got that 15 damage coming off. Not bad.
Yeah, considering he got away with his life, I mean, he'll take those, but whew, that was risky.
Oh, yeah, I straight thought he was going to get wrecked in the face. Round's gone. We've lost A. What happened, Poison? Not sure.
Don't know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. There's. Oh no, is the demo deleted too? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Oh, I've left the server, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, there could be some Sprout players forcefully showing the exit of the server here if they're not careful. Nade on top of them. That's a lot better than what Poisons did. Everyone feeling the brunt of that one. Rush as well. Look at him. He's so confident. He's just letting them out, playing on the list. Hits the second headshot. Cuts them to pieces. Favin, quick switch out to the AWP. The man's playing gun game, and he's doing a good job of it as he hits the headshot onto Poison. His blanes have been blown out. And now it looks like they should be able to get that bomb down if they can make the great migration from the end of Long to the A site.
And they're not going to expect Config in such an advanced position. JKS getting that bomb point kill is so huge. He needs to make sure he stays alive. Doesn't matter. He'll get the kill. And I thought that looked like a Complexity round. And then all of a sudden, Sprout just gets 3 kills out of nowhere. And you're like, what is going on? And then I'm thinking, oh my god, Sprout can just win it right here. But the heads-up play from JKS, aggressive play from Config as well up short, creating lots of space. And Complexity finally able to shut down Sprout's winning streak. Now 18-16, so still 2 more map points for Sprout to potentially close this one out.
Here we go, Sprout. You've done it. You've done the hard part. You've ground the game out to this position where you can sit pretty, knowing that you have a chance now to end it here. Starve off the need for a double overtime or any more than that point, and just close the game down. You got rounds to play with. Man, for Complexity as well, leaving the round so close like that. It's really quite scary. Now it feels like Complexity, the team that basically were, you know, kind of showboating the fact that everyone in this roster can clutch around when they need to, are now in a position, Davey, where it doesn't seem repeatable for them to be winning rounds in the manner they are. They're only relying on that individual skill.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's been pretty rough for them at this point, but Sprout doing very, very well. Sort of close this one out. Oh, that early nade. Slacks does spot it. The nade, of course, trying to just slow down any potential real fast mid play through that smoke. Go for the boost, but long control is gained by the CTs. So a lot of util used for it, but completely worth it as they get full control of long, get that player in pit, and also Poison aggressive enough short. Now Poison has had a really rough game here on Dust 2. This is supposed to be Opper's Paradise, and there it is again. Speedy just getting the pick onto Poison. Poison just not able to connect, not able to find anything. And that is going to be short control for Sprout, and Config looking for some sort of reactionary play here at mid. JKS is left B as well.
They're putting the feelers out to work out where this play is going to be. Because after Poison got shown up at short, it seemed like they'd be making a play towards A. Instead, though, they peek back out at middle. They kill Config, and they start to cascade their way out through the middle doors. JKS tucked in. He was hoping that no one would spot him. They wouldn't realize he was there. They just think he's part of the furniture. But they see him, and they slay him. Complexity have Blame FM Rush as the last 2 men alive to deny this being the 19th round for Sprout. You win this, you win the map, we go on to Vertigo. That's the way it seems like it's going to go as a quick peek comes out from Slacks, side swipes onto the first. The double kill is all it took. That's a hat trick into the round and a 19th to lock it down. D2 is Sprout's map.
Yeah, Sprout taking their map pick in very good fashion. Despite going down 15-11, they were able to bring that back right there at the end and win it in overtime. Something that we definitely didn't expect with how well Complexity was playing. But I will say, don't want to bring it up, but Complexity, they are known for a bit of a Dust 2 choke every now and then.
Yeah, well, another one bites the dust, and we also have another one joining us as Freya is back, of course, to break down the action.
Thank you so much, Jackie. An impressive showing from Sprout, considering we were almost wrapping it up during that game, Jackie, saying that was Complexities to take. Then we see those 5 rounds coming out for the side of Sprout on the CT side. And I know, Jackie, you were potentially questioning what Sprout were going to be showing on that CT side, considering that on Mirage, it did look a little bit rough for them. So where do you feel like the key kind of turning point was for Sprout in those final moments?
I think it's crazy how much long control they were getting away with in a lot of those fights, right? They started to pull out some Chris Browns, they start to get into the momentum a lot more. Also, we had the kind of flip in terms of opening kills that were favouring Complexity so much. We started to see that falling in favour of Sprout, which is something they haven't really been able to do up until this point in the series. And it just turned around on its head. I must say though, Freya, even I have no idea how some of these rounds went the way they did. There was so many 1v2s where it basically just erupted into carnage. It was hard to even follow what was happening.
Yeah, it was definitely chaotic to say the least in some of those final moments. And I love that you bring up in terms of the opening duels, because I know, David, who was saying in terms of Mirage being that first map, Sprout really weren't getting the space that they needed. So do you feel like that was a kind of switch up for them coming into Dust 2?
I'm not even really sure what happened towards the end of Dust 2. The right Complexity, they were on a roll, they were doing fine, they were doing great, and then all of a sudden, Sprout just started sort of shutting everything out. They were playing so well. I don't necessarily know what changed. I think maybe they kind of just started hitting their shots, I guess, right? Because you see right here, we're seeing in the replay, they're up 15-10 actually at this point. So, and this is the round, and it was just like, that was the one. It was like when he got those multi-frags from Carr that they weren't able to get on any of the previous rounds. Complexity tried again going fast towards long the round immediately after that, and Sprout shut that down. So eventually it came down to the point where players from Sprout were just finally multi-fragging in the positions when Complexity was coming out.
Yeah, and it was impressive indeed, to say the least. And it means that we do settle on the third and final decider map. But of course, we've got to wrap up the action here on Dust 2 before we are jumping into that one. And I know, Davey, you were putting a little bit of focus on the double AWP setup. So both sides of the equation coming into Dust 2. We were talking about the AWPs being of pivotal importance on this very map. So were there any kind of feelings you had coming off of that? Because I know you were saying Poison perhaps left a little bit to be desired in terms of those final moments.
Yeah, I thought Poison had a really rough game on Dust 2. he wasn't able to get into the game at all. When there were moments for him to have shots to hit, he wasn't really able to hit them. I think he had one round on T side where he got a 3K in a close round, and it was a pretty big one. But other than that, he felt really anonymous in the game. There was moments where you could see him going aggressive for picks and just not able to hit the shot. On the other side, we saw Sprout utilize their double op super well. The double op was actually very rarely towards mid and B. A lot of the times we saw them use it towards short and towards long. So that was super impressive from them.
Well, the dust definitely hasn't settled on this series quite yet. We are going to a third and final map, and it will be at the heights of Vertigo, but not after a short break.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking. Yeah, just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but mans keep walking. Yeah, just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Then stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution.
We thought it may be all over for Sprout, but the Germans fight back valiantly on their map pick. We're at one map apiece here at this upper bracket quarter-final matchup at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. And of course, I've got to bring up my wonderful panel of Jackie and Davey to be breaking down all the action. And as we were discussing just before the break, Davey, we thought it was potentially all over for Sprout when we saw Complexity hit that 15-11 scoreline, but they fight back valiantly to bring us to Vertigo.
We're up. I had said 15-11 a bunch of times. I think it was even 15-10, which is crazy. That given what we saw in Mirage, Complexity gets that lead. They go up 15-10, and they're just not able to close it out. They try doing the fast play towards B, doesn't work. Try doing the fast play towards long, that also doesn't work. Then they try slowing things down. They try everything, but Sprout was just shut out. They were not letting them get anything onto either bomb site. Sprout completely shut that down towards the end of Dust 2, and that confidence that it came out of nowhere, seemingly all of a sudden Sprout was like, guys, this is our map, we're good at this, we can do this, you know? And so now we go into Vertigo, but like, yeah, Sprout, they're bringing a whole lot of momentum with them.
And I think that's the question, Jackie, is whether Sprout can continue that momentum coming onto Vertigo.
I suppose it harms them a little bit. In terms of one of the backbones of their play on their Dust 2 was definitely like the double orb, right? It did so much. I don't know if you're going to be able to utilize that as efficiently coming into Vertigo as easily. Historically, though, again, they've had some good games in the past on Vertigo. They don't shy away from it. If they're forced onto it, they'll probably still be pretty happy. As a third and final map decider, I think best case scenario, Sprout just come out here and give it everything they've got, right? Like, it didn't even look like we were going to end up in this position now, so this should be huge for them. You know, you've still got the lower bracket to contend with as well. If it goes wrong here, just no stress, go into it, frag out on Vertigo, have a bit of fun with it. This could be definitely an intriguing third map.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to look at the comparison of these two sides when we're coming in onto Vertigo. And the stats may be skewed a little bit in Complexity's favour, but we've got to put that 100% win rate at the fact that they've only played twice in the past 3 months. Whereas for Sprout, they played it a lot more. We've seen them have 7 wins, 9 losses on this map. It's one of their lowest win percentages, but it seems like they're potentially a bit more experienced on this map, Davey. So how are you kind of comparing these two sides coming into this final one?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the Deha version of this team was actually really solid on Vertigo. They were really good, but he would put he was one of those very aggressive lurkers where he would create a lot of space towards mid and B. And having a player that can do that on Vertigo is super important because of how the CT rotations work, that when you lose mid control or when mid pressure is being applied, the CTs at A cannot just sit on A and play normally. They have to either go help the mid player because they're in danger of being split, or they have to go aggressive towards A. So I don't know who from Sprout right now could replicate that type of pressure that D-Hall was able to put. So that is one thing where I'm not exactly sure how they're going to play their T-sides without him. I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched them play Vertigo recently. So that's like one aspect that I'm really looking into is, do they have a player that can create that space that D-Hall created?
And I think touching upon pressure as just a theme for this series, although we did see Complexity losing out on that second map, we still saw Config Jackie going absolutely lights out. He has been looking confident through and through in this series, and I feel like he's probably going to be bringing the heat to Vertigo as well.
Oh, absolutely, man, right? Like, you let him out there, you just let him out of his cage, he is like a wild animal, he just starts snarling, just start running at the opponents and just racks up all the frags. And it's what he's done in 2 maps now already, so if it's even a matter of downloading Sprout, assessing them, seeing if he's confident to just push and not be checked for it, he's definitely already done that. So you're coming into Vertigo now, this should just be his paradise to close out the series with a ridiculous overall scoreline. So I think he's had, like, what, nearly 30 frags on both of these maps?
Yeah, he has indeed. And we're going to see if the dream can continue as we head on into the heights of Vertigo. So Jackie, Davey, take it away for our final map of the day.
Ooh, here we go. We get to go to Vertigo, Davey. This is this your favourite map right now?
Yeah, I think so. I absolutely, you know what? Vertigo is like, okay, I think Overpass is still my favorite map, right? Overall, I think that Vertigo is probably my favorite map, but it's tough because I'm like torn between Vertigo and Overpass because I like Vertigo for how unique and different it is compared to all the other maps, right? It plays completely unique to the rest of the map pool, so that's what I love about it. But also I think Overpass is just objectively better. So like it's kind of torn. Like right now I love Vertigo, but I think overall I think Overpass is probably the better map.
I do like this. It was the constant.
You can see them type into each other too.
Yeah. Getting ready to give it. Oh no, hang on, Speedy. Close. It was close.
Yeah. Oh. Poison just not able to connect, or sorry, he wasn't able to connect on Dust 2, but 3 knife kills there from him, finally able to connect onto something. and knives in the other team's chest and back and arms, and could be anything really. Is what he was able to connect to. He's just got to be closer, you know, which is weird because like the op, right, you're pretty far away, but then on knife rounds he's like really good at stabbing them, like because he got 3. So I don't know, maybe I don't know, maybe he's just feeling close range weapons right now.
He might be. That's the change, you know. Take the scope off.
He should have dualies right now, is what he should have.
That would actually be unreal, but they're not there. They're not present, which is always a shame. So there won't be any dually plays into this round. Let's see what they can actually get out of this, though. Is already they're fast upside. There's only one player that's on the A side. It's just Blame Earth. So they're playing for the retake on this one. He's already towards the back, and they will give it up. They don't plant though. This is all a bit of a ruse.
This is strange because that smoke they threw actually came from spawn, and Cressy's down here looking for the flank. Config and JKS fine too, but Cressy's still causing havoc here. And where is Speedy? Speedy goes down too, and what the hell is going on in this round? As JKS is finally looking to find Cressy, is able to get him, and with no kit, how is Complexity going to be able to work their way back in here, find these frags, and get the defuse? They won't! As Slacks and Favin finish them off, and that smoke that was thrown by Speedy was so cool. He threw that one, it was for left side sight. He threw that from T-spawn. I haven't seen anybody throw that. That is super cool that they've worked that into a strat.
Man, okay. that was an interesting one.
That was one of the weirdest pistol rounds I've seen in a while.
Yeah, like
it was super strange.
I was just dissecting. I was just like, what's actually going on here? What's the play? I was also curious as well. I was just checking. I think Sprout have Sprout won 3 out of the 4 pistols to this point. Well, I suppose this
probably,
would be the 5th
probably,
one.
Yeah. I think that's 5. I think that's 4 out of 5. Yeah.
Mad. All right. Well, there you go, Sprout. Unorthodox first round, but it gets him into the game. Config. He's up on the lip, mate. Look at him. He's ready. Peering through the gap in the smoke, hoping, but not receiving.
No. Not able to find much of anything, but Favin with a lot of rifles being brought out. No SMGs brought into the round, so they really do want to contest with this armor buy from Complexity. Of course, Poison with just the scout. And what kind of smoke is Rush lining up here? He had that smoke lined up for the construction. Bit of a bait setup here. This Poison is looking for anything towards the ramp, but nothing being given. They do have 2 smokes and the Molotov, so they will be able to scale into the site here. Poison shouldn't be given the opportunity to take any shots. Instead, he absolutely is, and he gets 1 before being quickly traded by Favin. This smoke coming from Rush, though, actually really screws up this take from Sprout, and Config with the Deagle spray finds 1. And now can they get the bomb plant? Config with another. Config with a 3rd! Potentially a 4th, but no! He gets taken down from Cressy, but only 33 HP. And can they defuse the bomb, or can Cressy get these aggressive picks? He finds 1. He does drop off. The flank is coming in. Does he know he does? Oh, and Complexity, their timing's on their peaks. They're so bad. They're so off. They're not able to trade anything. And Blame F, does he have time? I think he does. Yeah, absolutely does. Wow, the peaks from Complexity there were so mistimed, though, Jackie.
I'm so baffled. It was played so nicely. Like, the retake was ridiculous, right? Especially for Config, just getting aggro out of nowhere, swings in, so much confidence, frag after frag after frag. And then they just started to peek him one by one, playing into his hands towards the ramp. It was a constant back and forth. I mean, I saw the player towards side as well, running up and then back, and then running up again. And it was just like, oh, come on. Work together here. You're throwing the round.
That was so straight. Like, Blame F wide swings. The guy that was close doesn't swing behind him to trade. And they wide swung before the person who was flanking was even ready to flank. It was like really poorly timed and badly communicated, but they're able to win in the end. Blame F does eventually secure the round, as they are looking for something here towards the safe site. Whoa, Slacks spots the feet, but not able to secure a shot.
Ooh, it looked like they were trying to give him another opportunity, but instead it will be a good tuning from the man Poison, who will hit him a few times there with the M4 to take him down. Favin picks up the scout, but I think the weapon's cursed as he's the next in line to die. Now there's only 3 Ts left alive. They're not next to each other either. One of them towards B, another one sprinting all the way over to try to link up with him. You've got Dennis towards middle, who's just stuck here right now.
Oh, yeah. And Rush is playing super close on mid here with the MP9. So potentially, if the timing works out here... Oh, JKS getting that pick onto Cressy is actually massive, because if he goes down, that forces that rotate from Rush, and he's going to get taken down anyway. Does land the damage onto Dennis, though, as Speedy's now looking for something towards this B site.
Dennis, straight over towards middle, wanted to try go for the swing. It's not good enough. Won't be using the AK like a scythe, nor will Spiddy, as he's cut down by JKS. Complexity, 2-1, back in with another round.
Yeah, the setup from Complexity there was really good, but again, that pick from JKS was so crucial on that boost from B. He was holding for when they jumped up. He's able to find that kill. If he goes down there, that forces Rush to rotate to B, and that leaves the mid lurk open for Dennis. So JKS getting that pick is so important, because even though it was 3 versus 5, if JKS goes down, that can turn into a 3 versus 3 very quickly. Now just the full Glocky. Oh, Config loves these. Config loves these.
There you go.
Yeah, he does. Config was born for clips like that. You know what I mean? He's like,
yeah.
Oh, this is just my moment. Like, here you all are, just like peeking into me with no armor, and I just get to shoot you all in the head. And that's just classic Config right there.
It is vintage Config on display. Put him at an angle, he acts like a sentry gun, and he'll just mow them all down. So that round was live for what? 15 seconds, that's done now. We're straight back onto the next. Sprout. I mean, it's there. They've got 2 AKs to work with, though. Only 2 Galils in play and 1 MAC-10 as well. Tons of nades. Like, utility's looking good. They can smoke you out. They can set you on fire. But when it comes to shooting you, they are going to be at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, they are. They're looking for something towards the bottom of B here. Dropping down, taking a little bit of molly damage, but still, this B hit is going to be coming out from Sprout. JKS and Config here to stop it.
Smoke goes down, but Fathom's already bypassed it. He leaps into action. The acrobatics are great. JKS, though, he's gone for the stealthy approach. Issue is, they spot him. They brush arms in the smoke. He has a bit of an awkward reaction, then kills him, and it leaves us in a 5-on-2. Where the last 2 CTs are miles away from B. Nothing more to be done for Blame F and Rush. This one will be a save, and it will be a second straight back in for Sprout.
Yeah, that execute was... Complexity was so close to getting the timing where they could have potentially shut that down. JKS tries playing in the smoke. Config gets caught in rotation, trying to help JKS. Yeah, Sprout with that B execute just taking control, and that is exactly what you would expect from a team like Sprout. They have a good execute, good pathing. They search out the players they know are going to be there, because they kill Config, but they know JKS is the B player, right? They know he's somewhere in that site. They look for him in the smoke, they find him, and that will be the second round. Complexity holding on to their guns. They will be able to buy into the next round. But so far, that overall, that went really well for Sprout. They upgrade all their guns. And now the ops are coming out. And will we see a double op? Because Config's bought one. And this is a map where you can double op on CT side. Not so much on T side, but CT side you can.
Are they going to go for it? They are.
Yeah, they
Here
are.
we go. All right, so Poison, what's the play?
So
Stop
Poison,
for a second there.
yeah, he should be. He'll probably be going towards A, something aggressive towards the ramp or towards side hall, and Config will either be posted on mid or on the B stairs. That's usually how the double ops work on Vertigo.
Yikes, okay. I mean, Poison's actually really lucky there as well. Basically just had an entire airstrike come down on him, but he's still fighting through it. The dust was settling around him whilst he was still hitting shots with that sniper rifle. We're left with already 4 casualties here in round 6 so far. An early aggressive outburst towards ramp. After that, it slowed down. Cressy, he's the one trying to come in through the opening he's given himself, out through middle, backstab his way in, get info for the boys as well, who are currently holding close together towards ramp. They could isolate JKS. He's the only player towards B. They drop the smokes on A. And what is the response?
See him, that creates a lot of space here for Cressy to get this lurk in, and JKS isn't ready for it, and that's B site lost, so that's just going to be Sprout turning and running back towards B. And if Blame F can find this pick onto Cressy early here, they have a chance into this round, but Blame is not checking this angle, but Cressy is not hitting his shot. So Blame's able to trade that back, and now 2 versus 2, and Blame does have some control in the site.
You're going to blame this round on Blame F. He's out the front. He's firing away with the AK, but that's just a distraction, as it will be the AWP config that slays the first man. The second goes down, as well as Complexity on the B bombardment. Pull off the retake and further their lead.
Yeah, good team play from Complexity there in the 2 versus 2. We saw BlameF not taking any aggressive peeks until Config threw those 2 flashes for him, right? They threw the 2 flashes. He takes the peeks when he's not in danger of being killed by the op, gets the info, does the damage. Config rotates in as well. And overall, very well played 2 versus 2, but Cressy there was in the round winning position and just wasn't able to connect his shot on BlameF and CT.
Man, Vertigo looks like it could actually be a super sick game here as well with the way these early rounds. It feels like there could be a chunky third mapper here to decide who's actually going to move on from this, because of course now both teams have 1 map under the belt. Back at the start of the series, Complexity, they won over on Mirage. It was a very trivial feat for them, 16-6. And on Dust 2, it was a 16-19 scoreline in OT, where Sprout brought us here on Vertigo. And Cressy, going down early into this round, could start to spell defeat for Sprout here in the 7th if they are unlucky. Trapped outside of B, Davey. A lot of pressure being put on them.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being applied, and because of this deep A ramp control that Poison has, they've rotated 3 players over to the B site. That's why this is so important. And Sprout, I think they've recognized how much util was being thrown at them, so they expect that Poison does have some level of map control towards A. If they don't use their util properly, oh, he does get flashed and he gets pushed back, so that's going to be for the call for the rotate to come back. So you see now they immediately fall back into this 1-1-3 setup with 3 players towards A, 1 mid and 1 B. So good rotations from Complexity here, going back and forth, following Sprout around the map, and that is what can happen on Vertigo, and that's why this map is so unique in the map pool.
Rush from the close angle towards the site, ready to put up a big break in their rush, as he will hit the first, shuts down Faven. Spiddy will trade it back, and here we go. They can't stop from this point forward. 10 seconds on the timer. The bomb must be planted. It's do or die now. Spiddy has to provide protection. His teammates going down. Slacks will fall. BlameF with a nade on top kills Dennis, but just as the bomb's planted to Spiddy, still alive in a winnable position. He has to waste time. Tries to take the peek. Hits the headshot onto Poison. Nade back onto the site as well. Grab another AK. It's quicker than reloading, but he can't keep himself in the round. Headshot from BlameF on the elevated peak. JKS already cutting wires, and that'll be Complexity with another round.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to retrieve this double op too. Huge heads-up play from Config. Very good reactions from Complexity. When that A execute started coming in, we saw a ton of counter util being thrown. Smokes dropped at the top of the ramp. Smokes dropped on the ramp. And Rush going fast through that smoke, going aggressive, going 1-for-1, but getting all the info. Telling his team, yes, the bomb is here. They are coming, keeping that man advantage, and then Config with no fear running into the site to try to take out the bomb planner. Very well done. Complexity goes up 5-2. It did take a bit of a hit on their economy though, but still they will be able to buy into next even if they lose this one. But the real problem here for Sprout is their money is not good enough. They have to go for the half buy here. Forcing into this just doesn't make sense. We should see pistols, armor, some nades. Overall, well done by Complexity to shut down that retake. See, that's what I was talking about with Vertigo, is how the rotations, like how you can swing back and forth with just a little bit of info, and mid control is so important for doing that. And a guy like and we saw in the round previously when Cressy got out mid and shut down those rotations swinging back and forth, right? Even though they didn't win the round, it was still super important. And so I want to see Sprout probably in these future rounds try to do a little bit more to actually get mid control, or at least put pressure on mid so the CTs can't rotate so freely back and forth.
Alright, with slow stuff so far. Obviously Sprout, in terms of what they've got to work with, they have a boatload of flashes, and the rest of it is just going to be the pistol prowess to get them over the edge if they want to win a round like this. Oof. You talk nades though, and it's Complexity we should be looking at. That's a hell of a dairily dunker right on top of their heads. Molotov goes in as well to waste even more time. So pressure mounting up here against Sprout. They need to find a place soon. Molly out towards middle. He's got a double flash as well to give his teammates running up the B steps a little bit of an opportunity. JKS overpowered. Luckily enough, on the back of the site, you've got a man with a big old AWP. He's flicking around. Poison towards middle will get the job done as well as Dennis goes down. And Complexity, round 6, racked up, overpowering Sprout early on. To be expected though with the buy they had, but finally the reinvestment comes in.
Yeah, Blame F with that flank just gave all the info to Complexity. The entire team was there and ready to shut down that B execute from Sprout. We know that Sprout does like the B executes. We saw it earlier in the game. We've seen it in the past from them, obviously with previous iterations of the lineup. They are good at this map and they are good at doing those B executes. And Config now, again, is doing that aggressive play towards mid with the op. And if they want any chance of shutting down the rotations, Sprout needs to try to at least push him off that deep angle. He falls back on his own anyways. Naturally.
I should expect.
Yeah, as I would expect as soon as I said it. He's like, look, he's got all this info towards mid. It's so great. And he's leaving and he's gone. I think he can leave for free because he's not worried about Sprout taking it, right? They haven't put any pressure on mid early.
That is true. I mean, most of the pressure we've seen has basically been this rinse and repeat towards ramp early. Not been too clean for the Poison. Oh, look at the fast-faced man. The fact he's able to stay alive for so long as well, whilst Faven reeling from the flashbang that's left his ears ringing and his face looking like he's opened up the type of Word document at 4 AM, blinding him. Somehow finds that kill and leaves us now in a 4-on-4. 50 seconds on the timer. Tick-tock, tick-tock as it starts to go down. The play from Sprout needs to be decided soon. You have one player that's not with the rest of the pack. He's over at B. He's testing for info. He's trying to dunk a big toe in the water, but it's lukewarm, Davey.
Yeah, it is, but it could be crucial regardless because he's coming around the corner. He made a footstep and actually losing out to that fight on JKS pretty much ruins that lurk. If he was able to find that kill, that would have had to pull rotations from the CTs, but because JKS wins it, he doesn't. They don't need to rotate. Rush picks up the kill on Faven, looking for the second, finds it onto Dennis. It's all on Speedy. Config takes him down, and out of nowhere, that's how quickly one gunfight in a round can completely swing it, because if Cressy's able to win that fight against JKS, then the CTs have to rotate out of A. They have to react. They can't just leave the B side open because Sprout could just turn and run back to B. But because JKS wins that fight, absolutely crucial, they're able to secure the round, and we go into round number 10 with Complexity up 7-2 on the CT side of Vertigo. It does not bode well for Sprout.
The ridiculous thing is, there's been like 4 rounds where we've actually seen Sprout get on a site, and it's normally when they're in a position like this, where they have a bad buy, so they just have to go fast. They trade for one another, sprint in, just unload onto a site, gamble it on A or gamble it on B. And that works. When we've seen them playing out these slow defaults on the rifle round where they fight for ramp control, 9 times out of 10, they lose the opening duel and then another one. They do go back to B here, though. JKS, oh hello, on standby with a rifle. Instead, he's been switched off. You can say that about Config as well, as he is gone. Poison, peeking up, dropping a molly. Waiting on the ledge, licking his lips. Cressy, that should have been a clean kill. Instead, he gets popped in the head, deflated and destroyed. It comes down to 3 players now to secure the round for Sprout.
Oh, and Slacks, he's waited so long. Blame just doesn't want to give it to him, but there he is. He does eventually find it. And these B executes from Sprout, again, on the ecos. JKS just isn't able to find anything when they run it. If they're running at him with pistols, he's been really struggling to find these frags.
It's way better when they go for these faster plays. Like, I know objectively it's one of those where you can say it and just be like, no, you're ridiculous, Jack. And fair enough, you probably are right. But in a position like this, the only rounds they're being able to win against Complexity right now are when you go out of your comfort zone. You go for these faster plays, bombard in, just try and go for an overwhelming play onto B. The slow defaults, specifically towards A ramp dude, have just been leaving them with nothing.
Yeah, really, the B executes have worked. It's only the one time that the B execute really got shut down was when Complexity had that A info and just rotated everybody over, right? And like that's when they had like 4 people there and they were able to shut it down. But when it's just been JKS and Config, their synergy hasn't been great on the B site, and JKS hasn't been able to connect his shots.
It's weird. It is weird, actually. Now you mention it, right? With JKS, I suppose throughout the entire series, not actually one of the names we've been saying too much at all. Yeah, like he's had fine rounds. He's playing just respectable CS. But it's not that normal JKS where you see him doing crazy plays. You see him, you know, kind of being hyped up as much as we are with players like Blame F, like Config, like Poison. He's been, I don't know, kind of mundane throughout this series.
Yeah, he hasn't. I mean, it's kind of been a shell of himself his entire time on Complexity, right? And we talked about this in the pregame, you know, leading up to I think even our first game we were talking about it. But yeah, man, he hasn't really just been able to find his footing on this team so far. And even though, like you said, he does have some good rounds, he has some important rounds, like that kill in the last round really did secure that round for them. But he's, like you said, he's just hasn't been able to hit his heights.
Not really. Definitely leaving a little bit to be desired. Desire in the game to be live. Desire no more, as we are back. Round 11 is kicking. This time towards ramp, they actually get one player up towards the close scaffold as well. So trying to walk up and bypass them. Poison this time, he's not playing on the aggressive angle though. He's tucked in, back towards sandbags. Wary about this push. They've done this multiple times. It's normally been Poison going for the play. This time it's Blame F.
Yeah, and he's just playing close along the wall. Looking for any over-aggression here from Favin. They do have a lot of support here. Actually, the other player has rotated over, so Poison finds himself pretty trapped at this point, but this will be for the rotate for Rush to come back. And Goffin, he has to pull back. He's trying to connect the bullets, not able to. Jumps into the fire and burns to death. He's not able to get away. Didn't know the molly was there. Tried to get out, and the timing for Poison. So unlucky. And now, with 2 players down, Poison feels the need to go aggressive and try to make something of this round.
He was hoping he'd get one pick. At least something to try and bring the numbers back in favour of Complexity. Instead, Sprout, they got the opening kills, then slammed the brakes on. They have grinded this one to a halt. But time is starting to tick down. With 30 seconds left, a decision has to be made about how they want to play this one. They're waiting close towards ramp still. Again, you've got another lurk coming in with a backstab late into the round. Favin, instead, he goes aggro and shuts down Config. JKS on the close angle with 2. Makes himself famous with a Famous. Tries to get more, but can't be done. It's a 2v1, and Poison popped in ahead. He's gone. Sprout straight back in.
For a second there, it looked like JKS and Poison were somehow going to be able to pull that one back. JKS trying to change his angle, going aggressive after getting those 2 kills, but it just isn't able to connect with the FAMAS. You can't help but think if maybe had an M4 or an AK, maybe he does, but regardless, so close. But Sprout finally stringing some rounds together here, as that's 2 in a row from them. Scores now 7-4, and they forced Complexity onto this eco round. And based on that, it's going to be tough for them to actually bring the double op out into next round. I don't know if they'll be able to.
Walking down the ramp, walking into the awaiting arms. 2 Ts! One of them getting dinked in the back of the head, the other one turns tail and runs. Spiddy's the only one that finds any kills in this carnage as he's working his way through them with the AK. He's trapped on the ramp. I don't even know what's going on, mate. They're just all peeking. 1.1! They're just facing!
There's so much damage being taken from Sprout. Like you said, it's just one guy peeks out, takes a bunch of damage, falls back. Another guy peeks out, takes a bunch of damage, fall back. But in the end, you can take as much damage as you want. As long as you get the kills, in the end, it won't matter. And Blame F with that deagle towards A. I'm assuming he's going to be trying to look for that AK at the bottom of the A ramp. He's going to want to try to recover that, bring that into the next round. And Config's looking for pretty much anything they're willing to give him at this point.
Like, he's hoping there's something that's been left. Little scrap, little anything.
Yeah,
a single
give him
chip
something
that's on the plate, yeah. See what you can pick at, like a hungry seagull.
Unfortunately for him, Cressy's the only one, the only rifle inside of the site. Oh, actually, this time he could work. He might be able to just yoink one of them real quick. Oh, Cressy, too smart. Nah, he's not letting Config get away with that one. The one person that will get away with something is Blame F, and he's got away with this AK. Bringing that into the next round will be important. As we can see, yeah, they can barely afford one. Like, if they want JKS to drop an op, maybe. But yeah, they're not even going to bother. They're not even going to bother. I think Rush is probably asking right now, like, dude, do you want an op? Like, I can drop you. Like, I'll be glass cannon, but we can do it. And that's the struggle they're probably trying to figure out right now in this tack. I'm assuming that's why they're waiting before Rush buys anything. But honestly, with Poison's form right now, I'm not sure if it's actually worth having somebody go glass cannon just to give that op over to Poison, right?
I suppose, you evaluate it for what it is, right? Round 13, 7-5 half so far. You're going to be in a scary spot. If you mess it up especially, so it could be worth playing it safe, sticking to the rifles here.
I think so. I feel like... I guess we'll see what they decide to do. Maybe they have a plan for it if they do decide to drop an op over. But Poison's already bought up the rifle. I'm assuming we'll see Rush do the same. So now for the first time, we're going to see five rifles from Complexity. We saw them pretty much go for the double op immediately from the start of this game. And again, something to keep in mind, no kit on the board here from Complexity. Bit of a mistake probably from Blame F not to buy it. He's got 1,900 in the bank.
They know. I'm pretty sure they're aware of it. They saw the foot conflict as he tried to pace, so they are going to be ready on the face, peeking on top of the hard wall. Easy shot from Cressy. Shuts him down. He is low, 7 HP, but as long as he stays alive on the board, that will be an important point. Blame F, though, trying to really do some damage at the ward's ramp. Gritting his teeth, Davey, digging his feet in, but not getting the kills.
No, he did a little bit of damage, but it wasn't really, obviously wasn't enough. Just some onto Favin before he's quickly swarmed by the Germans of Sprout. And now, Complexity's in this position where there's only 3 people left. They don't have a kit. They can't play standard here, right? They have to gamble. They have to gamble A or B. It looks like they're gambling towards B with just leaving this player at sandbags and hoping he doesn't get Molotoved. You know, because Slacks has the only molly, there's a chance that that Molotov doesn't get used towards the sandbags because they want it for the site. And if they don't clear this, Rush could potentially come up huge here. Oh, he is going to... That's unlucky for Rush, honestly, because with only one molly, you would expect them to use it in sight instead of in sandbags.
Yeah.
But they're not taking any risks.
I mean, it was all right damage. Like,
Yeah.
he didn't actually secure the frag, but tagged up 2 of them. Damage is going to be a big point of this one as well. Look how low everyone is. All 5 of the players on Sprout have had some scrappy fights to make their way to this point. But luckily enough, they should go through unscathed. Positionally, no one's really going to get into an awkward fight. You know, you'd have to try to die to poison here.
Yeah, you'd have to really go
Put the effort in,
send
yeah.
yourself up that ladder, yeah.
A lot of noise, straight down ramp.
You'd have to really go for it.
You would have to give it.
I wonder if you can spam... There's no way you can spam that ladder room with an op, can you? Like, from A? Probably not. That wall's got to be too thick.
They were quite thin. I remember when they, you know,
Yeah.
when Vertigo started getting its updates, all the walls were super thin. So you could like bang people through. Do you know like where elevators is, right?
Yeah.
So
I think
you
you
could bang
can
straight
still.
through
I
that.
think you can still spam through the elevator. I just don't know if you can spam through the wall into the top of ladder. I doubt it. That's a thick ass wall, man. Like that's probably too big.
Yeah. That one would probably be a little bit too far. But then again, you never know. It's like how, do you remember back in like 2013 when wall bangs did more damage on Linux servers?
What? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, for like a whole year and a bit, there was basically there was a bug where if the game was running on a Linux server rather than a Windows server, the wallbang damage was like way more ridiculous. So on like Dust 2, you could spam through like the CT bit of short.
Oh my god.
It was madness.
Yeah, that is. That's crazy.
Little throwback for you, mate, bit of history.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I barely even know what Linux is.
You mean the little penguin?
Yeah.
Just what's that geezer doing? Just waddling around.
What's he doing that for? Messing up the wall bangs on Counter-Strike? Get out of here, you goof.
Oh, you should be sliding around on your belly in the snow, not playing with CS servers. Oh no! Oh, Dennis! He's on his belly, but there's no snow, Davey. Instead, there's just blood.
He's just scraping his stomach along the concrete.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's the worst carpet burn I've ever seen. Config, though, trying to burn the chance of Sprout winning this round, but he can't do it. Favin will hit him first, and they bombard their way in. JKS, can he go huge? Good enough for one. Poison as well. Jumping in with a single frag. It's all that can be put up as they're losing out on the close engagements. Blame F. 1v2 retake. Can he do it?
Oh, that's a good start. Drops a nade directly onto the head of Speedy, and now Slacks with the op on the stairs. Blame F with the M4 behind the smoke. No kit in hand, Jackie. He's got to find a way to figure out where Slacks is early.
Analysing the situation. The last of the utility will be used as well to take the flash peek. Does he spot him? Sees his backpack. Man's man bag's giving him away. He's quick to grab himself an AK, but I don't know if he can save the day.
Oh!
Hits the headshot. Slaying Slacks. Jumps on the bomb. Big boy Blame F. Oh, you can blame him, but you can also count on him for that round.
I don't know why Slacks took that early face. I guess he was trying to catch Blame F in transition, going from, you know, shooting to, because he realizes Blame F has to tap the bomb. So I guess he's trying to peek up at the moment Blame F would be looking down for the bomb. But man, it's Blame F. What a shot I get. Let's give Blame F credit for that shot he hit, right? Slacks peeking on the bottom of the stairs, and Blame F just absolutely peels his lips back.
He's reeling. He's still going to be reeling from that one. It's hyped them up as well. Config, look at this. This is what I like to see. The aggressive Beast Thatcher. Straight in with a smoke. They've made this play before. This time it seems to be working a little bit better for them as Config's got into the position he wants to be in.
I think they might have just spotted JKS's feet here. Cressy, yeah, he did. Yeah, he saw the feet again. He's still looking for Config, though. Resmoke coming out probably saves the day. JKS is able to get out, but Config is stuck down here. And actually, JKS connects with the nade, and Config once more! Straight through the smoke with the MP9. Config taking down Cressy and Dennis on the other side of the smoke. He doesn't care what the numbers are. He doesn't care what weapon he has. Flash out through the smoke. 2 kills for Config.
No, you can't just push with an MP9 and kill our full buy. Haha, Config go burr. Straight out, like running at them with the MP9, dude. Making money and making a mockery out of them as they're making a meal out of this series. Third and final map. We're into the second half. 9-6 complexity. Getting it going. Grueling CT half. That's got to be said, but they still make the best of it. And again, man, you look at Config's kills. He's had nearly 30 frags on every map. At this point, he's nearly got 20 at the half.
Oh, he's absolutely feeling himself right now. He has not been able to be stopped in this entire series. Every single map has just been absolutely unreal from him. But now, the big question, can Complexity actually win a pistol round? That is the question everybody needs to know because, like we've said, they're only 1 for 5 so far today.
Yeah.
A lot of nades being brought in, too. Dude, look at that. Double nades, smoke molly, JKS. And where are those nades going to go? Right on top of them, surely. Yeah.
Slacks in the device angle. Ooh, trying to do some damage. Actually hits one when he was so low. Somehow getting more than it seemed like he should have out of that situation. So a 4v4, Favon just overpowered by the confidence of Config. Mouse 1 and W always works as a recipe for success. Right now, though, the recipe is, can they hold on to this site? Blame F. Ready for the backstab with the P250. Quick peeks on the left, on the right. He's bobbing. He's weaving. He's been tucked into bed and put down for the long night. They are on the bomb site, but they've still got to get the defuse. Rush peeks in from behind. Config baiting in the last man. Spiddy, he's just on a Fred. It's a matter of time now.
Sprout has just been absolutely configged this round. He's run straight up into the site. 2 1-taps for him. You could see they weren't actually expecting there to be a player inside of that device spot, you said, right? Like in the dark corner there because they threw the double nades there. So they figured if somebody was there, they would have died. So they didn't clear it. And somehow, Slacks was able to get 1 with just 7 HP. But Config taking all of the map control, no fear, going aggressive, shuts down any retake attempt from Sprout as soon as he took that backhauls control.
God damn, dude.
Whoa. For a second, I thought Rush.
Yeah.
I was like, are they run boosting? That's poggers, man.
That's so sick.
That's so poggers.
Whoa. Did you know the one that always really cracks me up is it's one of the voice lines with the new agents they added where she just goes yeppers.
Yeah. Yeppers.
Just dropping a yeppers.
Yeah, she's great.
Do we take B? Yeppers. Right, well the A site take was not a yeppers this time. It's the anti-yeppers. A nope hers. God damn. Right then. 10 rounds on the board ready for complexity. They're over by the stairs. Can they get up these stairs? That is the big question. If they do succeed getting up the stairs, can they hold the bomb site? That's the following question. The answer will be coming in the form of Cressy. Can he get messy with an eagle? Peeks out. Oh. It was a bit messy, Davey. Doesn't hit any of the shots and gives them access. Spiddy now trying. Next in line.
Yeah, delaying the take a little bit with that smoke, but JKS doesn't want anything to do with that. Smokes are not walls. He lets him know with a bullet. He goes down. Now Favon just alone here at the back. And Cressy actually, like you said, there was a chance that the player that he peaked was just 30 HP, and he was going for the body spams, right? There was no attempted 1Ds there, right? Close range like that, he was going for that 2-shot body spam. If he was even able to connect to just 1 bullet on one of those 2 low players, he might have been able to potentially delay that execute long enough for the rotations to come in, slow them down just a bit. But again, no connection being found in Complexity. Finally wins a pistol round and secures the second round after, which has been a pretty rare thing so far in this series.
Yeah, I've actually been able to get the conversion, which doesn't seem to happen between these two teams. So I don't know. Who knows what that means for the future? Complexity probably going to lose the next round if we've learned anything.
Yeah, the one deal from Faven now is 3-1 digs at middle, let's say, and it's gonna be a disaster.
Yeah. Well, you can look at that there, really analyse the buy. It makes sense. Faven with a 3K, Spiddy for 2 and the USP, close it out. Basic CS.
Yeah, pretty much. Like what else could happen, really?
Physically, what else could happen into this round? Exactly. I was thinking, actually, we might get a bit of a fight towards middle. We can see these pistols put to the test, but no one's even going there. He's just holding on the close lip, waiting for the push.
Yeah, and Rush is just holding this mid aggression, so they haven't spotted anything out. Sprout, they're just having a little bit of a staring contest, little party, looking at each other all in mid, but Complexity has a ton of control towards A. They know the sandbags is clear. Now they're clearing out close side hall, and at this point here, they know that the Sprout's on an eco. If they haven't spotted them yet, they should assume that this A site is pretty clear. Smoke's coming out. The deep smoke, I like that on the eco round. Don't give Sprouts place to play with. There's now config up. Oh, he's born for these ecos.
Look at it, man. Turns the flash, unloads the ace, one after another. They all get dropped down to the DECK as he hits them with the AK from up top. Clean against the eco. So 12 rounds now for Complexity. Config just, he loves them, mate. He really does. He lives for these rounds. Loves
Dude,
the ecos.
How many rounds have we seen Config just 4 or 5 man spray downs on eco? Like, it's
even on this map, there's been twice.
Yeah, that's the second time this map alone. That was an ace, actually, too. Like, you just aced him. 27 and 10. And there's going to be someone. Config only gets eco kills. Meh.
Look at him baiting again. It'll happen. Genuinely, though, the funny thing is that will happen.
No, I know. The best is like is when it's your teammates doing it to you, you know?
Yeah.
Like they really get you. They're like, yeah, look, man, I know you went 27 and 10, but like 9 of those were ecos minimum. So really, when you think about it, you're just kind of baiting.
Yes, if you want to bait, that's fine.
Yeah, as long as you kill them all, it's okay.
Yeah, we'll let you off. Spiddy, unfortunately there, not baiting enough. Only gets 1, not good enough to shut the rest of them down. So we are left in a raw 3-on-3. Oh, slacks. Man's burning. It's a hot day outside, Davey. So he's got to back off to CT spawn, apply the factor 50, and wait for his teammates.
Yeah, they have a smoke kit as well on Faven, so that could end up being super important. And the sound cue Blame F just gave away is actually really huge too, because he threw that right-click smoke, which gives him the sound cue that he's playing close towards the generator, but he's actually backed off now, which means Sprout have to take their time clearing this out, which gives them space. This flank, though, could be huge, because he's taking his time as well.
Oh, he's dabbing to the back of the site, but Slacks couldn't hit the shot. It all goes slightly wrong, but luckily, as Dennis arrives on the scene, he'll kick up a fuss, he'll shut down Blame F, and they'll be able to get themselves onto the bomb. They somehow clutch onto that one and keep it going. Looks like it was going to be a 13th round there for Complexity, but in the end, Sprout back through, also bringing the AWP over as well.
Yeah, that nade kill from Slacks right onto Config, just as he was going to plant the bomb, was so important. He was crossing over the site, and again, like you said, Slacks had got pushed out, so that nade was the only chance they had to even up the odds, and they're able to find it. And then Dennis making a really heads-up play. He recognizes that this team doesn't have enough info on where Complexity players are, and there's Cressy starting it off onto Poison from the top of the wood. And that Molotov that glitches through the bottom of the floor. It's amazing Valve haven't patched that yet. I'm shocked. As now Complexity find themselves down a man. Blame's taking a lot of damage as well.
So they bogged down?
A little bit, yeah. Little bog, Danny.
Yeah, a little bog. Let's see if he can pog with this bog.
Dude, I knew. Dude, I thought you. I was expecting something about a frog. I knew exactly what you were doing as soon as
it popped into my head.
As soon as the word bog came out and I heard your little giggle, I was like, oh man, what's he going? What's he doing?
All right. Well, the issue is, I can't even remember what frogs do. Do they just live? What do frogs do?
Frogs just pog, man. Just look at poggers, you know? Frogs just be pogging, dude.
They really do be. Ooh, blame F. Looking like a frog right now because that was pretty pog. We need to stop this. No more. It's done. The bit's done. 30 seconds. JKS peeks onto the site. Oh, Rush coming in as well. 2v2. The backstab from Slacks. He's able to strike. Lovely little love tap into the rear. Rush jumps up on the site. The pre-fire goes out. Actually could have been gnarly if he hit that one. He knows he's got a plant though as there's only 15 seconds left. Commits to it. Gets the bomb down. A 1v2. The CTs, they're not going to be mucking around here. They can't afford to give a 13th over to Complexity. But can they actually stop this man? Rush peeks out. Hit with the uppercut. Slacks will kill him. And Sprout grab onto that round. Barely though.
Yeah, really nice try from Rush. He realized he could take those isolated 1v1s, and he was trying his best. But the Sprout players, Slacks playing it so well, Cressy as well, making sure he doesn't give his life away in the elevators when Rush tried to go aggressive. And with that bomb plant, Complexity could potentially force into this. They have the money for it, though I think they'll probably just take a half buy and go for some sort of set piece. They do force it. They do actually just force into it. We see 3 AKs. Config on just the Tech 9. I'd like to see one of those AKs passed over to him realistically at this point. 28 and 12.
I couldn't see him at the top of the scoreboard, so just didn't drop it over. That's madness. All right, well, let's see if his teammates can do the damage for him. Talking of damage, mate! The double HE, the backstab with nades as they're dropping bombs on top of them. And this airstrike could slow down the push for Complexity. They're struggling. They're hitting their shots. Config replies back as soon as he grabs the Galil. He gets aggro. 2v2, Config's burning.
This guy's an absolute freak of nature, and Blame F just barely able to get that pick. And now it's just Config. 8 HP, Blame F, 68 HP. This is going to be so tight. Cressy has got into an advanced position. And will they expect him to be here? I don't think they will. They might be able to just recover the bomb and potentially back up. Config is going to stick the plant, actually, and Cressy just not able to be found, and he does find the one onto Config. So now it's just 1 versus 1. Blame F on the ramp. Cressy has no info on his position, but with the smoke in the kit, could make something work here. He's going to have to apply pressure to Blame F by dropping that smoke. Blame knows there's nothing been tapped yet, so he's biding his time, taking his time. Cressy doesn't go for the stick. Blame F expects it. He backs up down the ramp. This is chess at its finest. As Cressy's now looking for the bomb, takes another tap. Blame has to go aggressive. He needs to try to find him. He does. He knows he's not on it. The smoke's faded now, Jackie. It's 1 versus 1. Blame spots it again. It's perfect from Blame F. That is unbelievable Counter-Strike. Absolutely perfectly played at every single step by Blame F.
That's a crazy little one-on-one. The play from both sides was super on point as well. Using his utility to try and get the opportunity. Blame F not falling for any of the shenanigans. The smoke goes out. The nade goes out. He doesn't give a damn. Waits till he hears the tap. Both times peaked perfectly. And in the end, just starves him out for time. Big clutch. Big round. And potentially, this could be the start of the end for Sprout here, Davey. A pause is called.
Oh, it absolutely could be the start of the end for them at this point. This is getting pretty disastrous. So my screen is just having a bit of a freak out on me right now. I need to figure out why everything's done. Dude, right? Everything's done. No, I don't know if I am. I'm going to be honest with you.
Dude, so you've had your headphones are broke, and now your monitor's breaking.
Everything's breaking on me right now, to be completely honest. I'm not sure what is going on.
It's like a caster technical timeout.
I need something. I need something. I need
Imagine that, though. You come into the stream. Why is it paused? I don't see the team pause icon. No. Davey's lost his box, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no, he's gone, actually. It's all over for him. It's he's had a complete disaster.
What a meltdown. Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have a reconnect to the call, actually. I think so. My Google Chrome is like completely crashed on me over there. Yeah, I need to like close out of it in Task Manager.
I'll cover you. I'll cover for you. You sort yourself out. Get yourself back in. Get yourself back in. I'll take over round 22. Here we go then. First kill going to be picked up. JKS, the Savage Man himself, finding the easy headshot to open up the game. Poison with one of his own as well, as they're staking a claim now. The 14th is close. They can taste it, but they still have to overcome both Favon and Slacks, the last 2 CTs that are on the board for this round. In terms of the actual cash they got to work with, though, money is at rock bottom. They have nothing lurking in savings, no gold to sell quickly. They can't flog any of it to make the money back, so losing weapons here really does hurt them. At least they get 1 kill in their favor, but nothing more. That's it. Sprout losing out on that one.
Yeah, they do. Complexity putting themselves up to 14. And Sprout with only 8, and look at their money situation. They have absolutely nothing to bring into this round. I say absolutely nothing. Then we see 3 Deagles being purchased, and it's like, well, you just never know, do you? You just never know at this point. It's Complexity brings themselves up to 14. And now they'll favor themselves, obviously, on this round. No armor being brought in, no util from Sprout. So Complexity, they just use their utility right, make sure they get these trades. They will be okay going into this round. And Blame F, actually, he's lurking around. He's looking for something towards the ramp. Is able to spot one, immediately traded by Favon, but the rest of the team's not there. They're all out mid.
Cressy waiting with an eagle. Oh, he lets the first man in, tried to reset for the second, but the timing just wasn't quite there. The Deagle betraying him. The site now taken for Complexity. Sprout's retake here is going to mean so much in terms of the historics. They have AK armed with a Favon. God, can you imagine that? He's trying to hold on to him. My German man has malfunctioned instead. I'm sorry, I'm snorting. It's all gone.
That's what happens when you're having such a good time.
Yeah. Apparently. God, they're actually still in it though, man. They're going for the play. Top of the stairs, Favon with the AK. The AK isn't jamming. That's working perfectly. Favon! No, dude, you cannot be doing this. He holds mouse 1, sprints into the site. The big play. Clutches out the round. They're going to actually get this. It's as close as it can be.
Rush and Config just absolutely griefed their team in that 2 versus 2. Like, maybe people died earlier than that when they shouldn't have, blah, blah. But Rush gets Molly off on default, and instead of backing off towards the E-box or falling back and just playing with his team, he goes for the wide swing through the Molly and dies to the player's stairs. Then Config could just drop into the site, delay, stay behind the E-box, not take the fight, and he could delay them long enough that they can't defuse the bomb. Instead, both of them take bad fights, they both die, and now all of a sudden, Sprout has a chance to bring this back. They're back in this game. If Complexity lose this round, they're on eco.
Here we go then. Straight up. They're coming fast, dude. They want to go aggro on this. Poison. In with a backstab. They're leaving him in the top. He's trying to make the play work. The 2 taps with the AK were tasty enough to make this a winnable situation. All on Cressy. He's got the green orb. But will he be making the sweet green by finding these shots and making some bank in this round? 1v1. Blame F. Lurking. Waiting. He's done it once before. This exact same position. Deja vu. It worked out well last time. Can he do it again? Cressy walks up, drops the molly, expects to push, swings onto him, but no. Even if you know where he is, Blame F, he's that little bit quicker. Gets the kill, gets the round, and gets Complexity 1 away from winning the whole damn series.
Yeah, that's 2 1 versus 1s, like you said, in very similar situations. Blame F against Cressy again and again. Blame F comes up on top. That time, so close. He's just playing around that smoke. Cressy needed to drop it because he had to smoke the bomb, obviously. But Blame F playing around it, winning out on the fight. So well done from him yet again. And I find it funny that's like, on a round like that, right? They just get eco'd. It's like, oh my god, that's so stupid. We never should have lost that way. All right, we need something here. It's 14-9. We need a strat here, Blame. Like, what are we doing, man? Just run up a ramp. Just right into the site. Right up a ramp, right into the site. Nobody stop. Just run straight in. And Sprout was so not ready for it. And credit to Poison because he has not had a lot of impact in this series, especially on this map and the last map. But that round, he runs up into that A site and connects 3 headshots to take that site from Sprout, setting up the 1 versus 1 from Blame F. So props to Poison for coming into the game right when his team needed him.
They might only need him for this one round. Oh, because they could try and shut the game down here. However, there is some bite back. They've still got some life left in them. And Favon's the one that is removing the livelihood of the Complexity players. He's swinging out towards ramp. He gets the opening pick. At least they can do something to keep it close as they slay JKS. Hello, Cressy, though. Oh, you cheeky git. As he comes round on the corner, Davey. He's firing with a deagle. He was knocking on the door, but he didn't get anything for it.
No, he didn't, and now that's the B bomb site open, and Sprout, because of that pick JKS got on Dennis earlier in the round, they were slow rotate through mid, and that's what I was talking about last half. That mid control is so important. As soon as your mid player dies, the rotations are slow. No one's here to help. So now Sprout, 3 versus 4, needs to find a way to retake against this brick wall of Complexity, and that's a good start. What? 2 kills go their way. Slacks and Speedy find each, and now JKS trying to stay alive here at the quad box. BlameF has that Molotov, and that will be crucial. He's got to throw it onto the bomb before he dies. It's not enough, I don't think. The time. I don't know if he has the time. He's looking for more, creeping around at the bottom, trying to find Speedy. He can't find him. It is a 10-second defuse, and I think he's just conceded. I think he's just saving.
He's calling it quits. He's giving the goose up. There's nothing that can be done. He doesn't peek from stairs. He lets them have it. And he will clutch onto the AK. So BlameF at least gets a weapon off the back of that, but they won't get the round that they wanted. So the game is still going. Sprout, they've left themselves here now. 15-10. 5 rounds back to back to back that are necessary for this to be a third map OT. That's the only outcome where Sprout can win this.
Wow. That's just, again, 3 versus 4, and Sprout gets the retake onto the B site. I don't think necessarily that round was Complexity doing anything wrong in that retake. It's just Sprout was so aggressive and hit their shots. Complexity just not able to secure it. They just can't get that final round. And again, on Dust 2, we saw them from this exact point lose 5 match points in a row. Will that be repeated on Vertigo? Sprout definitely favors their chances.
Dennis. That's a first headshot. He's holding mouse 1. He's trying to cut him down. Instead, it's Spiddy that has to get involved. BlameF fights back with 2 of his own, though, and still keeps Complexity in the game here. The hero AK, the Kalashnikov that could secure them the game, is still in play, and it's hitting shots. Big boy BlameF. Config comes in as well with a deagle, his trusty weapon. Look at what we're left with, Davey. The dust could settle all off the back of one man, Cressy, in a 1v2. So much to do to keep Sprout here and now in this game, in the upper bracket. Lose this round and you get knocked into the lower bracket and have a slog ahead of you if you want to make it to Flashpoint 3. That's what he must do.
I was about to say, I hope they do this. Yeah, I was about to say, because BlameF was baiting Config right there, right? He let him walk up, let him clear all the angles. And as soon as they didn't see anything here, I was like, I hope they just send it to B, because look at that, there it is. Config secures it, perfectly played. And despite a few of the hiccups there on their T side, Complexity eventually able to close that out and win 16-10 on Vertigo.
It took a lot out of them. You could see how much had to go into that game. Crazy long series. Not really what I expected out of it, to be honest with you. Especially not after we saw the first map that, I'll remind you, was a 16-6 on Mirage, right? The fact we get here to what could have very well have been a double OT on Vertigo to close us down. Madness, mate. It was an unpredictable one.
Yeah, it really was, but super well played again by Complexity. It's weird because Complexity was doing things in that game where they would have so many good rounds on T side, and then they would just kind of throw those weird ones right in the post plants. So in the end, they were able to secure it, 16-10, win the series. That's all that matters.
That is all that matters. And all that matters now is we get Freya back in here because that is the series shut down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Spectacular job, as always, closing out day 1 here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. And a pretty spectacular job for Sprout trying to come back into that one. As you were saying, Jackie, after Mirage being pretty much a blowout in that 16-6 fashion, to be able to come back into Dust 2, take it in OT, and then almost be pushing Complexity in those final moments of that map. But I think we've got to talk about that final round, because it was only apt that Config and BlameF were the 2 men to be closing out, because they had such a huge impact on that entire series, particularly Config, Jackie, getting the 30 bomb yet again on that final map.
I don't know how he's done it. 3 maps, 330 bombs, basically, right? We can give it him for Mirage. That was 29. It's close enough. He's just unstoppable. Doesn't matter if he's at a disadvantage with a buy. Doesn't matter if he doesn't even have a gun. He'll find one from somewhere and then go on to get an ace with it. The clutches he picked up as well. Like, you think of some of the rounds here, Freya, that were won off the back of clutches. This could still be going. Or this could even be a Sprout win. That's what he was decided by, really, was just the individual play.
Yeah, it was incredible to witness. And we've got to give it to Blameath as well, Davey. Some of those big brain players coming out. It's what we expect from big boy Benjamin coming into the server. And it was incredible to see some of that coming out on Vertigo as well. So impressive stuff from him leading the pack.
Yeah, I really like the changes of pace that they did on Vertigo a lot. Like you said, there was the 2 rounds where they was just, what's the strat this round? Run up A ramp into A site, kill everyone. It's like, okay, great. And like that's sort of those scrappy rounds that on Vertigo you can get away with on T side because of how the CT defense has to rotate and work and always worry about that side haul push. So it was great. I love the change of pace. They would slow down. They very rarely used mid, but when they did, it was very important. It was crucial to the strat. Like when JKS got that pick onto Dennis on that mid round, which allowed them to get into B for the 4 versus 3. They ended up losing that round because of other circumstances, but that still was very important to the strat. So yeah, huge from Blameath. And like you said, leading the way, not only in terms of strategies, but also helping out in the fragging department as well.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see from Complexity. And of course, that cements their spot in the upper bracket semi-final as we move on to witness that tomorrow. And Jackie, there's a lot to be playing for here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. We've got 5 spots at Flashpoint 3 later on in May. Of course, the RMR tournament. So a huge amount for all of these teams. And Sprout, they aren't out of the running just yet. A bit heartbreaking for them after coming back into it with that second map. But they're going down to the lower brackets. So there's still a chance for redemption yet.
Oh, there is indeed. But I think that lower bracket's already got to be looking scary, right? You've got some big teams down there. What, like Double Ponies in the mix, Dignitas. You're going to have Tricks that were knocked down there by Endpoint. I think Endpoint themselves are now down as well. So, yeah, it's not going to get any easier for Sprout, but it certainly means they're still in with a running because they've shown some of the rounds they showed off here today that they could go a little bit deeper in this. I don't know, honestly, if we'll see them being one of the teams that qualify because the competition we have here is super fierce. And with how they showed up today, it's looking like they might fall a little bit behind, but they've still got a good running left in them.
Yeah, it's an absolute gauntlet indeed as we drop down into that lower bracket. But I'm interested to hear your takes on Sprout overall, Davey. I think we were kind of coming into this expecting Complexity to potentially be taking this in 2, particularly after what we saw, first of all, on that map of Mirage. So do you kind of put them as potentially a team that we might see making a surprise, taking one of those 5 spots? Or do you think there's still development left yet in the Sprout side?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, they always have their chance, right? I don't know if I'd put them as favorites to finish in that top 5, but they definitely have a chance. They showed today they can compete with these top teams, right? They can compete with the likes of Complexity, who would be considered favorites to finish in that top 5 spot. And we also saw in the double bracket earlier, obviously we weren't covering it, but Double Pony also knocked Ents out in that lower bracket run, Ents going 0-2. So that is absolutely shocking, and that's what I mean. These double bracket games, these online games, you just never know what can happen. Even though it is best of 3s and it is double elim, you just never know, man. And Double Pony, they have a lot of upset potential too, so we know Sprout dropping down there now, like I said, it is a gauntlet. Sprout could be the team causing the upsets, or they could be the team getting upset, depending on where they fall in the bracket. So yeah, absolutely, Sprout definitely has a chance of finishing in that top 5. I wouldn't put them in one of the favorites, but they definitely have a chance, and they've shown today that they can compete.
Yeah, we definitely can't count anybody out here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers. And we can take a look at some of the other results that we have bared witness to today in day 1. Of course, there are a hell of a lot of games going on at the same time, with all 16 teams taking to the stage here at day 1. But here is how some of those results were playing out. And I think a big surprise is to see Dignitas Vi unfortunately losing out in that second round of competition, Jackie. That's a pretty big surprise to see.
Dude, Snacks and the boys must be living their movie right now. They've all got to be sat on TeamSpeak, just, legs up on the desk, doing a Neil M impression, basically, because they're just tearing through this qualifier somehow. It's not the open qualifier anymore, Freya. It's the closed qualifier. Someone needs to tell them.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And they're going to be going up against Complexity as well. So I'm super excited to see exactly how that's going to be panning out. Of course, Mouse Sports and Movistar Riders still going head-to-head, currently 1-1, 11-9 in favour of Mouse. That has been an absolute slog of the best of 3 series. But very excited to see how that one is going to be closing out. And then, unfortunately, as you were saying, Jackie, Endpoint falling down into that lower bracket as well. So some more surprises to be seen.
Yeah, that one is an interesting one, right? Because obviously Endpoint have been looking really good of late. They've been getting higher and higher up in the top 30 on HLTV. But since we've seen those changes come in, this is the first time we're really going to get to grips with the new roster. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if we even actually get to see any of their games with how this is going, right? Being in the lower bracket this early.
Yeah, just pointing out some of the games that we're going to be keeping our eye on. Davey, are there any that of particular interest to you looking at this lower bracket side of life? Any that may be particularly unexpected results to some of these teams ending up down here?
Oh, definitely the Dignitas versus XCOM game is the most interesting to me, I think, right now. Obviously, we're not sure exactly who the other teams are going to end up being, but I think Dignitas versus XCOM, looking at this bracket, I think that would be the most interesting one. I think Sprout should be able to beat Tricked, especially given what we saw today. But Dignitas, getting upset by Anonymous, and now they're going to be playing against XCOM. I don't know, like that's going to be it's going to be a tight game, I think, and especially with Dignitas, maybe maybe a little bit of confidence knocked a bit, dropping down there. I mean, they are very experienced, so you never know. But yeah, I think that's one I would be keeping my eye on.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. And I think Dignitas are an interesting story to be talking about, Jackie, because we're looking at them with some of these new blood coming into it, some veterans such as Freiburg and Forest on the squad as well. And recently we saw them at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. They were looking pretty hot. They managed to take a series off of Liquid as well, so perhaps a surprise to see them falling down here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Dig have been looking really good recently. They're fun to watch in terms of, like, obviously, as you said, the history as a throwback. Anytime you get a pop on a game of CS and see Freiburg and Forest just absolutely giving it on any map, you're going to be content, right? But even then, some of the newer players that are coming into the mix have been looking really good. I want to see how Heap does firsthand as well in this. So curious to see some more Dig play as this goes on.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see indeed. But with that result cemented, Complexity obviously making it into that upper bracket semi-final as well. And Anonymo, I think that's going to be a really interesting clash because we don't really know too much about that team as a squad, Davey. So what are you kind of expecting of this potential, underdog of the tournament coming up against Complexity?
Look, it's you just never know. It's what I've been saying about these things. I think that Complexity will find themselves, they're going to be favorites throughout this entire bracket. They will be the ones that are favored. But like we were saying, those underdogs, those upsets can always happen, especially in this online era we're in right now, right? It's just the nature of the beast. We've been doing it for so long now, it feels normalized, but it is important to remember still. And so I think that, given that, there's always going to be the chance for those upsets, even against top teams like Complexity.
Well, it's only day one here at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers, and we've got 3 more days of action coming to you guys. But that all being said, it's time to wrap up the show here today. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. It's been an absolute pleasure working alongside you once again. I hope you guys have enjoyed the games today, and I hope you guys at home have enjoyed it too. We'll be back at the same time, same place tomorrow with more upper bracket Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers action.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but man's keep walking. Yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I take on the east. I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the. Yeah. I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but man's keep walking. Yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man so tough, but man's keep walking. Yeah, just too sharp with the prize. White girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Man's keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution.